At Hotel Tonight, you get great deals on last-minute reservations. You also get 10% back in Airbnb pay. So you not only save money going here, you earn rewards to spend
here.
Ooh, Rockhold. Save here. Rewards there. Hotel Tonight, Airbnb.
Everybody's asleep stream. Be quiet. I don't want to hear no noise.
More cupcakes. The KitchenAid bowl is standing.
115. I don't want to hear no noise, y'all. Y'all be quiet. It's being knocked out. Here's 115. Hold up. Sorry if I see 117. Yeah. Okay, credit. Whoa, 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 whoa. I step on these niggas. Big King, what's up? What's up? Sleep stream, baby. Shh. You gotta be quiet. You gotta be quiet. Gotta get his sleep now. Gotta get his sleep, baby. What up, Jamie? Like up here, like. Let me see a like. Let me see you put. Let me see you push the like button. Push that like button. You come in saying hi, push the like button. Everybody want to say hi, but don't like. I'm about to go to sleep. The sleep stream. Shh. Don't be too loud. Don't be too loud. Don't be too loud. Y'all don't want to wake me up. Shh. Don't be too loud. Okay. I mean. Right. Shh. Right, Big King. Yeah, tell him this. Shh. We don't need all the noise now.
My husband used to ejaculate prematurely until this.
You know you don't have to come all the way to the pharmacy to get a script, right? Is somewhere right now?
So, what is it?
Yeah. Just pull up this online instant form on your phone.
Oh, yes.
It's so thanks.
Why my husband was prescribed this multi-benefit pill.
I'm finally starting a new Dynasty series on college football 26, and just like when I chose FIU, this wasn't easy. I figured with how hard the SEC is, though, I had to go with the school from there, so this series will be taking place in a college town, Fayetteville, a growing city in the state of Arkansas. This is a program that's won a championship before, all the way back in 1964. Over 60 years later, it is time I help head coach Sam Pittman keep rebuilding, as I step into my hardest rebuild series ever, which is more than just being in the SEC. Like always, I have this game set to the hardest difficulty, but I've made it even worse with the hardest slider set that I could find online, which is not good for my skill level because each episode I'll be playing a full season where I play every single game. Luckily, we have 6'6" senior quarterback Taylor Green, who is going to be the heart of this offense with his 94 throw power and 91 speed. We're definitely going to need the kid because if we just take a look at our schedule, the only game on here I even feel decent about is Arkansas State. The benefit to using a school like the Razorbacks, though, is we have some really solid school grades with a great fan base that's going to be backing us, which we need really badly because we're rivals with LSU, Missouri, Texas, Texas A&M, Ole Miss. The list goes on and on. There's a ton of history with Arkansas. My goal with this roster in season 1, this video, is get 6 wins and make it to a bowl game. That's pretty crucial if we want to keep up a positive program trajectory, and I will be rocking with everything that Sam Pittman has set for this program. Now, if there's a running back I want to focus on, it is sophomore Braylon Russell. His skill breaker is pro potential, which is a little bit concerning, but the kid's got 90 trucking already, so we need to be able to keep him around. Then at receiver, I'd say things are looking a lot better. We have senior Omega Blick as our wide receiver 1, which is just a sick name, but who I want to focus on is Jalen Brown. This sophomore comes in with 96 speed, star development. He cares about playing time, so he shouldn't transfer out. His catching can just never get that amazing. There are certain stats that it can't go up in, which stinks, but then we have someone like 99 speed Jordan Anthony, so EA's trying to help me with the hardest sliders I've been able to pull around. When we go to our quarterback room, though, I'm not excited for any of these freshmen. That is why 4-star Bryce Clapp is one of the guys I'm recruiting. I need him to come to campus and clap anything that he can because he's a pocket passer that could be dangerously good. The only 2 5-stars I'm going after are Tim Ball and Jordan Beach. Both of them cornerbacks. Jordan is the better one as a gym. If we could sign either of these guys, it would take our defensive back room to a whole other level. If I need to, I'll even offer these kids shares of Walmart if we can just get them to commit. And the last recruit I'll talk about for now is Jim Alex Merriman. He's a 4-star gadget receiver from Oklahoma, and I would like to use him as more than just a receiver, but at running back too. You're going to see other big boys, thick guys up front on our board, but I'm not too worried about whether or not we get them. Those skill guys are the ones that I'm going to be super focused on. And lastly, I know I didn't talk that much about our defense. That's because there's no one on this side of the ball that I've really fallen in love with yet. Besides linebacker Tavian Wallace, he is a true freshman And this kid comes in with 91 speed, so you best believe he's going to be my user. It's about time that we just get started with this season, though. We know that all of these deal breakers can change over time. There's no guarantees anybody will transfer out, even running back Braylon Russell, who's going to be starting for us. We'll just have to see how it plays out, but I am not happy with the fact that Bryce Clapp is already going to lock us out. We didn't even get a chance to sign the kid. There was another quarterback option, Keontae Brown. He's from Little Rock, Arkansas, so he is in the state. I just don't think he's going to be as good. We're still going to pick him up. But that was not how I saw this season starting. We might as well just hop into our first game this season against Arkansas State, who is the only other team in Arkansas that we can play. I don't know if this is really a rivalry, but I'm hoping that it doesn't become one by us losing this matchup. We've got to go out, we have to play strong, or else the rest of the year is going to be a long one. And it looks like we are going to be starting on the defensive side of the ball. Taylor Green is going to complete his first pass. Freshman Tavion Wallace has already been able to pick up a tackle.
Oh, we got Miss Mandy. What's up, Miss Mandy? How you doing, baby girl? How was your Labor Day? We gotta be quiet. Shh. But how was your Labor Day, though? I hope you had a good Labor Day, Miss Mandy. It's good to see you, baby girl.
On a 3rd and 8, a chance to get them off of the field. Are they going to test him? Oh my gosh, we need to cover both of them. That's a hard spot for him to be in, but you have to wonder where our pass rush was at. I'm already picking up on the fact that we're going to have to improve our defensive line a good bit this offseason. They're not going to test us deep, or maybe they are. And are you kidding? I already have a defensive player to get upset with, and he's a senior. You've got to catch that ball. Let's just say I'm not going to be using Sandra much for this season. I'm on Larry Worth III here, but the senior gave it up. Just off of what Arkansas State's done so far, I am a little bit intimidated. That was a great
I'm good.
throw.
How are you? I'm doing good, baby
How are
girl.
we going to get stops? in
What's
SEC?
good? Thank you. I'm doing good. Now that you in here, I'm doing good. You know what I'm saying?
It's time for our offense to take the field. I really like having Omega Blake on the outside because even though I like to focus on running the football, just having that option to throw it up is nice. We got Braylon Russell out there for this play. He's going to see the hole and get us to a 3rd and inches. But this is exactly what I was hoping for. They're going to get very aggressive already, trying to stop our passing offense. And that was almost a missed throw to Cam Shanks. We do not want to see that out of Taylor Green a lot this season. Braylon is going to break the first tackle. But I just feel like they are disrespecting Omega Blake out there. We're going to see what he can do deep. If it's not there, we're going to throw it to Mike Washington Jr. The 3rd down back is able to hang on to the football for us. And after motioning a guy over, we missed it. Hitting the hole better. It is going to be something that Braylon's going to have to improve as his career goes on. We find Mike Washington out there, but he just didn't catch the ball, which makes this 3rd and 9.
You glad I'm smiling?
I'm not liking what I'm seeing already. We are going to have to punt it back to Arkansas State. Let's just hope that this pins them out of bounds.
You said you glad I'm smiling. Well, I don't smile, Mandy. What's going on? I don't be smiling. What you mean? You said that you glad I'm smiling. What you mean I don't be smiling, Mandy? What's up?
The pressure and all they could do was run, which is perfect. It leaves Jordan Anthony back there to return the kick. And what we're going to
Mandy, I wish I could see what you look like.
With the speedster.
Trying to see what you look like, what your picture look like.
So I know it wasn't a great first quarter, but we're setting ourselves up. The good thing about playing Arkansas State for our first game of this rebuild is we have a lot of time to figure out this team.
Oh, okay. Since I haven't been recently.
You do not want to go.
I haven't been smiling, y'all. I'm trying to see what your picture look like, Miss Mandy. Hold on. I gotta see what you look like. What do you look like? Describe yourself to me.
And he gets in the end zone by breaking the kid's ankles. That's what I love to see. And I might start.
She said lately I haven't been smiling.
Just for those plays. He's just a lot faster and more elusive.
Hold on.
Which is super nice.
Is that you, Miss Mandy? Is that who is that Hey, who is that profile picture of, Miss Mandy? Who is that?
Now they're going to take their check down. Tavion knocks it loose. We just have some blanketing coverage at the moment.
Is that your profile picture?
It's an interception. That's my hope, at least. The senior's also out there helping us block when we're returning punts. Jordan Anthony with the chance to take this one to the crib. He makes 2 guys miss. Jordan Anthony is going.
That's you?
That is
Damn, you serious?
I never get punt returns.
Hold up, that ain't you. That can't be you. Hold up.
I know. I can basically guarantee.
Damn, you alright?
I'm going to get very upset. When we can't
Miss Mandy, you okay?
Playing at a top 5 school who's also
Where you from?
It's going to bug me, but I'm sure even Arkansas fans will tell you winning this
I
game
put
is
it
not
on
guaranteed.
my
You never know when they're going to show
son.
up. So
Okay, where you
I think we've
from?
got so far in this matchup. What I'm wondering is if we have the best runner in the game as well, though that was not pretty. Good to know his spin move isn't anything that impressive. We're going to see if
You
we can
said
get
you
Then
would.
give a direct snap over to Taylor.
Oh, Lover's Lane.
Take advantage of it.
Oh,
I'm really
okay.
questioning whether or not we should hit him with a play
Oh,
action here.
okay.
They're setting up to stop Braylon Russell.
Yeah, you don't want you move.
And you know what? I think when you're the better team, you just got to keep it simple.
I
I'm loving the
uploaded
idea
my
of hitting
picture.
him with a little RPO.
Okay, Miss Mandy. Yeah, I remember you now, baby girl.
He wants to stay with the Razorbacks. He could be around with us for a
I'll be
moment.
fucked up on the
Something
stream. I'll be getting drunk. Shit.
Where we're gonna break the first sack attempt, but we're just stuck in there. Taylor Green is still standing. This kid's unstoppable. I don't know how he got out of there. I don't know how.
Yeah, you
he
in
got out.
Zanesville now.
It's made me pay a little bit
When you
more
come back to Akron, when you coming to see me?
And what I would love to do.
When you coming to get on my stream with me? You gotta come. We can meet in a public place. It don't matter. You need to come get on my stream. You need to come get on my stream with me.
Early on in this series, I can't force this. I can't force this. I do find it interesting, though, how safe they're playing in here. They're giving us a great opportunity to just run the football. Which is
Hey, you need to come get on my stream with me.
Truck and look at Braylon Russell. I don't care that they've audibled to a better formation. They do not have the set out there to stop us. Okay, maybe they did have the personnel to pull it off. But let's see. Are we going to have Cam Shanks underneath? We are, and he's at the one. Now that we're this close to the end zone, it makes
When you coming back, get on the stream with me.
The fans are biting their nails. Are we going to be able to get in with Braylon Russell? You know what? We're on the two. As much as I'd love to go for this, we have to win this game. Later in the season, when we're facing SEC schools, we're facing programs like Notre Dame, I'll be more aggressive. That's when we're going to be the underdog. But for now, we're still figuring out what we want to do with this offense. Are you kidding me? Okay, we got lucky. We recovered it. It's not the end of the world. I really like the idea of taking a shot deep to Jalen Brown. I saw that they were pressing the sophomore.
Need to set a time. I'm trying to set a time. Let's set a
I
time.
feel like we got this first
Good
result.
game
This
about to
season
have a freak
locked
off.
up. Though, what a play from their tight end. Maybe their offense is
Better
about
not.
to find their way.
You know what I'm saying? Let's set a time. You know,
Quintavis
I work in
Sanders
4
dropped it again, though.
hours.
He's starting to get himself a little bit of reputation, which is why he's needed to come up with a big
Okay,
hero. That's
well,
what I gotta do. I just gotta talk
when do you
back
wanna-
about some of the
when
guys
do you
on
wanna
this
get on
roster.
stream with
They'll
me?
figure it out. I'm really impressed with what I'm seeing out of these guys so far. They're playing the way we want them to. I
You
think
want to do it
makes
in
the most sense to
person,
just
or do you
continue
want
run
to
the
just do it
football.
online?
Some RPOs
You can do it however you want to
too
do it,
as
baby
well.
girl.
Jalen Brown was clearly thirsty for another touchdown, but it is going to go to Braylon Russell. Actually, you know what? We want Jalen Brown to feel like we really love him here. We don't want him to transfer, so I'll give him this look. It really feels like we have this one locked up now. I mean, they're going to have a wide open slant, which is going to put them at the 15. But I don't think Arkansas would end up blowing a lead like that. Surely not. Here we go, though. First and goal. They spin their way in. And if they get this 2-point conversion, it will be a 2-possession game still, but they're not going to. They also need to be able to get a defensive stop as well, and I'm not sure I see it happening. But they have been able to get us to a 3rd and 9, where we're just going to try and sit in the pocket and go down. It would be really, really bad if we were still to blow this. I mean, they're going to.
Okay, sound good to me then.
They're looking for
Whenever,
it, but
whatever.
It's just not there. I
I'm
was
down.
thinking with 4 guys, we generate some pressure, but we just got to swat this one away, which we did. Here we go. We're going to.
Oh, they was in here earlier. They might come back on. I don't know. They was in here earlier though.
Down on the line. They're taking up another shot for Bridges.
They was in here earlier.
Swat it. We worked out. I know we're targeting 2 5-star.
Y'all gotta understand,
Sophomore corner
I don't
Simon
keep up
Bridges
with
did
LM
have
or
some
Ella.
lockdown defense on that drive.
But they was in here earlier
Just so you
though.
know,
I
if
don't
we
know where
sign
them
everybody
women
we
at.
want,
We
we're still gonna have him on the roster.
live in
Most
total.
likely.
We live in
And
total
look at
different
that
time
play.
zones.
All the way to the end zone. Some of the plays that we made in this
They
game
live in
have
Canada
been
and
so
Michigan and
exciting
shit.
for the rest of this first season, which I wasn't sure I was gonna be that excited.
I don't have their numbers or nothing like that. They just get on when I get
What I
on.
wasn't expecting, though,
They was in here earlier.
for 4 touchdowns to complete 80% of his passes. But he was still pretty conservative with when we threw it, and Braylon Russell rushed for over 100 yards. I don't know how often we're going to see a performance like that, though, and we already have an opportunity to hard sell on one of these 4-star right guards that we're in first place for. The biggest issue I'm seeing, though, is the first week we can schedule them for a visit is going to be week 5 against Notre Dame, which we're going to do, but we're most likely going to lose. So I don't really love that, but we do have a lead on gadget receiver Alex Marion, and then for both of these 5-star cornerbacks, right now, we're in first place. A lot of that can change, though, especially if we don't win on the road at Oklahoma State, who used to be a rival of the Razorbacks from like 1950 to 1980. baby. We're bringing this rivalry back, and we're going to try and beat the Cowboys. After this one, we have to go on the road at Ole Miss to start SEC play, facing off against one of our very many rivals. But we can't overlook these Cowboys. Mike Gundy always seems to put together a pretty good team, besides last season. Selman Bridges' first tackle of the day.
Hold on, I'm trying to keep this.
Cornerback.
I've been hitting pretty big on the. Really? Damn. Pass some of that money over here, baby girl. Shit. I'm poor. Look at me. I'm still on the couch. Look at this couch. Pass some of that money over here, baby girl. Baby girl.
At a stadium that has the 24th best stadium pulse in the country. And they're going to have a stronger offensive and defensive line. But so far, so good. Taylor Green's a bit confused, though, so we're not going to be able to audible in this spot. We got to keep that in mind for the plays that we're running. We're probably going to have to keep them stopped. If we're patient enough, I think we're going to have Jalen Brown underneath, and he's going to get us to the 40. I thought that silenced the crowd a little bit, but it's not made that much of a difference. Taylor Green's going to try and take on both of those players. He's going to break a tackle. I am really loving what I am seeing from this offense so far, but we're getting caught up. Remember, 6 wins is the goal for this season. I want to make it to a bowl game. We're going to go with a pump fake and then try to throw over his head. I want to reiterate all that, though, because I've taken a hard look at the schedule. If we're going to make it to the bowl, this is one of those must-wins. With Jade Platt just not picking up his assignment here, though, that should have been a pick six. The fact that we are going to be able to most likely get 3 points out of this drive is massive. Scott Starzik laid that one straight into the All-State hands. Their carry gets them forward. I know you saw Walker's attempt at just taking that kid's head off, though. I mean, he got very close to pulling it off. This cannot be a forgiving defense. We need to play them as hard as we can in way too much time. But still, Zane Flores is really not that good, so I feel like we shouldn't have that much of an issue versus him. Come on, Tavy. The freshman lurked perfectly there, but it just didn't work out for us. We're not going to be able to make this tackle in time either. Not good. In fact, I thought that was about to be much worse. Bringing in the pressure worked out. If we could just bait them into an interception, I mean, that would help so much. Larry Worth III has a chance to snag this football. I'm starting to wonder if
they go LM.
The football, though, and they're going to be
Miss Manny, they go LM. What up, LM?
I can take trading 3 points for each one of our first drives. It's cool to see their retired numbers behind the end zone as well. Never mind, as that kick got closer, it's actually just listing out some of their accomplishments. 21st round draft picks at Oklahoma State. Obviously, won a Natty back then, and 11 conference championships. There's a lot of history with the Cowboys as well, just like with Arkansas. If they bring in the pressure, we're going to be able to break the first.
Yeah, I'm good. It's a sleep stream.
I just know that
you know how my sleep streams go, LM. I'm good. How you doing?
That is something that is adjustable. They had pressing going on, but we're just going to give it to Braden. It is very hard to audible in the stadium at the moment.
How you doing?
But we're able to pass.
I'm good. How you doing now?
You go for the touchdown shots. You have to make them respect the short throws first, and we just
y'all know how that sleep stream go.
That was sure not happening last week against Arkansas State. Man-to-man coverage, Jaden Platt hangs on. Our sophomore tight end did not get the best throw there, but he made the most out of it. I can see this game just being a hard defensive battle, though, especially if they stop the running game. It'd be great if we could get more than 3 points out of this drive, especially if we're able to find Jalen Brown open, who turns upfield, and Jalen Brown is gone. He's going to run straight into the end zone. Maybe we should go to the cheerleaders here. Don't throw
That's
a
right.
and you're going to scare them away. You got a couple fine ladies right there, and then you just go up and beam a ball at them. You're going to be scamming them. Obviously, still need to work on Jalen Brown's IQ and awareness a little bit, but he has solid potential. He's going to be a great kid anyway, and we're missing that tackle with Tavion and another. Not loving that at all. They get out in RPO, though, that we can't get our hands on. If we just get some better cornerbacks, that's a pick six, and Oklahoma State is in a very bad spot. How are we giving this up? There's just no world where we should be able to send 4 and give them 6 seconds back there in the pocket. I've already decided. Number 1 focus and priority during the transfer portal, get some better defensive linemen in next season. They're about to score a touchdown. He breaks the tackle. Go ahead. It is what it is. Jordan Anthony gets his opportunity here. That's all I can ask for. We should probably find a way to get him out there on some more of these plays as well. Like, I'd love to have him in. I do believe that if they're very aggressive with the blitz here, we're going to have a big play out of Mike Washington Jr., and it works out still. Even though we didn't get it out quick, it worked. I thought waiting that long, they'd have time to adjust, but they just chose not to. We're going to need a good throw out of Taylor Green to Jalen Brown, and this is just a little bit of an ego play here, but I see Omega Blake getting one-on-one coverage potentially. If it's not there, we'll go underneath. We'll take 5. At some point, though, they're going to leave him on an island. Here we're going to look for our corner route. And it is 3rd and 7. We can't make adjustments. Stadium pulse through the roof. We threw this a little bit way too late. I don't love it, but what we're going to do is we're going to punt it, we're going to play defense, and that's not going out a good one, is it? At least it was a pretty close call. First handoff. They're going to be able to hurdle over one of our defenders and get 15. If it wasn't for that diving tackle, who knows how many yards that could have potentially gone for. Great coverage. They had no choice but to just take the sack. I would love if they ran the football here, but they're going to throw it, and they get it out quick enough.
I ain't got time for all that.
You know,
LM.
these linebackers are pretty sorry, which is ironic because that's
LM.
the name of one of our linebackers. Their zone coverage stats just stink.
That's funny. I ain't got time for all that. I do too much. I do too much other stuff.
And this guy's shifty. This guy's quick.
I'm a busy man, LM. You gotta understand that. I got a lot of other stuff going on.
He's finding his targets. Maybe he'll throw an interception to us, or
She said,
we leave this guy open. I don't know where we're going, but I know I protected the sticks, and I passed him. What I would really love to end this first
It
half
could
is
boost
to get
your-
field goal range, which
Yeah, I know, but
Taylor Green,
if I had the time, I don't have the time for it.
So we're gonna scramble.
I
We're gonna
told
see if
you.
we can make a play. We're just gonna throw this one out. We probably should have tried to stay in the pocket there. That's what I'm doing, and it worked better. Now we're gonna have to go down with Braylon.
Where's Miss Mandy? You still on here? Didn't Miss Mandy leave?
To run the football. But
Miss Mandy, you still here?
Scott Starzik, the freshman kicker, for a 53-yarder.
Hey, can I get a like? Can I get a like when you come in here?
Which it does. That was a close call.
Hey,
but
LM.
only trailing by 4 points on
LM, me and
I knew it was going to be hard for us to just go.
LM, me and Miss Mandy gonna go. We gonna do a stream
We started off
together.
so well that I got a little bit overly confident.
We might do a stream
Now we're
together
gonna
this
go
week.
for a huge play.
Don't forget
Listen,
to
confidence
double
is
tap.
through the roof at the moment. We're going to keep on feeding him. He breaks a tackle. No, don't get in our way. That could have been it. That could have been a breakaway, like 70-yard touchdown. We're going for it. We are going to Cam.
Public
Jenks,
relations.
And he snags it. He makes the catch. He drags a foot. Those fans are
Hey, LM stands for public relations.
Inside the stadium. What a throw from Taylor Green, though. Just like that, this stadium, dead silent. 4 plays, 82 yards. I really don't believe that it could have been any more perfect than that. But look at how quickly they're past midfield. I'm really struggling to figure out what we're going to be able to do defensively. I'm not the biggest.
All right.
fan of running the 4-2-5. Like I said,
Thought I didn't know what you was talking about. I'm OG, baby.
Coverage setting up for a 3rd and 9. Tavion Wallace is going to have to get over and make this tackle in time, though, and he got his body in the way. Okay, they're going to go for the tie. They're not hitting us with the fake field goal, and it's going to go. That's all good with me, though. You saw how our offense has been firing away recently against.
I'm
It's
OG,
not often,
baby.
though, you see someone hit with that much force that we're going to get brought in. Braylon Russell will not be in for this.
You thought I didn't know what you was talking about?
Jr., but it doesn't pan out. If Taylor Green just makes a decent little layup lob, halfback.
It's almost
screen
2
pass
o'clock.
there, we're fine.
All right, y'all.
He doesn't. So it's going to be all
It's a sleep stream for me.
This is a stressful game for
I don't know
us.
about for y'all.
They had so much time to process what they were doing. It was
I know what I'm
just
about
such a
to do.
slow read, but it didn't make a difference at all. And we're going to make a play on the ball. Look at that. Wooden gets the pick. I didn't know our senior free safety had it in him, but maybe we can lean on Caleb more this season. These last couple runs have been extremely ugly for us. I'm going to try and pull off a throw on the run, but it's going to get picked off right back. That's our first time.
Yeah, we know,
he's excited.
LM. We know, baby girl.
He's really selling. And
We
the worst
know.
part is at the moment, next season, we don't have a better replacement lined up. Now, of course, that is subject to change. You never know who we're going to be able to pick up. But I might need to take another look at the quarterbacks that are available for us. And are we going to try to return this? We got pretty lucky with that bounce. This might be aggressive to go for a deep passing play right here. But I saw what they were lined up in. I saw the press. And I just had to risk it there because now we're midfield and we can't. Braylon Russell currently has 10 carries for 22 yards. We might need to get super creative with how we're going to move it. I think my best hope in this situation is they just send those linebackers on the blitz immediately. And if they don't, then we catch this. Well, we're about to punt it straight back to them after they gave it to us, which is really unfortunate. We're also not going to get back to this ball in time, I don't think. But we have a stacked box. We're prepared for the run. And are we
What?
gonna shift our defensive line over at all? They get us with play action. This could be a nightmare.
Emma, what's up, Emma?
Turnover that we're gonna get.
What up?
Sorry,
What up?
Junior comes down with it. And
No, that was all
come
part of the
on,
script.
Come on, defense.
That was all part of the
Mistakes
script.
this year, and that's something I wasn't sure we'd be able to get stops on.
All that was scripted. It was a script.
Our offense has dried up.
All that what went on that night was a script.
So it really doesn't feel like we do to me. We've used the jet touch pass for Jalen Brown.
Listen, no, it was a script. Everything was a
But
script.
it's just going to take a tight read.
What's up, Emma? How you doing, Emma?
For us to get a touchdown. and it was off target. It's unfortunate this kick is not a gimme either. We're not putting much power on it, and it's still ricocheting. Because that's what we get for having a freshman kicker out there. We got set up perfectly to score points, and we could. I am genuinely terrified for us to start SEC play, but we're going to get a sack on Zane. We have 5 sacks to their 0 in this game. We got switched on to Wooden at the last second, but we have the coverage to lock up. Good job. All right, this is where Jordan Anthony could flip this entire game on its head with a solid return. He's going to get caught, but I'm not fully giving up on Braylon Russell and the running game yet. I'm really trying to give him more opportunities. Thankfully, Jaden Platt's going to get open, and we shouldn't have juked. The effort.
How everybody doing?
There to block 2 players
I'm good. I'm doing good. How was everybody's Labor Day? How was everybody's Labor Day today?
I was actually trying to audible on this play, but I'm glad that we didn't. I don't know how well.
How was everybody's Labor Day?
We're starting to chew the clock, and that is a nice hole for Braylon. We have not seen one of those in a second. Maybe we can get it again. We're cutting, but that guy got through. What I'm watching for is how they guard Jalen Brown. It looks like they're going to have him locked up, which is why we ran it. And before I let Taylor Green take this carry, I put our ball carrier on conservative. I do not want him to fumble, but I want him to get a lane into the end zone. It's still possible we start the season 2-0. The real question, though, is going to be, what is Zane Flores having to tank? Is he going to be able to dot us up? I don't think so. He just missed a throw that he really shouldn't have. They're actually running the football.
Everything's a script with Glitter Gang. You best believe it.
It's going to get them a touchdown.
Everything is a script, baby.
Come on, knock him short. Knock him short. I thought we had this locked up, but they didn't even have to throw the ball.
Everything's a script, baby. It's a script.
Because we sure weren't. We had an RPO option. We're not able to audible out of the speed option, though.
Oh, y'all don't have that in UK, Emma?
Necessarily low. And
damn.
What we've done. We've taken the clock down
At
just
6 a.m. I'm going back to bed.
Scramble with Taylor Green, and he's
All right, have a good night, Emma. Thank you all the way from UK. Hey, y'all come here and like up. Like up.
Okay, that could have done it. I think we're going to be headed to overtime, which I really, really would have loved to avoid. We're going to try and go over their head there, though. Come on. Taylor Green has sold this game. We had it right there. We're going to go for it again, and he sold it a second time. We could have been in field goal range. He has a strong enough arm to get this to the end zone. There's no way. There's no way. Catch it. Catch it. We got it. We got it. Hail Mary. My first one on College Football 26. We're going to take down Oklahoma. Oklahoma State has nothing on us. There's no way that worked out. You know what? Forget everything I said about Taylor Green. This is the greatest quarterback that has ever graced Arkansas football. I didn't know if there could be a better series than FIU, but this one's off to a dang good start. It was Cam Shanks that came down with this on the other end. He's not one of our tallest receivers, but he's sneaky. And look at how he went up for this ball in the midst of like 5 other dudes and just hung on to it. The 2-star from Prattville, Alabama, 5'8", was the guy that came down with it. Like I said, his deal breaker might not be met. He might leave us, but if we can get that playing style up, I would love to keep him around. He's in the same position as our other sophomore, though.
I try to watch back the ones that I was trying to watch back.
That's what I don't like about James.
As you notice, I be clipping them. I be clipping them, and I be putting them in short clips. I'll be posting them. I'll be posting some down. You're going to see me posting a lot of different ones.
Hail Marys with that archetype, though, I really cannot disrespect it. At the moment, it looks
Yeah, I know I be fucked up. I know.
I
know.
Whether or not
Hey, I be clipping different ones, though. You know what I'm saying? And I be posting different ones. And also, we like you. I don't know why y'all can't like my food vlogs. That's crazy. I don't know. I don't know why y'all can't like those. Probably because it's not for kids. Probably because it's not for kids. I don't know. Or comment. I don't. People be commenting. I don't know why y'all can't comment. Let me see. Let me see if I can fix that. Hold up. We're gonna see if I can fix that.
And the deal breaker that's on it, because for Grayson, for example, he cares about playing time, and he's not going to get that this season. Then you have Chuck Jackson. He cares about.
We're gonna try to fix it.
Hold up. Then most likely, once he gets better, he would just transfer away from the program. That finally leaves us with KJ Jackson.
We're gonna try to fix it real quick.
Deal breaker passer. I'm hoping we can stay at a B+. But the problem I have with him is he's a lefty.
We're gonna see if we
His
can fix this
potential
real
is
quick.
high, and he's also the fastest of the three. That might be our new plan for the future. It's about time that we start SEC play though. Cool to see my Wildcats sitting at 2-0. There's so many ranked
We're gonna see if we
teams
can fix
inside
this real
conference.
quick.
Somehow though, the
Hold on.
Rebels lost to Kentucky again, and they lost to Georgia State. They gave up 49 points to the Panthers.
Hold on, y'all.
I know for a
We're gonna
fact
see if
that
we
on
can fix
paper,
this.
if you compare our overalls to all
There's a way we can fix this.
than us. They're going to have some tough players to stop on that offensive side. Even quarterback Austin Simmons worries me. He has the extender ability.
I'm
so
trying to
even though
see.
his accuracy's not all that. He's got 95 throw power.
I don't
He's
know
the
why y'all
best
can't
he does.
comment
He also is a decent bit of speed.
on my
And
shorts.
I've already mentioned it, but we have to play on the road. So playing on the road at the Rebels against Lane Kiffin, we'll see if we can pull it off, but I'm not sure.
Hold
if
on,
we'll
give me
stay
1 second.
It would be a real shame if we lost our first
gonna try to
rivalry
fix
that we
this,
played
y'all.
Arkansas in this series. Historically, we actually lead this series, but the Rebels have won the last two. Their first play of the game, they're not getting it out. I like how our defensive line is coming so far, but there's 15. Tavion Wallace fell for the RPO. I should have been using him. I wouldn't have. I'm really excited.
Oh
to see
my
what
God,
we
I ain't gonna go all into
during the
that.
offseason. And here on 3rd and 2, I'm being a little bit aggressive. I decided that we were going to send a blitz, and then my own player tripped us up. They got us spread out for this next play, which worried me a little bit, especially if they're just going to break the tackle. And Larry Worth III is jetting it across the field.
But I'm
just
trying to
get
fix
flipped
it,
around
y'all.
again. Can we please not have messed up zones? We got things sorted. We're getting in that hole, and we're stopping. What we saw last week was we saw Wood make a great play for an interception. I'm not sure if we're going to get him tested again. Someone needs to test that kid, though. Make him peanut come. Because he just broke a full-on hit stick like it wasn't an issue at all. Not the greatest start for us in this game. I can only imagine what this crowd is going to be like, but we're going to see if Anthony can do anything early on. I don't know if we're ever going to get a return as great as his return against Arkansas State. I think I might be trying to recreate that for this entire series. It's kind of disrespectful what they're saying about our run game at the moment, though. There are big holes to take advantage of. I mean, maybe their defensive line's good enough, though. They had no issue stopping it. Man-to-man coverage, not enough time. Should have probably looked for one of our inside routes instead. I just wasn't sure whether or not they were going to get open. And they're already going to be at midfield. This is our toughest test so far, though. We knew it was going to be. We're not going to be able to get over to that route. Awfully loser. Currently, the Rebels are doing whatever they want against us, but it's a must-win game for them. If they can't beat us, their season's over already because they started it in such a rough spot. He's still, I know he's one of the best tight ends in the country, but how many dudes does it take to bring him down? That's great. Austin Simmons might have just thrown him out of field goal range for no reason at all. Is their kicker going to be able to hit this? Never mind. Never mind. It's easy. We're hitting 55-yarders like it's nothing. Jalen Brown gets this return. Nowhere for him to go. I think it's the punt returns where we can really make those huge plays. And this was the wrong read. Early on here, I'm just going to look underneath and see if we can find Washington Jr. I know he has what it takes to make plays after the catch. This play call, though, I'm going to want to audible out of. It worked for us. We're going to have our flat open, but I also could just run with Taylor Green and not risk a thing. You know, it's important for him to not forget that he's got 91 speed back there to make stuff happen. It's kind of disgusting that he's a lot faster than Braylon Russell, but it is what it is. We did not route back in. That really should have been an interception. And Jalen Brown is open here, but it's out of reach. You know, I talked bad about Taylor Green and his missed throws last week. I'm about to start doing the same thing this week. I mean, it caused him to throw a Hail Mary for the win. So it works out when we talk trash. I don't think he's on an Alexander Bean level yet. You also have to keep in mind that these sliders are going to make it a little bit more challenging. They still got rid of it. We did everything right. If they decide to run this ball, we might be in some trouble, but they didn't. And they're still getting full. We were looking inside, we were looking underneath. We're doing it again, but we left the corner out. On the field, they actually said he was out of bounds already, but when you watch it back, he was clearly in. This is a catch. There's a ref standing there. They're reviewing it. For a split second, I thought we might get a really lucky call, but then I remembered we're playing at Ole Miss, and we just gave up a touchdown over the top. I'm literally just hoping for a miracle at this point. Taylor Green is making all sorts of moves to throw it out of bounds. I just don't know what to do. I mean, we got off to such a terrible start. That could have gone very bad. Our offense has just not existed so far in this game. They're going to bring in the heat, and we're going to have to trust Russell to hang on. I'm in a little bit of a panic mode, which is never a spot you want to be in whenever you're just starting.
I don't know why you can't comment on this.
A lot of success on this drive, or it's simply just
for real.
I'm going to be looking at Omega Blake for a quick
I don't know
route,
why you can't
and
comment.
he should be open. He's going to hang on. This Rebel defense, though, they gave up 49 points to Georgia State. I don't understand how they scored 49 because we are struggling. But Mike Washington Jr. is going to stiff arm a kid. It's a shame that weird tackle animation just ruined the run because it was one of the best.
I don't know why you can't comment.
If we can get them to bite, though, on another run because we've been running it so many times, we could have had a touchdown, and Taylor Green misses it. Taylor Green stinks. I'm done. I'm done with him already. You know, he's had some great moments, but you can't miss. This kid does not want Arkansas to be 3-0. We're going to get a safety. We're going to get a safety. And we're getting Jordan Anthony on a punt. You never know what could happen out of this. You know what the problem is, though? Guess who we have to use for a whole other drive and just hope that he makes some passes. It's not like I'm able to crash out and bench Taylor.
People be coming in my shit, fucking with my shit, hacking my shit.
We're just stuck with them. We have a lot of guys pulling over on third down, which won't work. Braylon Russell is currently on 5 yards for 0 carries. I think we have to go for it in this situation, but it's going to be knocked out. Mike Washington Jr. gets open there out of the backfield. I don't know why he wasn't in for the play. They're still going to get Austin Simmons to get a throw out, but we make a play on it with Bridges. And Bridges, come on, keep running. Don't get caught.
I told you people be hacking my shit, man.
You thought Arkansas was out of this game, but we're right back in it because our defense.
They did some shit. I don't know. I don't know how to fix
I
it.
knew I liked Selman Bridges, man. If he ends up transferring, that's going to be our first real heartbreak of this series. I can't believe this game isn't completely over right now. It should be. And down. I'd prefer if we could just prevent him from having any chance at it in the first place. So I was looking to watch him there. They had someone open. Bad throw, bad communication. So we're getting it back. And this is a comeback that's on. It could genuinely be 17-all at the end of this first half. Taylor Green breaks a tackle, makes a guy miss. You know, we might as well just say, no more throwing the ball for you today, buddy. It's time to run that football. The problem, though, is they're ready for it. I'm hoping the motion is going to get Cam free here. It's not. It's just not. Last time on that play, I tried to throw the comeback because it got open, but we didn't have enough time for it. So
I don't know.
Underneath, and it means we're still going to be held scoreless on offense in this game. Austin Simmons was able to keep that. That's it.
I don't know. They be fucking with my shit, man.
That was a really important tackle from our defense, though. I can only expect that they're about to run this football again, and we're bringing down 7 guys. I might even bring down 8.
Warrior ain't saying shit, man.
Let's wrap up. I'm calling a timeout.
Hold on, let me look and see if Warriors. Right, what that dude Warrior was talking. They be talking shit, man.
There's too much time.
You niggas ain't got no money, man.
But it was Selman Bridges. He's a lockdown corner. Now the real question is, can we get enough blockers over to this part of the field? Got that answer pretty quickly. Taylor Green is going to be looking for the hitch route, and he threw it. It's gone. I thought they might knock that ball loose. We don't have to get a touchdown. I'd be fine with it. But we should have never run the football in the first place. I thought it might work out for a nice little gain for us, and it simply did not. We have 30 seconds to get 10 more yards. We're going to get them with the screen pass. Now I'm going to take a real shot down the field, and if they get off this line, we're going to have to break that first attempt, which we did. I don't know if Taylor Green's going to be able to make this throw, but he does. Every so often, he does something I'm super proud of. We can burn our final timeout. But our best offensive lineman, our 94 overall left guard, was injured. I'm hoping that is not permanent. It's just for the end of this half. I saw the pop-up before. We have somehow made it to halftime, only down by 5. It felt like this game was over in the first quarter. I even almost gave up on it, but that would have been a huge mistake. We can't turn up field quick enough. And what we're banking on is we can hit Jaylen Brown immediately here, which we can. It's a great throw, and he catches it. This is the Taylor Green redemption arc after he really, really upset me. I like it, though. He did it last week. He has a chance to do it again. But that play might just need to come out of our playbook permanently. We're going to go to our best receiver on third down, and he hangs on. Without Omega Blake, this offense would be in a whole different position. He's a real crutch, and if we can get off an audible, I think Braylon Russell is going to take major advantage of this gap. We can't come out with a 3-down mindset and expect to stop him, because he's at the 26. Now that we've run the football a few times, we're going to mix in the play action. We're going to see how they react to it. Not really what I was hoping for there. It's going to be 3rd and 10, where ideally we don't turn the ball over. We throw it, and we connect with the Mega Blade. You know, we might actually be locked in right here. Man-to-man coverage, take our quick drag. Cam Shanks at the 2. You would think Ole Miss would have a pretty hard time keeping us out of the end zone here, and Braylon Russell gets closer. You know what? I think it's time we go for 4 straight quarterback sneaks. We get the first. And I don't know how we've done this, but we have a lead. I do feel like getting this 2-point conversion, though, is really important. That ball is placed perfectly. Something has clearly happened to Taylor Green. I don't know if he realized some girl was in the stands or something, but he's on now. Whatever it is, I would we had getting in pressure. We did not wrap up good enough. This kid's quick. Ole Miss might be alive again. For an offense that has been struggling, they have gotten some big gains, and then they just ran through a 300-pound. Guess what, though? It's 3rd and 12. We can sit back and cover 3. They go underneath, and they're short. I'm just going with this safe field goal block. I can't risk giving up a penalty here. And that kick is going to hit off the upright. Ole Miss has had everything go wrong for them in this game, but I might have just given it right back. I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb. Taylor Green's awful, by the way. That is on him. I don't know why he would throw it there. That was not man-to-man coverage only. There was another zone there, and that's what caused the hit. The worst part is when you stare at someone too, and then you still decide to throw the football. It's okay, though. We are going to be able to lock up this RPO and the last one, which has got me sitting here running Tampa 2 on 3rd and 11. And they just ran the football. I guess they're not going to trust their kicker, though. They're going to end this 3rd quarter or wait until the 4th quarter to remake that decision on what they're going to do. Which I'm not sure how to feel about Lane Kiffin changing his mind, but it's all tied up. We have 1 quarter to win this rivalry. Throwing the football did not go well for us on our last drive, which is why we're sitting here running. I still feel like it's pretty ugly, though, which is why we're going to mix in the jet touch pass. And this is almost the defense that you would want to run against, but I'm so scared to audible and actually do it. If this doesn't work, it's a bad look, but you just see that we have the numbers. What are we doing on our tackle? I want a defensive line like this that's just going to shed immediately and mean that we can have a 3-down mindset that it's frustrating. It is really frustrating. After pulling off the comeback, we have gone cold in this game, and that's 10. I'm a little bit worried with who's going to get open on this play. They have way too many options. They are going to be inside our red zone. And this is feeling like a typical Arkansas loss. I'll tell you that right now. Is that a fumble? Come on. We're trying to change things here, though, which is why on 2nd down, we hang on. We use all the force we have to bring down their tight end, and we're just going to have to trust the freshman over the middle with the user. Austin Simmons makes the throw on the run, but we knocked it out short. Okay, this is a very shankable kick. You've seen it before. We're not going to see it again. A touchdown wins this rivalry on the road, though. It would mean so much to start the season 3-0. Omega Blake's got man-to-man coverage potentially on that outside. If it's cover 3, we're not going to throw it. If it's man-to-man, though, he can make that catch because he's a grown man. Disgusting read already to start this drive, though. Let's just go back to handing this off. If we can just roll out of the pocket, maybe some scrambling with Taylor.
Good night, LM. Good night. Maybe we get a sleep.
We're going to be able to catch him here. That's exactly what we were hoping.
Good night. Good night. Boy, LM, she be wishing bad. She be wishing bad on me, don't she? Talk about some damn sleep
We have a
apnea.
chance here, though. Braylon Russell gets caught. Just imagine the damage he would do, though. If he had like 5 more speed, I think we're going to have to scramble with Taylor.
LM ain't ready for me.
And I saw our opportunity. This is when the stadium pulse is going to
See,
get
she said, look
I
at her.
decided Braylon Russell should get this carry. I'm going to keep the option to pull it on every single one of these runs. And we're going to get a great block to get the first. It at least seemed like a great block, but Omega Blake let go at the very last second.
You know, I only snore when I drink. I snore when I drink. I snore loud when I drink.
Under a minute left in this game. Mike Washington Jr.
Damn.
at the 3. He's put us
Everybody
in the
snores.
This
Shit.
is the throw that Taylor Green made an overthrow on, which is
Even
why
you
I handed
even
it off.
you
All we're
snore.
gonna be
Good
able
night,
to
man.
hand
Boys.
this off and get in, though. I almost think we need to call a timeout and come out in a different way. I like the idea of Taylor Green getting this football a lot more, which is why we're direct snapping it to him, and he takes the space. He has helped us somehow come out on top again. This season has been a roller coaster of emotions so far, but it's quiet now. Everybody in this stadium knows that even though the Rebels still are technically getting a chance at coming back, it's just not going to happen, right? Swat it, good play. It's really sad for them, but they're going to be 0-3 to start the year. Lane Kiffin might be on the hot seat by the end of the season. We'll see what their record ends up being as we get through the rest of this year. The final play is caught. It is not enough, though, for Ole Miss to come out on top. We have won our first SEC game of the season, our first SEC game of this rebuild series. And Selman Bridges is going to give us our first defensive player of the week. The sophomore's got star development. He was a 4-star, and he cares about brand exposure. So I think we're going to be able to keep him around for most of his career. The more guys I see caring about brand exposure, though, makes me think we really need to keep raising this. I would love if we could get it up to an A-, but I think that's going to take winning a lot of games on TV. Then there's other school grades too, like playing style. It is just walked us out with 3 different 4-stars, 2 of them being linemen. It's not what you want to see. We just found another gym, though, in Ty Moffitt. We've had him on our board. I just didn't scout him yet. He's a linebacker with 87 speed, and I think we'll be able to get. As for some other players around the country, I just found a 6'4" gadget receiver in Zach Forrest that we're going to be targeting. An 85 speed speed, Zeke York is not going to be a gem, but I'd still love to get the tight end. We only have so many hours to spend, though, so it's about time that we return to playing through some of our games. We're about to go on the road at 3-0 Memphis before facing off against Notre Dame, who's dropped 2 matchups. And then after that, it is strictly just going to be SEC games, where there's a couple winnable ones on here, but especially these last 3, all of them rivalries, it's going to be tough. Because we've started this season 3-0, we do have a chance at making a bowl game with Arkansas, but there's a lot that could still go wrong, and that starts here on the road at Memphis. I don't know much about this team, but I can guarantee going down 17-0 to start it would not be a good way to open it up. I don't think we can come back from that again. So I am really hoping that we just come out strong defensively and get them off the field. They got quarterback Brendan Lewis as their QB. I know I recognize that name, I just don't know where from. He's got to have played somewhere else before Memphis. We're about to see if he is good enough to take down an SEC school though. So far, back-to-back runs is not helping out the Tigers at all. They're just going to go with the short pass underneath that we can wrap up on. So we have forced a very early 3-and-out, and we're starting this drive at midfield. First play for Taylor Green is going to be a scramble. We had a touchdown, I think, actually. So maybe we go back to that later on in this game. Braylon Russell breaks that first tackle. But
I'm doing an all-day stream tomorrow.
His running vision has definitely fallen off of a cliff. But Taylor Green on
I'm doing an all-day stream tomorrow.
Doing a lot. That is perfect. It's put us on the 10. But what we're going to hope for is that they return to some man-to-man coverage where we just threw it straight over that kid's head. Omega Blake reaches his way in, and that is how you open up a game. I feel like currently Arkansas football looks absolutely incredible. But I also know that even though we're 3-0, we could just as easily be 1-2. Here on 2nd and 5, they go with the handoff, and they've got themselves a good amount of yards. It is the first time Eric Peasant has had a good carry, and he's going to get a chance to have another one as he bounces off of one tackle. Senior Larry Worth III was not going to let him bounce off of another one, no, and they threw it at us. I feel like Brendan Lewis has looked pretty bad so far. That's why they decided to let him run it on 3rd down. And if they can hit this kick, it was a smart decision because they set it up. I was able to see a lot of mismatches on our last drive, though. I feel like our receiving corps can post these points. So I'm going to be rooting for a lot of man-to-man coverage throughout this game. We got Braylon Russell out on a halfback screen. Still not the player I want out there on the field for that, but he's going to break the first tackle. I think now is where we hit up with Jaden Platt over the middle, though they were prepared to stop it. So I'm glad Mike Washington Jr. got 6. And the hot route that I want to get out there is finally going to go through. We got 2 reads to cycle between. The easy one is going to be Jaylen Brown underneath because Jaylen Brown is awesome. I think he's quietly sitting at like 30 catches through 3 games already, even though one of his weeks was not as big for us. Braylon Russell, though, has so much potential with that run, too. What's holding him back is the fact that he doesn't have top-end speed or acceleration. Once we face off against schools like LSU, Texas, that's where I'm wondering if he's even going to be decent. When they literally just have better athletes at basically every single position. Against Memphis, we can still make some stuff happen. It's probably a close call, but we might have the better roster on paper. And we got Shanks motioning over, but it's a distraction. I want to go to Omega Blake. If it's not there, we're going to have a flag, which means this whole play is going to be ruined. Might as well take a risk. I figured it was coming back, but they're just going to decline. What we need to figure out, though, is how do you hit this kick without shanking it? I think if you kick it a little lighter, it shouldn't put as much power. I'm already sick of Scott Starzik, too, though, because that's the 2nd time he's missed. Cameron Ball just went off, though, with that pressure. We tried to send him.
Mandy, where you at? Did you leave?
Memphis is awful right now. I don't know how this team is currently sitting at 3-0, but I'm feeling a lot more.
I think Mandy left, y'all.
We just need to put together some good.
It's time for everybody to go to sleep. Shit.
Especially keeping options for Taylor Green to just pull it and keep it himself up the middle, or even just throwing the RPO and seeing if we can turn upfield for a lot. We have controlled this game a lot better than any of the others so far. Braylon Russell is fighting for his life. He wanted that first down and he wanted it bad. I will trust Jaylen Brown just because we've seen the jet touch pass work out before, and I didn't want to attempt a super long field goal, though with a late read here, I'm glad he swallowed. Taylor Green's got to know that underneath, our tight end was open off the rip. There's already been a flag, but it's against Memphis. They must have been sitting offside, which is great. I think we got them pretty shook at the moment. Taylor Green, I think you got the speed to outrun that kid. Too bad that no one can stop him. I don't know what life would be like if I didn't have him at quarterback, even with the mistakes he has made. I guess we're going to figure that one out in Season 2. Inside cut, Omega Blake, drops it. I don't get it. It's just hitting him in his hands, but we pump faked, and now we're going to be able to give him another chance. If you can figure out how to utilize pump fakes in this game, it can be so sweet. Jalen Green gets in, and is Memphis going to be able to respond back to end his half or not? I just feel like they've done nothing that scares me offensively so far. They've had completions like this, which are nice, but if we could just get them on a third down, we've been getting all of those third down stops that we need. Coverage is looking incredible here. I should not be able to count to 6 or 7, though, before they have to make a read. That is on our defensive line. It's a clear area of this team that we need to improve upon, and I thought we had it. We make that tackle short of the marker, and this game's in a whole different position. Where did he come from? He just popped up out of nowhere. Underneath, Tavion Wallace can guard that. We can knock this loose. We just need one mistake out of Brendan Lewis. It's coming. It's got to be coming here. He throws it, and we can't throw our hands on it. I feel like some of the play calling, though, has not been setting him up for as much success as he might be able to come away with. They stepped out. If they did not step out there, I think that might have been a touchdown. Why are you running? I guess they're centering things up for a field goal. We've just dropped everybody back into coverage, and we're going to try and get a sack. Instead, he scrambles, and Brendan Lewis puts this kick on a hash mark, but it doesn't make a difference. Still, though, an incredible first half. We have an 8-point lead. I think we hit the ball to start the third quarter, and it's going to be with a Jalen Brown return that goes nowhere. Stadium Pulse is kicking in a little bit. They're going to try and come out and spook us in this third quarter. We get the pitch out. Braylon Russell's juke is ugly. If we can just upgrade that, which is going to be one of my priorities, assuming he doesn't transfer, that's going to be something I really want to focus on in offseason. It always slows him down, which is not very useful. Keeping things on the ground, though, I see a huge hole, and I will be looking for him on third and short. Nobody decided to guard him in the flat, which is wonderful because Mike Washington Jr. was the one that came down. I'm actually loving how our offense is looking in this game. Even if we haven't put up that many points so far, Taylor Green is going to get us near that red zone. And I'm wondering if they're going to give us a cover 2 look in this situation. Oh, we got this. We got this with Jalen. Never mind, maybe Taylor Green and him were not sitting there on the same page. What a truck from Braylon Russell, fighting to the 5, and we're going straight back to him. I don't care if there's a read option here. Let him run through another dude. It might be time to pull out some play action since we've run the ball a lot on this drive. Taylor Green rolls, and he's going to throw it into an interception. You've got to be kidding. I don't know why he thought that kid wouldn't make a play on the ball. He was staring straight at it. But the worst part is that's not getting spotted at the 1-yard line. Here on 2nd and 8, they get it out quick. We make the tackle. And I think Memphis's play calling is that bad to where I'm still not worried about anything that they're going to do versus us. I got to stop talking. How did we miss a tackle? How did we not get a single fingertip on this kid? And he just sheds the next one. You know, the worst part about this game is it looks like it was over. And then we threw an interception, and now they're winning. Can Arkansas football ever just get a break and have a nice, easy win? The pressure has kicked in. Stadium Pulse has kicked in. But we have an open Jalen Clapp. Now we're going to hit them with the halfback toss. And running out to that side, Braylon Russell gets caught. See, there's just so much potential right there. If we could get somebody on this team that is a lot quicker. It's all right, though. We're going to get them with the play action. And honestly, I don't see anything open here. If Taylor Green can make a play out of this, by the way, he's the greatest quarterback of all time. But he can't. If I could pull that off on these sliders of difficulty, it'd be a major problem. That should have been there. I didn't think the linebacker could see the ball, though. I thought we were just going to make the greatest throw of all time. Thankfully, we're able to get the Cam Shanks. Let's just go back to handing this off. Doing what we do best, some good blocking. And I will say, I don't love this Arkansas playbook. Like this RPO right here. It's just
Good night, Mandy. You about to go to sleep, baby girl.
Immediately went to the flat. There would just be so much more potential out of it. Braylon Russell is somehow still going. And for a split second,
Mandy.
I just thought we'll do a pass because it's a bad habit. But I'm like,
Mandy, you gonna keep your stream on?
Keep on running the football. It is clearly what is working for us. 2 possession lead, 7 minutes left. Things are feeling a lot.
Miss Mandy, you gonna keep your stream on?
For Memphis, though, and they're going to be able to hit us with it.
All right, cool.
The passes that Brendan Lewis has actually gotten to make, he's 14 for 17. It's not like he's doing poor. It's one of the better quarterback percentages that we've had to face off against. They just haven't been able to score very much. This is where they struggle the most, being able to finish off these drives. And I trust our numbers up front to prevent them from getting into the end zone here. It was not enough, though, which means 5 minutes left. That's a lot of time for us to choke away this game. But I see something I like already. I just love the alignment.
That's what I'm saying. Do you gotta we gotta find Mandy's channel. We gotta find her channel.
Matched up on him, and he can his way in. The Tigers just gave us the perfect look. I mean, we almost just got a pick as well. You could try and argue there were a couple guys open there, but I feel like if they tested any of our guys, we would have gotten it. Their tight end's currently their best receiver with 10 catches for 86 yards, but that's just not enough to beat us. Come on, grab that. Here we go, 4th and 7. I'm stuck on Boone. They're just going to send up a prayer that we can swat away. Surely we tipped it. And senior safety, Caleb Wood, getting a hand on that, not going for the interception, but just making sure that they didn't catch it. Was basically one more first down, and Memphis is just going to have to be going home, accepting that they're not going to be able to beat Arkansas.
Mandy is a big gambler. Miss Mandy is a big gambler.
Taylor Green keeps this one, and he's going to be short. He fumbled. This is not good. This is not good. They get the cleanest running lane.
Mandy is a big gambler.
Are we getting gashed? Are we getting gashed by Peasant? Okay, they only have one timeout. Let's calm down. I don't think
Miss Mandy is her channel.
Even though it's only 2 points. We just need to recover.
Miss Mandy is a big gambler.
Scoop it up. That's all that we needed out of Jalen Brown. Obviously, a first down ends it, which would be extremely nice. But look at how much time is left. They have no timeouts. We don't even need a first down, but we're going to take it and just stay in bounds. Oh, well, Braylon Russell wanted an extra couple yards. We are 4-0 in Arkansas. I was not expecting that for season 1. I figured we would for sure lose at least 1 or 2. But this has been the easiest part of our season, and we're about to play Notre Dame. Before we can play that game, though, we have some updates to our recruiting board. Alex Merriman still in first place for. Also, we can start the hard sell on one of those 5 stars. We did end up staying locked out.
Miss Mandy, you're a kid, Miss Mandy.
Tennessee, but we signed our first 4-star. I also can't figure out what George Beach cares about. It's either going to be playing time proximity to home and brand exposure, or it's going to be playing time pro potential and brand exposure. I'm really hoping that it's this one. We're going to take that guess, and I'd also like to schedule him for a visit against Mississippi State. I know that they're not the best team in the world, so if we're going to win against someone, I think it'd be them. Currently, even as an undefeated team, we're not sitting inside the top 25. These 3-1 SEC schools are, though, and if we go over to more information, you're going to see we're not even receiving votes. Evidently, our strength of schedule has not been good enough for the committee. I can see that Notre Dame has lost on the road to Miami and against Texas A&M as well, which is a little concerning. I thought they were sitting at 1-2 because they had lost to some weak team, but that's not the case. We get to host them. They're going to come to our stadium, and they're at 91 overall. You can see with some of these fans that there is hope starting to kick in for this Razorbacks team, and it seems like Notre Dame is going to start this game with 20 yards. Of all the quarterbacks that we still have to face the rest of this season, I feel like CJ Carr is just not that intimidating, but the roster around him is, and he's completed every pass. On 2nd and 8, I'm expecting them to hand it off at some point, but they just got us with another RPO. Jeremiah Love's just getting no love so far, but he's actually going to keep this ball right here. And this is a problem. Oh, he's going to be a problem. Guess what, though? Notre Dame has missed their extra point, which means we score, we're in front. That run had nowhere to go, though. Hopefully, Braylon Russell can get something here. It is really nice to not be dealing with Stadium Pulse this week, but they're stopping it. Whenever Mike Washington Jr. has been on the field so far, we've had no success on the ground, which is why I've decided to throw. Cam Shanks will make it a 3rd and short. And I had an RPO drawn up for this, but we're probably just going to have Mike Washington Jr. not pick it up. We are at the 46-yard line, though, and through coach suggestions, Sam Pittman decided he wanted to go for it here, which was a smart move from us. We will take the first down. We'll let Taylor Green get a chance at a lot of running room, too. They got the ball. You know, he was not fumbling on runs, so I wasn't thinking about sliding him. He's normally the bigger player whenever they're trying to make a tackle, but clearly we need to start sliding. That extra couple of yards was not worth it. Now Notre Dame is just lasering our defense apart. We are getting torched right now, and it's another RPO. This is looking worse than how Ole Miss started, and that one started rough. We look hopeless out there, but we've not played a team of Notre Dame's caliber yet. This is kind of what I was expecting. It just took a little bit to get here, but you know what? We figured it out against the Rebels. I'm sure we'll figure it out against that. We just got to keep things simple, take some runs, go our way, where Braylon Russell goes to midfield. And if there's one player they have not been able to contain, it's been him. So we're going to keep on feeding him. We let him get a break for one play, and now he's back out there, going right up the middle. But we still want to mix in some passing plays, and I think we could hit our flat. So far, Jeremiah Love has been the better back. He had one carry that made me pray that they never hand him the ball again in this game. We don't have the speed against the Irish. I just cannot be running to the outside there. We're going to try and go with the pump fake, get enough time, and then Just scramble with Taylor Green, which has worked out. We're not going to be able to pull off a stiff arm. But I can't believe that even worked out in the first place. I was just going to be patient and then throw it to one of our routes. This is what we needed. We needed the hope. I think Jaylen Brown could get open there. If not, Mike Washington Jr. And I'm going to keep on giving opportunities for Jaylen Brown to catch that RPO. This is where our 94 overall left guard is going to need to make his difference. We are going to fight our way in with Braylon. And just like that, our fans are starting to feel a little bit better. Now, we have given them absolutely nothing to hope for on the defensive side of the ball. It's definitely been a struggle to stop the Irish. But I don't know if the solution is CJ Carr is the best quarterback we faced all year, and now Jeremiah Love has a carry. There we go. I think what we want to run into is run-heavy teams, because the pass-heavy ones are just so difficult to stop. But maybe not. They're finally not playing perfectly. There's slants open here. We left the hitch and off to take 3. I will say, though, I think a lot of these tackle animations so far have looked absolutely horrendous. Whatever physics-based 2.0 system they were testing on this game, I hope for the next one, they either fix it or go away from it. The hit sticks still look really good, and they feel really good whenever you get a full power one, but there's just a lot of funky animations. It makes those good plays, just not worth it. Just what I'm picking up on the second time I'm playing every single game. And look at Jaylen Brown right here. We're going to see how he gets bumped by that corner. Slants there. Just catch it. Come on. You know, this should be a layup for Taylor Green, but he threw it at his feet. So we have to punt it back to Notre Dame. Keeping it realistic. You're not going to go for it on 4th and 5 there. And let's get this fan base rocking. You got Mo Bamba blasting. We need to get some momentum going our direction. We're going underneath Jeremiah Love. He's scary. Like, he might be the most intimidating player we have faced all year so far, especially with a good offensive line. That first carry was just so crazy for a touchdown. I am terrified of it happening again. We were so close to bringing down CJ Carr as well there. Okay, 3rd and 10. We're going to go with cover 3 cloud, and they just get Jeremiah Love open, but that's fine. With the timeout, we can get back into it. They are punting it out of bounds, though. They clearly did not want to risk a Jordan Anthony punt return, and I was so tempted there to just throw it immediately up the seam. But what we've done instead, oh no, that's a bad read. I hit the wrong button. You know, if we didn't have the extender on Taylor Green, by the way, that wouldn't have even been possible. We're going to stand in the pocket forever to find nobody. Braylon Russell's literally begging them to snag an interception, and we're going to be able to hit Omega. That route is actually so filthy right there. We're going to get Tim again, just because I was hoping we'd have the blockers underneath. He still made something out of it. And with a minute left in this first half, they're just sending 3. Which is good if we are able to hook up with Jaden Platt, who just missed a tackle somehow, finds his way into the end zone. We're back within 2. I think Notre Dame might just try and take this one to halftime. They're going to hand it off to Jeremiah Love, who has nowhere to go. And I don't know why we even came out with somewhat of a blitz play here. It wasn't really worth it. They are still taking timeouts. Something I'm pretty surprised by. They're not running the football. They want to get points before the end of this first half, but they just can't. Home field advantage, kicking in for Arkansas. We might have a chance to go 5-0. Come on. We felt hopeless at the beginning, but now we're actually making some stuff happen. I feel really comfortable just sitting there in the pocket with Taylor Green because of his ability, whether I see something there or not. I think we're going to be able to hit this throw at the last second. When they're sending 3 players, they're just not getting any pass rush pressure. Though right here, he did not fall for the play action, and it did not matter. It did not matter. We run under it with Braylon Russell. We are going to be able to kick our field goal and go up 17-16. We have figured it out. We have figured out the method. You just give Taylor Green a bunch of time. He makes something happen. Jordan Anthony, it's gone. Well, let's go. Let's see how many players they send, what Taylor Green can do with this much time back there, because our offensive line is doing a fantastic job, and we can always scramble to it. He currently is Heisman extender activated, so he's going to break that first sack attempt every time. It's so nice. We can have play action on plays. I'm not even worried about it. We're going to have it a wide open Jaden Pratt, and we've seen Dagger work extremely well for us in the past. Here, it's going to work again. Though he took way too long to dial up that throw. Probably should just hand this one off to Braylon Russell. I see that we had a hole, but that did not work out. It is 3rd and 9, and we have someone. A 57-yard field goal with the freshman kicker should be scary, but he actually has a slower field goal accuracy thing than I was expecting. I think it's an ability. So we're going to doink it in. Scott Starzik is a monster. Jeremiah Love sheds a couple. But I've really figured out that as long as they're not throwing the ball, he's not as scared. I'd much rather that than CJ Carr just stopping us up every single play. He is going to throw this one at us. and that's not enough. The best part about this game, too, is I made the sliders even harder than they already were, and we're still winning. I'm going to give Arkansas fans way too much hope for this season that they probably should not have. Can we hit? Can we hit Jaden Platt? No, we cannot. It's okay. Second down with Braylon Russell on a counter has potential for some really impressive blocks. And I think that we could get off a huge play here. It'll just depend what the defense has given us, and we're still up. That hurts. If he didn't get his hands on us at that exact moment, we could have gone deep. But look at Omega Blake getting open, making a play. We're on fire. We're on a streak with the Razorbacks. And let's see what they're going to do. Man-to-man coverage, that's fine. Omega Blake drops it. That animation just bugs me every single time. I do not like seeing it. I'm going to throw a pick. I'm going to throw a pick. They didn't catch it. Oh my gosh. For whatever reason, I didn't think that linebacker was dropping back. I saw the cover two, and I thought we were just going to split it. I will gladly take a field goal and set up 1 lead here on 1st and 10. They get it out quick, but that's a solid tackle. You cannot complain about how our defense is currently playing, and they just threw it straight to Scandrick. We're making a pick six potentially. No, they got it. Does it really matter, though? Arkansas is in a position to beat Notre Dame, to be 5-0. And keep in mind, we have players on a visit. I would really hope that this would at least get us receiving some votes, but we should be ranked. I know we've gotten kind of lucky that some of the difficult teams on our schedule haven't been hot at the moment we play them. That's definitely factored into some of this. But even if we cannot pick up this 3rd and 3, we are going to be in field goal range, take a 2-possession lead, and I'm feeling better than ever about us taking another dub, this time over the Fighting Irish. We're still up. That is with Mike Washington Jr. too. So you would not expect him to be making that type of play. They can't tackle Taylor Green. I was just trying to throw it away that entire time. We should probably step up, make sure that we can kick a field goal. Though if he can pick up the first down, we're going to fight for it. We have a 6'6" kid at quarterback with 90 speed. I will risk that fumble every single time as he does it almost again. We are going to be in a good position as we head into our 7 SEC games, and we're getting closer. Braylon Russell actually injured that defender right there. That's how big of a dude he is. He's hard to bring down. Mike Washington Jr. isn't getting in, but guess what? Braylon Russell's back out there, and we have a 94 overall guard I'm trying to run behind. We've had a lot of turnovers in this position, though, on the 1-yard line, so what I'm going to do is just throw a hard pass over to our backup tight end. And Rohan Jones might have just helped us seal our most impressive win so far. I don't want to jinx it, but I just don't see him coming back. What's really going to help out the Irish, though, is they're probably going to throw the ball a lot more than they were. Like I said, in the first half, when they were passing, not running, it was extremely difficult for us to stop. Though currently, all of our guys are locking down. There is a lot to be proud of at the moment. Are we going to get a pick out of this one? Not. What I don't know, though, is who's next on the schedule, whether or not we get to play at home or not, because I think having this home field advantage really has made a difference. We've been keeping the fans pumped up all game. We've got a top 25 stadium to play at, and it's about to be 4th and 3. All right, we're going to press here. We are going to try our best to not give up anything underneath, because that's probably where they're going to look. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I didn't think they'd come out in 4 verticals. I wasn't expecting them to go. It's fine, though. We still have our 7-point lead. We should be able to chew this clock pretty far down. I like that we're going to be able to just truck through 1, maybe even 2. That's what I should have been doing this entire time with Braylon Russell. 2nd and 11, we're just going to go quickly out to our tight end, and Rohan Jones has been the best backup we could have asked for. It is not over yet. They still have the 2-minute warning to stop the clock once, but we can get rid of a lot of time. I'd much prefer if Braylon Russell just broke off one more super big and impressive run, but I also know if we're smart, we waste every possible second that we can. It's going to be hard for them to do anything. Now, this clock's run down really far. It got to 1 second left. I almost messed that up right there. And here we go. 29 seconds left. That short drag will not help. By the time they get this spike off, they'll be under 20 seconds. So all we want to do is keep backing everybody up and force them to make some underneath throws like that. I know we've had a Hail Mary happen for us on our side of things, but as long as they don't get a first down here, it's over. They're not going to be able to get off another snap. I can't believe it. Once again, bad start, but we bounced back hard in that 2nd quarter, and we've picked up our 5th win of the season. I can only expect that we're going to sign at least a couple of recruits, too, since we have multiple guys on a visit. There's Keontae Brown. But look at how many players that want to transfer still. This number's actually gone up, even though we've been performing better on feet. During this time in recruiting, though, I have discovered that some of these linemen that we are going after is 4 stars. 2 of those 3 are busts, so I'm not even sure if I want to enter into those battles. And we are going to stay locked out of Rick Busby and Rashad Casey, so I'm just going to go ahead and remove both of these players from our board. Before our bye week, we'd only picked up 3 signings, but then Alex Merriman committed. And that's not the only talent we brought in either. We also got 4-star defensive tackle Kevin Crum out of Arkansas. We kept him in the state in our program. With 4-star edge Troy Shelby coming along soon too, I told you we wanted to improve our defense, and then at corner both Tim Ball and Jordan Beach were staying in first place for it, but Georgia might be able to take away this gym. And before we get into the toughest part of our season, where we play 7 straight SEC games, I want you to take a look at the bottom of the top 25 that we have been able to rise up into. It has been a very good season so far. Lots of close wins. That's 4 straight close wins for us, but we've been able to pull them out. And if you look at our schedule, we don't play a ranked opponent until these final 3 games. We have to know that all of those teams are still going to be a challenge, though. It's been interesting to see how the SEC has played out. Teams like Mississippi State and Kentucky doing this well. It just doesn't make that much sense. But I am very excited for where we're currently sitting because, like I said, my main goal for season 1 is just get Arkansas to a bowl game. We can have a lot of momentum, and I think we can do a lot better than that now. It is a little scary to change up expectations mid-season because we know we have a lot of tough games coming up, like playing at Tennessee on the road. But I just have to have faith that we're going to continue to pull off some really impressive wins. Tennessee's best offensive player is tight end Miles Kitzel. So preventing him from having a big game is going to be my #1 focus, and that's a bad pass. Joey Aguilar has already been off target once. On 3rd and 12, I was responsible for being manned up on the running back, but I should have still shadowed the tight end. I told you, he was going to be a problem, and with the veer and shoot offense Tennessee runs, it's very difficult to stop. They even like to stay in hurry-up mode, which drives me insane. You can notice they have not done any running so far. It's all been passes. We'll see if we can finally get a stop, though. We had a hard flat out there. And guess who's still up? I can almost guarantee this will be my least favorite team to face every single season, as long as they're on our schedule. Way too much time back there in the pocket, by the way. How? Joey Aguilar was going to scramble, so he tried to bring him down, but then he gets the pass out perfectly in time, and they have their slang. This is how our games have started against the better teams on our schedule, though, and then we end up figuring things out. By now, I just can't let it mess with us mentally. Though that needed to work. Having a bunch of failed halfback screens is pretty frustrating, but we can hit our tight end. The stadium pulse so far has not been too bad, but we can't make this depend on this. I'm going to hopefully just be able to hit Blake underneath, except I guess not. He's just going to drop the football on us, making this a 3rd and 12, where I told you rolling out was going to be a big part of our game plan, but we're not going to make the catch. This is also the first time that we have gotten the white beater. It just shows how powerful Tennessee Stadium Pulse is going to be. Not a great sign for us, especially if we can overturn. We just got to take this game 1 step at a time, though. That first step is going to be forcing them into a mistake. It does not help that our zones just got flipped before the play, but we got over here with Walker. And when are they going to get out of hurry-up mode? This is, like, impossible to stop. I currently feel hopeless, and they're not even running the ball, which if they did, they'd probably find some good success there, too. Maybe we can start sending in some blitzes and hope that it gets in, but it didn't. They're in the end zone. Their receiving core is dicing apart our secondary. We're also cold. I can't even hot route despite having a potential to beat them deep due to their pressing. But Braylon Russell had a nice little carry there. And I was going to hit our drag, but they have somehow been able to keep up with it there. Jalen Platt must not be as good as I'm sitting here thinking he is. We might want to look for a better tight end, even better than him, during the offseason. Look at this play, though. Taylor Green putting us right back in it. We're still keeping things on the ground. It just won't work forever, which is why we also need to be mixing in some passes. And we're not going to break the sack. I know that should not be a guarantee. I just can't remember a time where we didn't break that first sack attempt. On 3rd down, we're not picking it up. We should have at least tried to get in field goal range. In fact, we were in field goal range, and then we ended up messing it up. But look at where we're pinning them back. If we were ever going to stop them, this would be the time. We know that they're going to hand off the football so we can fill that hole. And on 2nd and 9, they've decided to pass it, but it wasn't on target. That was pretty scary. Whenever they're coming out with such a spread look, it just allows them to split apart our cover 3. Finally, though, the receivers are not playing perfect football. They have made some mistakes. And that is where we got to take advantage of it. This is our drive to get things back within a possession. We're going to start with the drag route to Jalen Brown. Then we're going to go with the run on a halfback draw, but they sent a blitz on it. And I'm prepared to scramble for a first down if I need to, but they just locked us up. They got a clean blitz in. Literally, nobody is getting open. I don't even know who to trust on this play. We're just going to hope that is far enough. Okay, so this one, not going our way like some of the other games this season, especially since we're not getting a hand on that football. But eventually, they're going to have to slow down offensively. We have noticed teams slowing down as the game goes on. They come out strong, and then once they get complacent, they don't do as well. For example, Deshaun Bishop has 5 carries for 5 yards, so he's not running the ball well. We can just deflect this one away. Maybe I should have gone for an interception because they're going to get a field goal out of it. But honestly, I'm just happy that we didn't get aggressive catch there and they got a touchdown out of it because that would have ruined any hope I had in this game. Jordan Anthony has given us that extra spark as well because he's got his second kick return of the year. I've been waiting for a play like this. I think he might win the Jet Award too. We really only need half-decent blocks on the kickoff, and then he's going to be able to just take it to the house. Just a couple seconds after I was speaking badly about their running back's yard per carry, though, he gets his biggest play yet. I don't know what they're going to go with at all. I was kind of expecting another run after some of the success they've had. But I guess they have been 65% pass, 35% run. We're going to get out to the flat on third down. I hope they're not in field goal range. This is perfect. This is what we do. We end the second quarter strong, and then we get ourselves back into the game. Jordan Anthony having an incredible play is what's going to spark it in this one. There's always something that gets us going initially, but what are we doing? We haven't had a single halfback screen go our way so far in this game. I think we're just going to scramble for the first down. I can't trust anything else. This is not a good spot to be in, where Taylor Green is literally doing everything for this team. Receiving-wise, they've literally put Omega Blake on an island. We're not going to be able to get out of there either. I was trying to be patient. We got caught up. 3rd and 20. I mean, that's just such great coverage. We're currently 4 for 11. And our punt was not great. I guess we should have ended the first half by running it a little bit more. I've never seen that animation before. Tennessee is so on point right now that before they slip on the ground, they're catching themselves. And let's see, are we going to be able to stop the run here? I knew it was probably coming. I mean, what do you do? 2 plays, 45 yards since I talked bad about Deshaun Bishop. He is just hooking us. And are they going to test the user? It was out of reach. Okay, so to stay in this game, we need to get 3 points before the end of the first half. We really need this to be a 2-possession matchup. But Taylor Green isn't making a throw. I don't know why I'm so scared to throw versus Tennessee right now, but I really am. We're going to use this play, though, one that typically gets us some pretty big gains, and it's out of reach. Just an awful ending to the first half. I don't think they're going to try and get any more points. They should just run the ball. But they're throwing. They're trying to still get a little bit more. Welcome to the worst first half that we have had all season with Arkansas here on the road. Mike Matthews has had a really good game. 3 touchdowns for him. And we have only been able to get on the board through kick returns. Is the blocking going to line up again? No, that was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Probably not going to happen again. Okay, I have to watch it back. There's just no shot I saw what I just saw. I need to know why Mike Washington Jr. avoided this kid and then let him just run around behind all our linemen to get this sack. We are facing some real demons here in Tennessee. Can't even say I'm surprised. It's going to be 3rd and 16, and all I even know to do in this situation is just hope that we can get a playmaker to work out, which is going to. Oh my gosh, we're not out of it yet. I saw our tight end there as well, by the way. I just didn't trust that we'd be able to actually get open. I figured the throw would be off target or something, and then we would have thrown an interception. But look at that. We cannot run the ball at all. We're going to take a deep shot down the field. You know, there's just times where I knew we'd be outclassed, and we should be. This is the first of many years of an Arkansas rebuild, but it's been tough. The night game on the road has been a completely different environment we've not had to deal with. And I just feel like they're doing all of the right things. What do you want me to say? And of course, then hurry up. When have you ever seen a player come back from this, a tackle on one leg, all momentum is saying this kid's just going to the ground? I don't know. I don't know what balance they're teaching over at Tennessee, but somehow, he just stayed on his feet and shed the tackle. I'm telling you, you think the Chiefs have some dark magic going on over there? It is nothing compared to what Tennessee has been working with in this game. And you might as well just take the touchdown here. You might as well. There's still 4 minutes left in the third quarter, but I believe there's no hope. We've overcome a lot here, mainly because we've doubted ourselves. So I'm going to continue to doubt ourselves. But we currently look like a Pee-wee football team taking on one of the best teams in the state. That's what we have looked like in this game, especially on the offensive side of the ball, though there have been some flashes. Typically, though, those flashes lead to so much more than what they've done in this game for us so far. And I don't even love this play call, but we're going to run it anyway, and we're going to try and make this catch. The good thing is the stadium pulse effect is gone. There's just not as much on the line. There's absolutely zero pressure. This game is over. But we still might be able to take the top off of their defense, except Taylor Green overthrew him. 2 plays to pick up the first down. First one is going to be a scramble, and we're just going to blast out of there and taunt them on our way out. I don't think that's what you're supposed to do down by 24, but let me take the small victory that was. And are they going to pick this? Please don't pick it. Could have been a touchdown. Instead, it's going to be second down, and he stopped his route, but it kind of worked. Here we go. 3rd and 4, halfback angle route. We're going to look at the drag. I'm afraid without any route runners, though, man-to-man coverage is currently our biggest weakness. Come on. Please, just make the throw. Taylor Green can't redeem himself for this one after some of these passes. It's just going to get worse. Joey Aguilar is 288 passing yards in with 4 touchdowns and no picks. The only good news I can possibly think of is next weekend we get to have a home game, so we should play better, but they just destroyed our cover 2. They just annihilate. I don't know what to do. I really don't know what to do. This is one of the worst possible outcomes that we could have had. There's nothing positive we can take away from this game. There's no hope anymore. It's just been missed throw after missed throw. I've never seen Taylor Green play worse. And even if it still feels like, yeah, we might be able to get points on this drive, I can basically promise you that something is probably going to go wrong here, though I like seeing our tight end in one-on-one coverage. At this moment, offense still been held scoreless. Blocks aren't all there. And if this is man-to-man coverage, one of these 2 slants have to get open, but there's somebody lurking. All right, here we go. 4th and 4. Any hope left to get some points in this game? It's caught. It's caught. That really should not have been caught. We actually just got bailed out, but I'll take it. 2-point conversion now. We're just going to wait. Tight end open. No, he was not open. They caught it. I don't even know why I did that. Is that going to go far enough, though? It did. Did we scoop it up? We did. I don't think I've gotten an onside kick in so long on this game. Okay, all of a sudden, I'm feeling so good. We got a comeback coming. It is possible. I say that down 4 possessions with like 5 minutes left. But just trust the process. We can hit that window. We can hit it. I love how much more confident Taylor Green plays when there's just no fear or punishment for throwing picks. We even got a flag there, which is helping us out. But I really wish we would have played better sooner because, like, come on. I don't even know how to describe what is happening to this team right now. Besides, we are getting absolutely cooked. But that was a great throw. Jalen Pratt makes the diving catch. We saw that man-to-man coverage, and I figured out my strategy for an onside kick. So what we want to do is we want to put a lot of power on it and just have it roll by. But that one did not go as far as the last one, so I must not have done something the same one. This could still be the greatest comeback of all time. If we just didn't mess up a couple of those other drives, it would be potentially possible, but I thought they were going to run the football. There is nothing more that needs to be seen out of this game, and I mean, they should be getting a pick off of this because it was a bad meter, and it's going to get worse. It is going to get worse. You might as well just add Tennessee to the list of rivals in this thing because they're running up the score when the game is over. What just happened here at Neyland Stadium will never happen again. We're never going to lose by 32 points to Tennessee. Joey Aguilar, someone I doubted going into this, was the best quarterback we have played yet. At least Troy Shelby saw that performance and decided, I still want to help out the team from Arkansas in a state that I grew up in. I'm still going to commit there. But we are going to fall behind on 5-star corner Jordan Beach. George is taking the lead, and we're going to get him on a visit in Week 10 against Mississippi State. I just think by then it's going to be too late. We also fell behind on this Jim, Ty Moffitt, because he was at Tennessee. He was at the game where we got obliterated. That was the worst time for him to be on a visit there. Now we're going to be taking on Texas A&M in the Southwest Classic. This this could potentially be our most important game of the year. It was hard for me to figure out which rivalry Arkansas fans really care about the most. It seems to vary based on who the fan is. I'm sure LSU is also one of them. I'll tell you this though, just knowing how good the Aggies roster is on paper, I'm pretty scared. They're currently on a 3-game winning streak in this series, and the stadium pulse not affecting them so far. I need Marcel Reed to make a lot of mistakes in this game. On 2nd and 9, we're stuck in a cover 3 where I'm on the defensive line, but it looks like we were about to get the sack. And this is what I was expecting out of our defense against Tennessee. Though Larry can't get over, I got stuck on a play. I was like 99% sure too that they were going to throw a flag. A couple plays later, 3rd and 4. And I still think using Larry is the best thing that we could do here, as they can't make the play. Taylor Green's not the only inaccurate quarterback in the SEC. Marcel Reed also missing his passes. And if we're not going to be chasing points in this game, we can do a better job of trying to just run that football. I think we went away from it way too soon against the Volunteers, and that was part of the issue. We got 2 guys that we can swap in and out that both have a lot in the tank. Plus, we have Taylor Green as a 3rd option. He was trying to slide there, but it was still a little bit too late. Doesn't matter though if we're getting a huge gain out of Braylon Russell. Now Mike Washington Jr. comes in. After not doing anything, I was kind of expecting him to bust off a big one, but we can hit them with some play action that were not that open. There was a point in this season where Omega Blake was getting open versus man-to-man coverage no matter what. That's no longer the case. It was a nice period though. If they do happen to go with man-to-man here, I'm hoping that he can get that separation, which he had. Those blitzes are so fast though. I pump fake to the hitch. I should have thrown it originally, and we're going to go for it. Taylor Green has not failed us on the quarterback sneak so far. He can pick this up. He's 6'6". We're trucking. And of course, we're just going to run this back until we eventually get in. We got our 7-0 lead. Marcel Reed's coming out with a keeper on this first play this drive, and he might be gone. Come on. This is your time to catch him, Bridges. No, whiff on a tackle. It's a quarterback. That's the first time this season he has let us down. That was almost instant, too. They just had their response ready. And as bad as I want this screenplay to work, if it doesn't, we won't call any the rest of the year, but I feel like they're still going pretty well. I think we just got unlucky with them a couple of times in a row. I feel like some of the luck that we had at the start of the season, though, is starting to run out. Taylor Green has somehow been able to just avoid everyone here. But I cannot do this next season. I'm not sure what we're going to do about the fact that we just don't have an option at quarterback right now. I'm genuinely scared about that. The portal is going to have to treat us very nicely. That looked bad. I thought it was man-to-man, and I thought we were going to take a sack. So I just pre-fired, and I'm going to pre-fire here as well. We can go for that catch. It did not work, though. Keep it with the keeper, and both quarterbacks can run this ball. They've easily already combined for over 125 yards in this game. It's going to be a run-heavy day for both us and Marcel Reed. I feel like wear and tear has not affected us that bad either, which has been nice, because I was kind of worried it would. For 3rd and inches, maybe this is a situation where you just go with the quarterback sneak. I'm regretting the fact that we didn't now. And I'm so scarred from our last game that I'm just going to take our points and be happy that we're in. No matter what, 5-1 for Arkansas is just an incredible start to this first year, for sure. But I no longer believe this is just a 6-win team. I think we could get to 8. If we stumbled to 9 somehow too, that would put us into playoffs, which you would never expect. It just doesn't take that much as an SEC school, which is nice. Maybe we can force a fumble. I'm going to keep going for these hit sticks. If we do that a couple more times, I'm sure they're not going to continue to use Marcel Reed like that. We got to get off of the tackle. And somehow he just slips out. That's going to be a big stat that we need to focus on upgrading this offseason too. I know our coverage needs focus, but if we just had better tackling, I feel like there's a lot of times where we could have gotten stops on drives that we didn't. It's also ridiculous. Marcel Reed threw that ball into double coverage, staring straight at our user, and we weren't able to grab that pick. It was the worst read of the entire game, and since Tavion Wallace doesn't have good catching, he didn't get punished for it. Le'Veon Moss is an end zone. He broke 3 tackles. He is running like a beast. I mean, we've seen Braylon Russell do it multiple times this year, so I can't even get upset because we've benefited from that same type of stuff. But there's a pressure to finish this first half strong, and I love the hole that we're getting with Eric Washington Jr. From the looks of it, this is either going to be cover 3, cover 1. If it's cover 3, we're probably going to have to roll out and just get rid of it. We didn't really have the time to cook up the way that I would have liked, but quick slant, and it's a bad pass. Taylor Green's got to keep that down. We could have had another 10, 15 yards after the catch. This one's squatted, but I don't care. We've come out for a 4th and 3. I was going to run a jet touch pass, but an inside zone feels even better. I mean, look at this look we're getting. We're going to motion him over. I guess we can't snap the ball while we do that. Oh, well, what we're going to do is we're going to double team this guy on the edge because he's got star on him. and then we're going to hike this ball, and we're going to make sure that we pick up the first down. Just terrible play calling from the Aggies. Great for us, though, because it's given us this chance to get a touchdown still. Before I saw what defensive look they were going to give us, I was sitting there shaking. Now, we're going to risk a pick. It reminds me that Jalen Brown's not been that great the last couple weeks, but look at Taylor Green fumbling it. It wasn't even off of a big hit either. They were just able to somehow get a hand on that football and knock it loose. Come on. For a second there, I thought we were about to give up a touchdown run to Texas A&M dead in the first half. We're lucky we're only down by 4. I mean, personally, I feel like we should have believed that drive was going so well until that fumble, but we still got the second half. It's far from over. Currently, between us and the Aggies, we've combined for over 300 rushing yards in one half of football. We got to keep it up. I might try and throw it here just because I want to get Cam Shanks involved. Up until that moment, he hasn't had a great chance to do much, and a quarterback draw is going to get us a good get. What I should probably do is make a formation sub to make sure that this is no longer Russell in for this play. It just doesn't fit him as well as Mike Washington Jr. Let's just look underneath on this 3rd and 2, though. We're going to trust that Cam Shanks catches the football, and since he didn't catch the football, guess who is out there ready to punt this football away and not pin them back anywhere besides like the 25. You know, while we have some hours to spend in recruiting, I should probably look for a kicker and a punter just to develop over time. Le'Veon Moss is going off. Le'Veon Moss is going off in this game. Bring him down. He currently has 7 carries for 142 yards. He's averaging over 20 yards per carry. All of a sudden, Nicholas Singleton, what he was doing isn't an issue. I am far more intimidated by Le'Veon Moss, but we have been able to get them to a 3rd goal just by playing a lot better run defense. They had all the time to get this out, and I thought they got in off of that. Just the fact that they're kicking here, that they aren't going for it, is enough to make me happy, and they're going to shank it. We just got bailed out so hard. It should be a 7-point game. Taylor Green keeps it, but they're getting off of the blocks quicker. It's like whenever they're holding their blocks, we cannot get off of them to ever make a tackle. Good little hole there for Eric Washington. Just rotating between him and Braylon Russell has so much potential to pay off massively, but we need more speed. I don't remember what Braylon Russell's depth trade is, but that's what I want to focus on this offseason. Even if it only gets him up to like 90, I think it's going to be worth it. And it's about to be 3rd and 10. Now that we've run this concept so many times this season already, I'm a little bit afraid that they're going to pick up on it. It's going to be an out-of-reach throw, bad meter. And I'm just hoping that this is a great punt, but I still don't have the angles right. The crazy thing is Taylor Green might be the best quarterback that we have for the next 3-4 years, but he's still not that great at the same time because of how many passes he misses. I really don't know if we're going to thrive more with the pocket passer, though. We've been enjoying his ability to scramble. No, we had our hands on the ball. I should have swatted. Wooden was just able to get over to it, but he missed it by half a second. The worst part is I know if I didn't go for the interception there, we'd probably just swatted it out. We really need something to go well for us to end this 3rd quarter. And is that going to be a pass that's on target? No, it's underthrown by Taylor Green. A touchdown. Give it away because Taylor Green somehow made an underthrow. The kid's got 94 throw power. We're playing so bad for a team that could be even better. That one probably stinks the most of all the throws, besides maybe 1 or 2 that he's missed, because we were establishing the run this entire game so we could slip in some big play action ones like that, and then it just doesn't end up paying off. Here on 3rd and 11, they're going to stay in 5 wide, and I think we're good here. We're going to catch the interception with Larry Worth III. It looked like he was just swatting the ball, somehow bounced into his hands, and we'll take it. It doesn't make up for the fact that we lost out on a free touchdown, but at least it still gives us a chance. And think of how many points we've potentially lost out off of because of fumbles or missed throws. I really don't think I've played that bad in this game. Maybe I have. Maybe I've missed some passes as well that I shouldn't have. These meters are really hard to time with Taylor Green as well, just knowing that he's not as accurate as what we want. But just the fact that he held on to that football there is enough to keep me happy. I'm really not sure if many other guys would have. We have so many players running underneath confusing them. There was a window there too where I probably could have hit flat on a streak, but I just didn't want to take that risk. We're not going to get it again. All right, we might as well let Jalen Brown try and make a play to save this offense He can't slip around everyone, but that will allow us to move the chains, start handing it off again, straight up the middle to Braylon Russell. And for this 2-point conversion, I feel like we have the numbers here to pull this one off. He doesn't get enough. The worst part is I really thought he had that too. They're going to go with play action right here and slip off the tackle. Unfortunately, we really don't have that many chances to get this ball back. It's forcing me to be a little bit more aggressive than I would like, but I think they're going to go with a quarterback run here, and we've got to get to Marcel. You know what? If he didn't slide there, I think that would have gone 50 times worse than it did. I think we're going to be able to get in this gap as well, hit Le'Veon Moss. I'm really liking this defense we've been coming out in. 3rd and 12. This is it right here. We get them off of the field. We still have our chance. He's got so much time back there, and we're going to have to make the tackle ourselves. We sent 4 guys in, and we just got absolutely 0 pressure. We're run committing as well, so if they throw the ball, this game will be over. Maybe we don't run commit on 3rd and 10. I'm hoping that our stadium balls can confuse them. It looks like the play clock ran out. Where are they going? Oh, we can swap this. We can swap this all day. We're good. Just like that, there's still hope for a comeback. Now, if he shanks this game, comeback odds are way better. He's not going to shank. It's time to lock in, though. This is the Taylor Green experience. He always comes up clutch for us. I will feel good as long as we are in range for him to throw up a Hail Mary. I'd like to just get out of bounds here. It's not that far. There is a real beauty in being able to do all these audibles because we're at home as well. Where did that pressure come from? It is 3rd and 5, but maybe we can get like a cover 2 and try and split those safeties. Actually, I think we might have been able to beat them deep with Jalen Brown. Jalen Brown catches it. This game is not over. I cannot believe that Taylor Green just made that throw. After all that we have been through. He can't hit a dude 5 yards in front of him in stride. But whenever he needs to clutch up, you know he's going to clutch up. We're just going to go back over there. Cam Shanks hangs on, and I guess we're running the read option. I didn't know I was calling this, but we're going to break a tackle and take it in. Let's go ahead and try and dunk it up on that upright. 2-point conversion play is definitely a bit scarier. I actually don't love that Amby's in here because he is a quick kid, but that's about it. And it's off target. Wait, there's a flag. It's against Texas A&M. We are still in this game. We have been bailed out, and that was a bad throw from Tank. I am fully content with knowing this game is in his hands, by the way. I'm fully content with him getting this direct snap and letting him go to work. Truck, it wasn't a great call. Even worse, my brain, I just wasn't thinking. And wait, we can audible. We can audible over. How do we audible to an onside kick here? I can't do anything. This is bad. We're going to go for a very, very low power kick, but it's just going to go too far. That's how we're going to lose. Just dumb decisions. We could have sent this Southwest Classic to overtime. That's now back-to-back losses for Arkansas. Marcel Reed, this doesn't even tell the full story. Forget his 174 passing yards. He ended up having 90 yards on the ground, while Le'Veon Moss had 144. Now, between our big three, we combined for about 200, but it wasn't enough to get the win. This next game, though, against Auburn, they're coming to our stadium, and we have 5-star cornerback Tim Ball on a visit. We're trying to get him to sign. Right now, we're his number 1 option. We already lost Jordan Beach to Georgia. And one thing I'm doing in recruiting right now is just finding a kicker and punter. That steel breaker is conference prestige, because when it's conference prestige, they should have no reason to ever transfer. If the SEC falls off that hard in this dynasty, we're going to have much bigger issues to deal with. Currently, there are 5 teams sitting inside the top 12, and then Texas A&M and Texas are also ranked. 2 of our final games, though, against LSU and Missouri, both of those teams are at the bottom of the SEC. The Tigers are really struggling. It's not going to make these Final 5 matchups that much easier, though, because all 3 of these teams as rivals are going to play us extremely tough, and we know that even Mississippi State having a 5-2 season isn't going to be the freest win ever. What's really crazy is if we don't figure things out at some point, we could find a way to not make it to a bowl game still. We need to get one more win to even be eligible, so we've got to just come out strong against the Tigers. I will say, there is one downside to choosing Arkansas as the team that I'm doing for this rebuild series. The jersey options, they're very limited. I, for some reason, thought there were some black alternates out there that we don't have. So you better get used to a lot of red and white. They got quarterback masterclass on Jackson Arnold from last week. A little bit intimidated by it. We were trying to pump up the crowd early on, but it switched me on to one of our safeties. Maybe it was one of our outside corners. Either way, I will sit here on Wallace and be happy with it. There's just no shot. Darrell Robinson cannot be that good. He slips because of the rain and still gets 10 yards. I feel like the farther we've gotten into this season, we've just awakened some new beasts. And there it is. There it is. The Tigers had started off with an easy touchdown. Cam Coleman just turned the corner after beating our one-on-one coverage. We should have known that we can't be running that coverage against Auburn. I really hope this rain can just help our run game, though. Make it harder to bring down some of our best players. Nope, it's going to make it harder to hang on to the football instead. We're down 14-0 this early. We are going to be down 14-0 within the first 2 minutes. Well, this is definitely the worst start we've had to a season. I'm getting Jordan Anthony the ball. Thinking on it, lateraling the ball there was not the smartest thing we could have done. Can we get anything going? We are 3 plays in offensively, and I don't want to say I feel defeated already, because you can't feel defeated this early on, but I kind of do. I know there's plenty of time left, but we just got so unlucky. And I hit the wrong button. I should have been hit triangle. This is a brutal start. Now, Auburn, if they have another good drive, it'll be 21-0. Is that something we can overcome? I don't know. Let's just hope we don't even have to think about that and worry about it in the first place. Knock that ball loose. They really haven't tried to run it too much, but the second I say that, they just got like 5 perfect blocks in a row. I wasn't able to get off with Tavion Wallace either, but at least we would get them to a 3rd and 9. Where I'm a little bit off with the user. Jackson Arnold got rid of it, but that was so much better than the alternative of him escaping the pocket and making it one. 17-0 is very, very bad. But let's think. What about the Ole Miss game? It didn't stop us from pulling off the comeback, so it can't stop us now. That is certainly not going to help, though. We got absolutely no separation. And I could see this happening against maybe Texas. But it's Auburn. This isn't like 2012. They don't have Cam Newton back there. We can do better. What I'm really depending on is our defense to just stop the run and hold them to 3, which we do. But we are going to have to settle in offensively, and it might be because we haven't run the ball much. I'm trying to think back on all the plays we've called. I know that we fumbled on the second play of the game. Jordan Anthony, go, go, go. This is better than me ever taking over on offense. He's going to get caught. That's fine, though. We are still in prime positioning here. I just couldn't get between those 2. Luckily for us, they've decided to be very generous, offering all of this space for us to just run around and fumble again. We fumbled twice already. It must be because of the rain, because we have not seen Taylor Green fumble like this at all. He would get 1 fumble a game, not 2 of them in the very first quarter. If we get another rain game, we'll just have to know that we can't run the ball with him, and if we do, we're going to have to find a way to slide every single time. But because we have started off this week, I don't know how you overcome. We have 9 yards of total offense in 1 quarter, and Auburn has more than double that in points. I don't know what has happened. This collapse is starting to feel like it's a little bit more permanent. At first, I thought we just had 1 bad week, and then it was 2 bad weeks. Now it's looking like 3 of them in a row. We have a hard area to guard there. Luckily, Larry Worth III did a pretty good job of holding it down, and they're going to juke away from us. Cam Coleman just kept this drive alive with an incredible move. Darrell Robinson keeps on going. This offense is currently giving me more nightmares than Tennessee. This is not a challenge, by the way, to see how much we can fall behind by and then overcome. There's been 1 player on defense that's been really good for us, and that's been Larry. He just got a sack off of a corner blitz. But there it is. This is making me mad. This is making me frustrated. We can't do much. Jackson Arnold goes in. I feel hopeless. And I shouldn't even feel hopeless. This is not a team that we should feel hopeless against. The worst part is this is all happening in front of our home fans that saw us start 5-0. Now they're just having to witness another Arkansas collapse. And somehow it hurried us up, so we're going to have to burn a timeout. Not that it's going to make a difference. I genuinely think that this game is over before halftime. Look at what they're doing to us. We just don't have the defense to guard this. No one on this team is good enough. I'm so sick right now. 34-0? The same team that won our first 5 games? I mean, we can just run against this defense. We know that we're going to have a lane like that. But then they immediately get out of that set, and we still have the numbers to keep going. Hang on, if we just stay in hurry-up mode, we know that their personnel is not set to stop the run at the moment. We're going to fight with Braylon Russell, where I might as well just get him on a counter to get some more blockers over in this direction. Our offense has lost all life, all the things that it did so well that confuses the other team, which is why we're going to hit him with the bubble pop. Jalen Platt to the 4, greatest comeback of all time. That's what we're going to have to try and overcome if we want any chance at getting some recruits to come in. The first points have been the challenge for us, where offense just struggles. We're going to get that with this QBC. Then we're going to start this second half with the ball, where we've been able to settle in a little bit more. But our best play to end that first half wasn't anything that I can replicate a bunch of. It was basically just running the football. And there's some crazy PI going on there for them to get to that interception, by the way. We were trying to playmaker. It's over. It's over. I was trying to playmaker of those zones. It didn't work. There is nothing more that needs to be seen, said, part about this game, we're going to act like it never happened. I see some of our school grades starting to fall, which means even more players are going to want to transfer. Braylon Russell, one of those, by the way. I guess if they lost him, wouldn't be the end of the world. I've just been sitting here getting really frustrated with him. Looking at these 2 4-star gyms, though, both of them are on a visit this week against Mississippi State. I want that 6'4" gadget receiver. I want 5-star corner 10 ball. And headed into this game, Mississippi State is sitting at 5-3. We're both in 84 overall, but I thought they were going to be the worst team in the SEC just based off of the team they have. Of our matchups that are left on the schedule, this is going to be the one to win. And if we aren't able to pull that off, it's going to be bad. Blake Shapen threw 3 picks last week. He was sacked 4 times as well. So like I'm thinking, this is a matchup that we could come out on top of. We handled Notre Dame. We handled Ole Miss. We can handle Mississippi State. It definitely helps. Cameron Ball's already getting a sack on 3rd and long. They're just taking up a deep shot, and this is where we're going to squat it down so he can't catch it. I am very worried right now that we could end the season on a 7-game losing streak, going 5-7, so we've got to be coming out strong. Last time I said that, I don't think the game against Auburn went well, but this one will be different, especially if they're going to give us a look like that early on in the game. We're just going to make sure that we have the option to beat them deep if we want. I don't know if they're going to press a lot or not still, but we're going to keep an eye on it. Why did you not block him? You know, Jaden Platt might be able to just get off this team next year. I don't know what his blocking stats are. I don't know what his awareness is. He stood behind the dude. I genuinely don't know what he was thinking. That could have been such a huge play. Instead, we're on a 3rd and 7. They bring in a blitz, but we were ready to get it out very quickly over to Omega Blake. And I feel like this route with Cam Shanks could be absolutely filthy, but we're going to have to hit him in the hands. Oh well, if this is cover 2, we're going to have a touchdown. We're just going to split those zones. It's not, and that's exactly what I was staring at. Makes it 3rd and 10 for us, and our hitch was open, but if we scramble, we can get more. We do have an issue, though. You're going to notice Mike Washington Jr. is only in. There is no Braylon Russell for multiple weeks because he dislocated his elbow against the Tigers. It's the first big injury that we're dealing with this year, but it allows us to use A.J. Green. I'm going to see how often we can get him out there if we make him our 3rd down back. He's just the fastest running back we got. But after our offensive line did not hold up well there, it's going to be 3rd down. We're going to juke out the defensive line, though, and that's going to allow Taylor Green to take it into the end zone, putting us up 7-0. You know, I originally hated the new playmaker controls because we had to learn them since you could now juke behind the line of scrimmage this year. But now that I've figured it out, I am so glad we have that option. They're just running some hitches on 3rd and 19. They're not going to be able to move the chains. And even though the last few weeks might not have gone our way, it feels like the talent gap has swung back in our favor, and we have a good chance. We have the better team here, which is helping us out a lot. Though that could have been intercepted. And we might be looking at a route to Cam Shanks here if it was some man-to-man coverage. Looks like they've resorted to some zones, but guess what? We have Taylor Green for a reason. You give me some match when I'm staring down one route, I'm just going to scramble because I was not prepared to make a real read there. And it works out with A.J. Green getting us to the 5. He just came in out of nowhere and did an amazing job on that halfback screen. We're not going to be able to hang on to that, but throwing might have been our better choice because when we're running down here, it's just hard. I think the play is going to be a quarterback draw, which can sometimes go really well, and if it doesn't, we'll take our 3. I don't care if I just played this super safe. I'm content with this. I almost threw an interception on 1st and goal. It would have not been worth it at all. They're going to take a deep shot instead, which makes no sense here, but Bridges is going to add on another interception to his totals this year. And that's what we want. Coming into this game, we saw what Blake Shapen did the week before. He took 4 sacks, he threw 3 picks, and he's picking up right where he left off. So I feel very comfortable giving A.J. Green some carries on the ground as well. It's nice to know we might have some more depth than I was thinking. Cam Shanks on the outside there is not going to get open at all. I blindly threw that because it looked like we might. It seemed like they were aggressively pressing. Turns out that they weren't. But we're going to be able to split that cover 3 to Jalen Brown. Taylor Green's had multiple bad weeks, but he's bouncing back. And I think what's going to happen is next season, when we don't have a quarterback like him, I'm going to end up really missing him. As frustrated as I've gotten with him, he's basically guaranteed to be better than whatever we're dealing with next year. But there we are in the end zone again. We are coming off of a blowout loss to Auburn, and now we're about to do the same. Davin Booth is currently getting carries, fan of the channel, but we do not want him to succeed right now. Holding him up well here on 3rd and 11. They got their 3rd down back in. They're going to try and get him with the halfback screen, but Dix Jr. is all over that kid. No way. Okay, that's fine by me. We just tried to get Jordan Anthony a block. It didn't really work there, but we have a window for Mike Washington Jr. Seemed like he was going to have potential to get an even bigger carry than that. And you got to get out of the kid's way. This is insane. After weeks of struggle, to not be struggling, it doesn't even feel right. That should show you that team overall means absolutely nothing, because Mississippi State's like the worst team we've played all year. The only other team we faced where we could perform like this was Arkansas State, but I think we're playing better now. And this game might be over by halftime, especially if we finish off another drive. Unfortunately, that is going to be coming back. There are times where sophomore Jalen Brown makes mistakes, but it's all good. It will allow us to take off some more time before the end of this first half. And they thought that they could catch Taylon Green when all along he has been the fastest and best quarterback I've used in a long time. This has just been a completely different experience than playing Auburn. It's genuinely so weird to me. I mean, they haven't even gotten past midfield, it feels like. Maybe they have. I can't remember. It's been that much of a blowout. There is still time for them to get it back within 2 possessions, though, before the end of this first half. I don't know why I decided to go for it. They just opted into kicking their extra point, though, and if I could get the time to get this throw out, that play's typically big. The blocking on it is just so bad, though, that it never works. We have the inside leverage. We're currently sitting at 158 passing yards, 3 touchdowns for Taylon Green, by the way. No way we got the speed. There we go. We know. There's an interception. All of a sudden, we're back to what we were doing a few weeks ago, or really just a week ago against Auburn. This could be an extremely rough ending to the first half. We have somehow opened up the door for Mississippi State to have a chance at getting back in this game, and they're doing it again. They're doing it 2 times in like a minute. I don't even think it's worth it for us to try and throw the ball more before the end of this first half. But then Taylon Green does something like that, and we're going to sit here in the pocket and not do that. If we could just throw above some of these zones and get into field goal range, it would be great, but we're going to have to go down where we are not going to hit a 62-yard kick. But what we can do is throw up a Hail Mary. We've seen the Hail Mary work before. Another thing I might even consider doing is scrambling here. We're going to break that first attempt. We're going to have to get around this kid. That was ugly. Okay, so 24-14 at the half is not what I thought it was going to be when we were playing really well. But if we can open up this third quarter with a strong run-heavy drive, it is successful. That'll really help close out this game, and it's going to get A.J. Green a lot of touches. We can also get Taylon Green some looks, though, with stuff like a speed option, and he is just blasted out of there. The downfield block is not going to hit on that last player, but I'm glad it didn't. I didn't want to block in the back there. Nothing like that. We're going to keep it on the read option. He's going for 150 yards. We're already at 146. This is what I dreamed of when I saw I would be using the kid. Pick it up. Pick it up. No, we just gave it back to Mississippi State. This game's not over. This game is not over. I have to sit here and talk because it's my YouTube video, but I just want to sit in silence and cry. We have dominated the Bulldogs. It should not be a competitive matchup still. This drive could take a while, though, if they plan on just running the ball a lot, except where is our defense? We got to be able to make a conservative tackle. I'm trying to shift our defense to where we can actually stop them. And we were getting run all over by a dude named Fluff. This time, it's going to be Davin Booth getting 15. This is the kid whose first name is Fluff, though. They just tried to hit us with an RPO. And you know what? Larry Worth III needs more props than I've even been giving him. I know we've given him a good bit, but he's been another stud for us. And this is about to get ugly. Some of the most important plays of this game are right now. And I don't know what we're doing. I thought we were playing point flags. Maybe we weren't, but we are going to here. 3rd and goal. We got a quarterback contained, and we're all over. This is really big. We're going to pump up that crowd. We need them to shank this kick right here. Come on, shank it, shank it. We are so fortunate that worked out the way that it did. And we're just coming out, setting it up to a mega play because they were pressing. I'm sitting here looking for a dagger in the 3rd quarter that we don't even need. And this seems like it's going to be cover 3 if they end up being super aggressive and bringing a blitz. Oh, wow, that should have been intercepted. I don't know why I threw the comeback though. That wasn't man-to-man coverage. That's the only reason that you should throw it in that spot. It was really bad. Whenever I get a good lead in a game, I just have like a choking element built in. Pause. But legitimately, we've just been crumbling under pressure in this game. and they just had a route run backwards. Now Blake Shapen's taking the off. What are we doing right now? He didn't just run a comeback. He ran a comeback to the line of scrimmage. There's still 7 minutes left. That is a lot of time for things to not go that well for us. I'm pretty sure Abe Williams is the biggest receiving threat they got, and I just been so hard at that. We have not scored in the second half yet. They're on a 14-0 run, and I think we just got a run commit in this situation, but they did a QBC. I don't know what happened. I don't know what clicked, but they got a lot smarter against us. And once again, come back to the line of scrimmage routes. They're working. They're running all over the field, and we're sending 4 guys and getting no pressure, so they have time to do it. The fact that we're only up by 3 all of a sudden, and there's still 5 minutes left in this game, it's got me pretty concerned. We'll see where their defense ends up committing on this play. Perfect. Those blocks hold up. We're going to get a massive one here. Jalen Brown, though, looked like he was going to push that other guy out of the way so we could get a bigger gain. He did not, though. He has been our most disappointing blocking receiver. It kind of makes sense. He's not the biggest, but we got to think. This 3rd and 1. This is a huge 3rd and 1, and we have AJ Green out there. We have the 93 speedster who's going to fight off the tackle, but what is the youngin doing? Okay, maybe he's a senior, but either way, you don't run backwards now. We have to get a stop on defense. I don't care what home field advantage we have. I am shaking. This is ugly. This is bad. I'm sorry, Arkansas fans, that you have to deal with a team this inconsistent. There are so many routes currently out there on the field that I'm just not going to be able to guard. And the worst part about all of this is they have all the momentum. Momentum is a very real thing in this game. It is scary. It is hard to play against. They get out of bounds. But you know what? Something we've not done. We've not brought a blitz. I tried to bring a blitz. Down Booth will just run for it. And if they're going to sit out there in 5 wide, it's going to be very hard to get them off this field. No, he's gone. He's gone. Catch him, Wooden. Catch him. Catch him. We have to sit here and run commit. We've got to stop him. Just like that, we have had our 24-point lead race, and we're not even getting our best kick returner out there for what we need to be a big game. From a rushing perspective, Taylor Green has not had a better performance all year. He is somehow going to escape the pressure there. But he's off target. He's off target. They're going to be able to pick it. No, we had him open for 20 yards. No one was near him. No one was near him. It's over. It's over. It's over. They're actually passing to after on the run committee. That's insane. Actually insane behavior. I just want to get them off of the field. I don't think we're going to be able to. That's it. We just blew a 24-0 lead. We just blew a 24-0 lead to Mississippi State. This could cost us a ball. It felt like it was over. Like there was no way they could even possibly come back with how low we were playing. I don't even know what to say. I thought Taylor Green was going to go for like 200 rushing yards. We were going to blow him out. This is making me sick. We started with 5 wins this season. It felt like we were going to cruise to like 8, 9 wins. And then we lost the last 4. And now we have to close it out with 2 road rivalry games against very tough programs and then playing Missouri. I was making fun of teams at one point that I really shouldn't have been because now we're sitting there at the bottom of the SEC next to the Tigers. There's also no way that we're going to pull out this battle for Tim Ball because we got blown out by Auburn when he visited. Time off it, the 4-star Jim decided he would rather play linebacker for Tennessee. And even Zach Forrest is going to be a very tight battle that comes down to the wire. For some of these other 4-stars, we'll see how they play out, but our hard sells on them aren't that good. There is a reason that even after we got all 3 of them correct, that we're losing hours on these big schools. We have really started to regress hard, but at least Braylon Russell is going to be back after another week. The battle for the Golden Boot. This is another very important rivalry to Arkansas. And I think it is also going to be a night game. We had our 6-win season in the bag just a few quarters ago. Now through these last 3 matchups, we're going to have to fight hard. Historically in this series, the Tigers have won twice as many games as Arkansas, but we won the last one. At some point, we got to be due to pull off another surprise win. And I was trying to throw the RPO there to our tight end, but Mike Washington Jr. decided he was just going to jump over the defensive line, get out of our way. So far, 3 straight runs, no issue for us at all. We can actually hit our RPO here as well. Soon, we should be getting Taylor Green involved on the ground too. But we're fighting for everything. We're having to earn every single yard that we pick up, and we're just getting first down. This drive is already stressing me out. Come on, Cam. You got to get more than 7. I feel like if Jalen Brown was catching that, he would have been able to get us at least a first down. We're still winning the battle up front, though, which has been very, very nice. It even felt like against Mississippi State that we couldn't win the battle up front a lot of the time, especially after we got off to such a good start, then in turn. But currently, things are going really smooth. If it's not broken, we're not going to fix it. AJ Green comes in for a carry. and that's a good start from him. We're putting the kid on the ground. We got great alignment to throw this. Yet all of a sudden, we are on a 3rd and 4, one of the longest third downs we've had so far. Taylor Green is not getting it either. Every yard is earned. That was no different. I don't think they're going to be able to prevent us from getting a couple of yards with the jet touch pass, but they did. They did. Sam Pittman's not happy about it, and now we have to face Garrett Nussbaum. He's starting on the 6-yard line. I'm hoping he doesn't just dot our defense up. You know who we're going to have to stop, though? Former Kentucky receiver Barry Brown. He terrifies me. There's a fumble in the end zone. It's a safety. You know, even though that could have been a touchdown, we'll take that for sure. And I think we just got to go back to what was working really well. Lots of runs, basically every single play. Going to set us up for a 3rd and 4. What I really wanted, though, was play action dagger. We've gotten a play call. We're going to see if it's there, and it's not. We ran the ball for a quarter straight just for them to not fall for a play action, even though we've been running on 3rd down. But guess what? Our defense helped us out the last time, and here, we did not. It did not help us because we cannot get to Garrett Nussbaum. Our coverage was even pretty solid. I'm going to blitz, and it didn't matter. They had a quick read. I might try and just come through there one more time, but it wasn't necessarily there. I think we might have found something there, though, that we could use more often. I really liked it, actually. We man up that guy on the outside, and then we just take over and user all this other stuff. It kind of turns into a cover 6, but unfortunately, they got the 1st down, and they're starting to get some more plays going well. What they're not really doing, though, is running the football, which they definitely could be if they wanted to. It's not like we've been setting up defensively to stop the run, though I did on this play. I figured if they still hadn't called a run, that it was coming pretty soon, and we just got routed up, which is going to get them a touchdown. It doesn't even do anything for us to stop them right here, unless we got a goal line ball. And we have got to do more offensively than running it over and over. At some point, I just got to throw the ball and accept that we're probably not going to have much time back there, but look at that. It pays off with Jaden Platt getting open. Maybe I shouldn't be as scared to throw it as I currently am. We're going to roll out with Taylor Green and just take as many yards as we can get, though he's about to fumble. The fact that he didn't with his fatigue bar fully drained there, we are very blessed. Look at Mike hitting us 9. This has actually been a very productive drive, and the RPO is going to get us another 5. There were multiple reads there. I was staring down, but I was fully prepared to throw. I don't love that. I just had it in me to throw it no matter what. I can't believe you played that too. I thought we'd get away with it. The worst part is if they don't hand this off, I don't know what we're going to do. Oh no, Barry Brown's getting loose. Barry Brown's getting loose. If that was just a normal run, we were chilling. We were good. We've played just as well as the Tigers. The real difference, though, has been that they're capitalizing and we're not. 2 guys open on that side of the field, but they just take the top off of our defense and we get back to it with Singletary. I guess we're going to try and return this as well. Blockers down the field. Come on. I don't even know if that was Barry and Brown. I wasn't paying that much attention, but I thought what happened there was Barry and Brown literally just posted us. And there was absolutely no hope that we were going to be able to catch up. Jaden Platt with another snap. He's had some good moments for us receiving-wise so far, but we just got stuck. I mean, there was absolutely nowhere for us to go, and with our routes running into each other, we just didn't have the time that we needed for them to get open. I can't throw it. I can't throw this. It's going to be a pick, and I threw it anyway. I knew it was guarded, and I still threw it because I just wanted the chance to pick up the first. That's 2 interceptions in this game that could have been completely avoided. We could have a lead. I don't know why it's so hard for Taylor Green to just settle for 3, to not get a touchdown. He's just been forcing it when he does not need to, and we're going to get it back. We're going to get it back. Larry Worth, the 3rd, might actually save us as he's in the end zone. Our defense is doing it again. It's not our offense. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. We have somehow worked our way into a lead before the end of this first half. I have found our defense, too, that we're not going to switch up from until they show us that they can beat it. It's a little crazy. I just called a timeout there, but it's fully off of my own ego. I feel like we could end up getting a kick return with Jordan Anthony, which is why I just wanted to take that opportunity, drag over some blockers, and see what we can pull off, though I'm scared the lateral, we don't win this game. Either way, though, we've got to lead. That golden boot might be coming home with us. We could be up by multiple touchdowns, too, but we just got to work with the hand that we have dealt ourselves. And I'm starting to think that LSU has figured out that they could just run the ball against us if they wanted, but no. Caleb Durham, listen, good guy, good running back. He's not doing that. This is what I was afraid of. This is what I knew was going to be coming as soon as they broke off the. We were already struggling offensively, and we're currently playing at the stadium ranked #1 for stadium polls. I'm not able to audible anything with Taylor Green. Death Valley is going to be giving us problems the entire rest of this game. How do you overcome that right there? Like, what can I do differently? We're just going to trust that Taylor Green can somehow get to the marker. That's what they wanted. They got what they needed. They got their stop. And it's going to feel very hard to be able to overcome this going forward. What I can do is I can pinch the line and hope that that helps us stop the run a little bit better. I don't think they're going to run it again, though. We're ready for the pass, and that'll make it 3rd and 8. All right, our pass defense, I feel like it's still been working out really well, but it might be time to adjust. The computer has picked up on what we've been running all game, and they have figured out the solution and how to beat it. I'm glad that they're smart enough to adjust, but it's going to make this very hard. We just had to get out of that defensive formation, and now we're in double up. I didn't love that, though. Kate Durham gets the handoff, and I was almost dumb enough to try and run man-to-man coverage there. Against their receivers, it is most likely going to cook us. I just wanted a way to get in some pressure at least, and Garrett Nussmeier takes the check down, but we got 3 guys getting over there. We are still keeping this one within just a possession, but we need to put together a drive, and we need to put together a good one pretty soon. I don't think it's going to come from throwing the ball either. The problem, though, is if we're not going to be able to have success running the ball, I don't know what to do. Like, I just cannot hand this off in this situation. I have to know that we're going to drop it. You know, the fact that I have to do this realistically, too, since it's the 3rd quarter and I punt the ball, it bugs me. Because I would just love to send it and go for it, but you can't be that aggressive from your own 1 It's bad throwing meters, though. I feel like half the stuff we've struggled with has been avoidable. There is Xavier Sori Jr.'s problem right there, though. We should have had a pick 6, a 2nd one. Instead, he just drops it, and they're going to continue to shred us defensively. They're going to be in field goal range. Playing against some of these top teams has been a very humbling experience. I'm enjoying the slider set now. I feel like I've found a really good balance for what we're looking for to keep things realistic. In fact, if you take out some of my user errors, we could have won multiple other games. So as we build this team better throughout this entire series, I think it's really going to do us well. Big 3rd and 6 right here. They're going to try and get a throw out. But it doesn't really matter. We keep holding them to 3. If we cannot score, what I really want is just a Jordan Anthony bailout touchdown right in front of me. Break the tackle. Break the tackle. There's too many dudes. I think they're sitting in cover 3 as well, but I don't know what we can really do about that. Taylor Green, break 1 tackle. Keep on going. This isn't going to go for a touchdown. But there's a little bit of life. Stadium Pulse completely out of the picture at the moment because this game got so out of hand. But it is starting to come back a little bit. And I'll test this. I'll test this. Give us that. Not worth it at all. We're going to take the quick out route. We're just going to try and hang on. We stay on our feet, too. I really like that out of Jalen Brown. I can't believe that that worked for us. Keep it. Taylor Green, not going to go all the way. There's the fumble. I knew that was probably coming, but I did not change anything up. We got our hitch. It took forever to get there. And this is another opportunity for Taylor Green to fumble, but it's also an opportunity for him to just punch it into the end zone. We recovered it, but we are getting a little bit lucky there. I tried to reach across, but it was not quick enough. For the 2-point conversion, I'm going to look for either Jones or our halfback ankle route, or we can just float it over there. I don't know what Ismail Sissy was doing in the game. By the way, he is not seeing the field for us. He just made a clutch 2-point conversion catch for us, though, and we've gone back to the defense that was one. I think here on 3rd down, we're just going to switch it up, and we're going to send in that blitz, but we didn't get there quick. And at some point, I will have to consider the fact that they could just run out the entire rest of the game clock if we don't start getting stopped. The worst part is if we press, I know Barry and Brown could literally just outrun us completely. So I'm trying to back our guys up. We get in a blitz here, and we get out there, but it took a bit. Lots of effort to bring him down. They're just going to go with an RPO, and we make a good tackle. All right, 3rd and 11. I hate that I'm stuck on a defensive tackle, but we're going to be able to pressure Garrett Nussmeier out of it. And what we have done is we have set ourselves up to score a touchdown and win. I do this in big goals all the time. How hard could it be here? Jordan Anthony, whoa, he got a little bit of a speed boost, but there's a flag, and it's all coming back. We might be starting this drive on like the 15. I hope we're not. Even worse, our own 12-yard line. They have gone with cover 1, but oh, this was a bad decision. It really looked like cover 1, but then it switched into all sorts of match coverages. We'll get our drag, and we'll get a first. There is still plenty of time left in this game. It's just a lot better when you can mix in a lot of 4 verticals. we're going to go out of bounds. Stops the clock, allows us to select a new play, which was a great decision. I'll take 15. This pistol formation, though, especially with the receivers that we currently have out there, not good. Okay, it is 2nd and 14. They're obviously starting to scare me a little bit. We've got to find a way to get out of bounds. We don't have the personnel I want out there on the field, and now it's gotten us stuck in a run play. Okay, this is at least a pass. We can work with the pass. 43 seconds left. Great route from Mike Washington Jr., but he's not out of bounds. I was trying to get out of bounds. He was not out of bounds. We're taking it. We're taking a shot. We only have 30 seconds and 1 timeout to get a touchdown. It's so hard to tell what play we're even running. That's such a bad throw to, but it could have been such a big game for us. And now we're just hoping that we can hang on. This is brutal. 4th and 10. I think they're going to give us all the time in the world. Fall down? That's enough. All right, same play, 13 seconds, 12 seconds left. We need to try and just not take a sack. That hurts our odds a lot, actually. I think what we might do is just take a quick shot to the end zone and then hope that we can get another chance. Here we go. We have had 1 miracle Hail Mary with Arkansas already. Can we get a second one? We have all the time to get this off. It's actually going a lot farther than I would have liked. So that's going to do it. We lost the boot. We lost the boot. We had plenty of opportunities to score more points than we did to it. You know, it's been a tunnel vision out of Taylor Green that's hurt us all year. When you have accuracies as low as this, 74 under pressure, you can't force it. He's currently only thrown 16 touchdowns to 13 interceptions, 2,000 passing yards, really on the rushing side where he's been impressive. Guess what, though? We're about to face off against 6-4 Texas, so the Longhorns, they are coming off of a loss. It turns out they lost by a few points to Georgia. And we really need an upset somehow here, because Zach Forrest, the 4-star gadget, 6'4" receiver, 91 speed, his deal breaker's been next, and he's going to go to Iowa State. That's just another player that we could have had that we're not going to get anymore. If I can set one goal for this game, it's Taylor Green to not get that tunnel vision, to not throw an interception when he knows that it's going to be a hit, when you can see the person right there standing, staring at you. I had to talk with him before the game. That is all that I'm asking out of him, and we'll see if that can end up being a difference maker for us. Arch Manning's one of the best quarterbacks in this game, so stopping him, not going to have a very good time doing that, especially with other guys on this Texas roster. We'll see if we can just get into those holes, though, and not push them forward. LSU's offense is really good, and I feel like we did a lot of stuff against them well. On this defensive side of the ball, there's a lot that we can learn from that last game, but not with one safety back there. We're just putting them on an island. They're handing it off. They're still able to somehow evade through it all. We probably would have just lost a couple yards there. Our ball carrier vision, not as great. No shot, they snagged that. I thought we were about to get a pick. It looked like Arch threw it directly to our safety in there. Ryan Wingo just played good defense and offense there, making sure he got in front of it. I'm seeing Braylon Russell back in the game as well, so that should help out our offense even more. But Taylor Green, not outrunning these kids. I'm not really sure what our play call is. It's hard to tell, but we're going to have to hang on. When Taylor Green does put it in the right spot, we don't make the catch. Whenever we would make the catch and we get a huge play out of it, he doesn't put it in the right spot. It's like, we just cannot win. And he's an 86. It's going to take the next coming of Tom Brady or something for us to end up having offensive success. But I feel like without the scrambling ability, it might be even worse. Somehow, they just got the cleanest block of all time. This one is feeling more like the Tennessee-Auburn game, a lot less like the one we just played. Arch Manning wants to end this one in the first half. I am really not enjoying it. I can't believe that I actually thought there was a chance we made the playoff with this team. We got to 9 wins this season. Right now, that feels like it's one of the dumbest things I could have possibly thought. Taylor Green's doing his best, but we can't even audible a streak out there if we wanted to see if Cam Shanks would get open deep. So I almost want to just save a lot of our best guys for next week against Missouri. Even though I want to rest them, that's really crazy. We're not going to do it. This is not the NFL, and resting players to go 6-6 and make a bowl game is not something I want to get out. So far, Taylor Green's wear and tear with all the damage he's taken is still held up really well throughout this year. But did nobody decide to block that kid? Fortunately, I feel like with the way Extender works, we're just able to evade tackles. Like I have seen numerous times where they just aren't able to bring us down when they're right next to us. That's why I feel so confident just running backwards for 20 yards sometimes. 3rd and 2, this is 4-down territory for us. We're not going to let Texas stop us 2 times in a row. Or we may, but we're sure not punting or kicking a field goal in this situation. I don't love it. I don't love it. We catch it. Never mind. Must have popped out. We did. I was expecting zone coverage. That's why I had all those hitch routes there. Once it was man-to-man, there just wasn't really anywhere for us to go. They're also sweating so hard. They're coming out with the QB sneak. Typically, they just come out and call something stupid on 3rd and inches, but whenever you don't need much, quarterback sneak, it is the right move. I'm definitely seeing some progress in trying to make the computer AI a lot smarter. And then I'm just dealing with it on the back end of the fact that they got the better ratings, they got the better team. Until we build up Arkansas, this is what we're going to be dealing with. Please, test it. Never mind. It was someone else. To be fair, we lost the game after getting off to a 24-0 start. So this game's not over yet. Who knows? We might come back. We're technically on fire with Taylor Green, which feels crazy because we haven't done that much that well. But we might as well just keep on pumping it. And it's like every time I see a touchdown opportunity, they're going to hit us right before I'm able to throw it out. There's no way that they're tracking him down. This whole season is just making me respect what Cam Newton did back in the day so much more. Because he carried a team. He was built like this. And if you look at some of the names on that roster, you have no clue who they are. 3rd and 31 though. I don't know how it happened, but we are on a 3rd and 31 where Taylor Green is going to just try and run for the entire thing. I don't care about kicking a field goal either. We are in this game to win it, to beat Texas, and if we need to, we're just going to run around in the pocket like a lunatic, throw it, and hopefully make this count. Just when I was about to lose all hope, we should get our first touchdown. What I'm really hoping for is Texas is passive here and we get this ball back before the end of the first half. Just off of the formation they've come out in, I think that's what they're doing. They're chewing a lot of clock, but we have brought our safety down because I thought for sure we would have been able to stop them. I thought it was going to be a run two. Instead, Arch Manning just gets all the time in the world, and now he is going to destroy our cover three. You know what? Let's send 7. We got nothing else to lose here. Nothing else to lose. Okay, well, that kind of stinks. Maybe we can just get a field goal out of this, though. I can't believe that actually worked. We're going to get a great beater, and it's back within 18. What's going to really be hard on us, though, if we're going to come back, is getting those defensive stops against our team. We just got off to such a slow start in this game, and, I mean, they should pick this. They should. I don't know why I threw it there. There's no explanation. I've kind of just accepted that coming back is going to be so brutal on us, even though we just held them to 3, that I'm ready to face Missouri next week and have our best chance. The mental resilience from Taylor Green and the rest of this team is not where it needs to be. That's another thing I'd like to recruit for in the future. There are times I can't necessarily blame them, though, and they're going to have a safety get back to this, or else Jalen Brown would have been gone. That one really stinks. Tight end over the seam on 3rd down. Oh gosh, they're getting in pressure. It's over. It's over. This has been one of those games. It's just been one of those performances. We had 3 of them this year. I think that's far more than I had in season 1 with FIU. I feel like most of our games ended up being pretty competitive and interesting. I think we even won like 10 games with FIU that first season. It just shows this Dynasty series is the hardest one I've ever done. I mean, we just got beat 47-10. Our championship contender has even dropped all the way to a D+. So now we're definitely going to max out and get 20 transfers out of Arkansas this year. We're going to lose a lot of this team that hasn't even been that good. And what's really, really sad to me is as I look through the SEC, basically every single team is bowl eligible besides us and Ole Miss. Like, I'm looking back at the records of all the teams that we beat to start the season before we went on this 6-game losing streak, and every single one of them besides Memphis was pretty bad. Even Memphis at 8-3 isn't great. They're in a weaker conference. Tim Ball is so close to quitting. The 5-star corner is still going to choose our school, which is really nice, though. Zach Forrest, we're just going to have to say goodbye to the gadget receiver. And for all of these players that you're about to see, some of them might be bust, but they are coming on a visit in week 14. If we end this season on a 7-game losing streak, I don't want to open the comment section. I don't want to read it. I'm just going to happily start filming season number 2. It is time for the Battle Line Rival. Took a 5-minute breather before this one. Stress levels are high. This is a big game for this season because What seemed like was going to be an easy path to make it into a bowl has turned into a complete disaster. It's raining. Have to keep in mind is we've got to slide with Taylor Green. If we don't, he will most likely just fumble it away. And I didn't know we had this in the playbook, but we got a triple option. So we're going to run the triple option. We're going to pitch it early on, and we're going to see what we can do with Russell. I have some very bad news, though, boys. Jackson's out there on the field. That is right. We have TJ Jackson out there on the field. Taylor Green is back spasms. He'll return soon. I almost want to keep him in now. I'm not going to, though, which might seem dumb. I just do not want to risk him getting injured even more. But literally just another play later, he is in there for third down. And we're going to have to make a great play. It's all good. We should be able to just punt this out of bounds. It's going to be on our defense to come up with some big stops. That was not how I planned on our first drive going, but what can you do about it? After seeing Missouri running back Ahmad Hardy has rushed for 1,500 yards this season, though, I am very worried. They're 6-5 too. That just lets you see how hard the SEC really is. We don't catch it, though. Despite being in a perfect position, they hit a wide receiver screen on third down to pick it up. And I'm pretty furious. That hit us right in the hands. It looked like we were about to stop that running backfield. Half of football is a mental battle, though. We cannot let it get to us. No deep throws. We are better than this team. We can beat Missouri. We are a good roster. We should make it to a bowl game. Positive affirmations. I'm learning. I'm trying my best here. Did they just bomb our defense? Then you swap that down. I'm sitting here lying to myself or throwing our friends' comment section just because we need to feel as good as we possibly can to try and pull this off. Taylor Green's the best quarterback ever. He never would miss a throw. He'd never make an inaccurate pass. It's not working, even when he put it on the money. Then we're just not going to catch it. But look at this run from Mike. You know what? Maybe he just wants it more. Hit him with an RPO. Let Jaden give us 5. And I'm leaving a bubble out there because I want the chance to get some big plays. Every time we get in this situation, it's never pretty. But what we're going to do is we're going to block Russell, and we're going to see if we can get the right alignment on Blake. I could have gone for a touchdown, but I just played it safe. That was really hard for me to do, but I wanted to make sure that I was able to keep this drive alive. I'm not even sure why I'm still getting excited about Braylon Russell, though. He's just going to transfer out. He doesn't love it here. He doesn't like our pro potential. We've gotten it to a 3rd and 13, where Taylor Green's legs felt like the best move. That's probably our best move on like 75% of these plays, but maybe his arm can be a good option too. I'm actually really happy with how this drive's going. We're going to get Braylon Russell out in space, and he can shed that tackle. He's wet. You don't bring down a guy like him whenever he's that wet. They can barely tackle him when he's dry. Now, here's this Missouri running back that he's quick too. Ahmad Hardy is definitely pretty intimidating when he runs to the outside. But good news, we got him on a 3rd and 5, and that's the end of the first quarter already. That came pretty fast. They've definitely not had the ball that much yet. We are going to hit and knock that ball loose. That is exactly why I say hit sticks are everything. It's why I go for them, because you can get the ball out sometimes when you wouldn't even expect it. Cut out of there. Cut out of there. Look at the speed from Jordan. Anthony, we need one block. One block, no. That was it. That was his 2nd kick return, or 3rd kick return of this season. I feel like he's had 2 touchdowns off of them this season. Maybe he didn't, but I'm pretty sure. It's kind of sad, but like our entire second half of the season has just been a complete blur because of how bad it's been. And we got to make sure we at least get a field goal out of this drive for a 2-possession lead. I think the plan's just roll out to that right side, see if Taylor Green can make a play. He's going to break their first attack at a sack, and with Heisman extender active, what can you do? Zone coverage man-to-man, they're going to leave Cam Shanks open. No. This kid is awful. He drops everything. I'm not going to be upset when he decides to transfer. Taylor Green really needs to do everything for us. He puts the ball in the right spot. It's not enough. He's going to have to scramble in, or else we won't score. Half this roster feels like a make-a-wish right now. Good tackle, though. All right, 2nd and 10. I'm assuming Ahmad Hardy is going to get a carry. I guess he's not. Don't try and keep the tight end. Oh, we can get a pick here. We can get a pick with Scandrick. I can't believe I talked crap about him at the beginning of the year because he's about to get one of the most clutch picks for us. When Tavis Scandrick is the man, the senior safety really does care. And with the triple option, oh, Taylor Green can keep it. Taylor Green's in the end zone. It's 21-0. Is this what winning feels like? I haven't felt this way in a little bit. Though we saw what happened against Mississippi State. It's making it very hard for me to get too excited because we were up by even more. Missouri has also decided that they're just not going to throw the ball. Ahmad Hardy is going to get basically every single carry, and if not, it'll be a short pass. I don't know how much of this team I'm going to miss at the end of the season. There's going to be a few players that I would have liked to have continued to have that are either going to transfer or graduate. But I am really excited for the transfer portal and player progression. You can make a lot of progress in those periods. Here on 2nd and 3, they're just going to go back to the air. They have stopped their attempt at running the football, and I am getting Mississippi State PTSD. Handoff, we can wrap up. Ball number 3. That's the ball. As long as they don't just laser us over the middle, should be good. Ahmad Hardy had an injury timeout there too. Not that you should wish for injuries, but that could be nice. They're not in. I could have called a timeout, but I don't want to risk throwing the pick. I let them take it to the end of the half. Nothing was more important than getting that hold right there. Jordan Anthony might be able to house it. Go, go, go. No one's catching you. No one's catching you. Jordan Anthony to the crib. That's how you end the first half. 28-3. We're not the Falcons. We're not blowing this lead. This is going to be a goal team at Arkansas. You know, he's a junior. He's got another year of eligibility left, but it really stinks. He wants to transfer. He's not happy here, which I do honestly get. To be fair, we have not used him that much besides on returns. Come on. But I would really love to have him for another season still, and I hope he wins the General. That could be the first piece of hardware I'm able to collect at Arkansas State, and that's something I normally don't win. It's a joke. That's the only way I feel like I can describe her tackling. It's just a joke. They're going to be able to go over the middle, but it's a bad pass. And it is time for us to just run the football for as much as we can. We don't need to do much. We just need to pick up a few first downs, and that'll allow us to run off a good amount of ball. I really would just love to avoid having another situation like we did against Mississippi State. But look at that. They quickly got us off the field, and I don't feel safe up 28-3, all because of that game. Loving the bounce right here, though, inside the 5. I really don't expect them to try and bomb us deep or anything. But they're going to. They're going to. That was a much better spot to just run the ball, but I guess they've lost all care whenever they know there's not that much time left. Just getting them off the field again would make me feel a lot better, but obviously not going to do it yet. We might be going for a pick here with Larry Worth III, or it's a late run. Just the fact that these clips are still in the video and I'm still playing at this point should have you very concerned about a comeback. If I thought this one was over, we would already be getting near the end. There would be no reason to show this kind of stuff. I just don't feel comfortable with that. I'm that worried that they're going to pull it off. There's still 8 minutes of game time left, and we cannot fumble. I was trying to slide. Here's the problem, though. I see this alignment, and I just say there's no way that they're going to be able to guard us deep. And wait, we might actually finally make a play to Blake again. Omega Blake really has been so underutilized for what I thought we were going to do with him this year. We're at least going to get the ball out to Russell. And at this point, if Taylor Green can just take this in the end zone, then I'll be feeling much more confident. We have a 4-possession lead with 4 minutes left. I don't care that they worked it down the field to like the 10-yard line, where they're probably going to get it. When we really needed to, we were shutting down this offense. And the onside kick is going to bounce right past us, but even in the rain, we can scoop it up. We ended up closing out the Battle Line rivalry, so we have been able to win this one. The newest rivalry Arkansas has. Taylor Green didn't even have to pass for that many yards, but he had a good day. I don't think Arkansas fans would be too happy with a 6-6 season, but we just got our first 5-star commit. I skipped over that so nonchalantly. And I think what I'm doing on the recruiting front will make you all a lot more excited. See, here's the thing. We got a 5-star cornerback in Tim Ball. I know he doesn't look like he's going to be a baller. I'm sure he still will be, though. And we've gotten plenty of 4-stars, too, especially on our offensive line. Tight end, Zeke York. There's some more 3-stars on the board that we're just looking into. We got a Jim and Fuller at corner, kicker and punter, some athletes that we're going to put at linebacker. So even though our season record might seem very similar to what Arkansas had already dealt with in real life, even a little bit worse, our recruiting class, as long as it finishes above the top 25, will be better than whatever they do. That's where I need to make strides forward to take this team to the next level. As you can see, SEC has only produced 3 or 4 teams that are going to make it to the playoffs. Kentucky had a pretty good year, and we finished down here tied for last place with Tennessee and Missouri. There's a lot of 6-6 inside the conference. We still got the whole offseason and training results to go through, though. Looking at these season stats, Taylor Green, yeah, pretty rough through the air, but on the ground, he was our best running back. Kind of hurts that Brandon Russell wasn't there for a couple games, but he probably still would have been. Then at receiver, sophomore Jalen Brown, he turned out to be our top target. Does not want to transfer, but Omega Blake, he's going to be gone. And Cam Shanks, I want this kid. He had 6 drops this year. They were frustrating. They did not make me happy. From the sack side of things, Cameron Ball, the senior defensive tackle, he led us with 5. We did not get that many. Quintavis Scandrick, though, led us with interceptions. Larry Worth III is going to be gone just like him. They're graduating. Summit Bridges, at least, is coming back. But there's a lot of pieces on this defense we're going to be replacing as well, which is not that fun. Tavion Wallace, though, this kid, still the star that we want to focus in on. I might upgrade his quickness a little bit more, but we should probably start focusing on his IQ, run stopping. We missed a lot of tackles. His pass coverage also problems. Just a lot of moves we got to make in the offseason. I might end up firing both of these coordinators too. The reason being, they're not the real coordinators in real life for Arkansas. We argued Sam Pittman with talent developer. We don't also need him with it or this kid in Arkansas. I'd much rather see with Arkansas's team prestige if we're able to make some better coordinator hires. So I'm literally just going to fire both. 6-6 is not good enough for me. Byron Brown won the Heisman Trophy with those stats right there. Did we win the Jet Award, though? I'm hoping it pops up alongside a bowl game. Jordan Anthony with the Jet Award, almost 1,000 total return yards, 3 touchdowns, so I was right. We did have 3 of them, 2 of them on kickoffs, and we're playing North Texas in the Armed Forces Bowl. You know what? I'm happy with all of that. It's going to be interesting to see how we finish out this season, what we do on the recruiting front. Can we win that bowl game? Who we get as our coordinators? Jim Mora. This has already been the guy I want to pick up for our defensive coordinator, of course, if he chooses us. UConn no longer wants him, and then for our offensive coordinator role, I did think that we were going to go with a bunch of architects, but I feel like Sonny just fits that perfectly as who I want. We will have to wait to find out whether or not we got them after a bowl game against North Texas. Tim Ball is going to have star development. We can start to see depth traits on early national assignment game. We got impact on Troy Shelby. Alex Merriman comes in with a star. He is going to be amazing. Super excited for him. Kevin Crum, the defensive tackle, he's going to have impact. We got star on Emmett Irving, a right tackle, left tackle with impact. Keontae Brown, potential quarterback option. No longer a potential quarterback option with normal development. And when you see normal at a 3-star, they're just not going to be that good. Zeke York, the tight end, has impact. I wanted to see an elite. I wanted to see some stars. I can't say anything was too crazy there. And they average more points per game than us. That makes me want to check something. I can look at team stats across the country. How bad was our offense? Was it in the bottom 25? No. What? I'd say it was probably ranked like 70th. I wish that was something that we could do. And then on the defensive side of things, Boise State, they have the best defense in the country. Ours was probably pretty leaky. It's not anywhere near this list. In fact, we gave up more points than we scored offensively. Then we'll take a quick look at the top 25. Texas Tech at number 4. That's a good season from them. Not surprised to see Duke here. Michigan with Bryce Underwood. They had a very good year. We'll end up finding out in a little bit who's able to win the whole thing. What I was not expecting, though, was Taylor Green asking to sit out the bowl game versus North Texas because he wants to prepare for the chance that he gets drafted in the NFL. He doesn't want to get hurt. So we're going to be starting freshman quarterback KJ Jackson. Get to see what this guy is kind of like. He's the lefty that has the best potential whenever it comes to his accuracy. So we'll see how he develops in the offseason. It's going to be cool to play with him. And I just hope he can lift us to a win over North Texas. With Taylor Green deciding to sit out, it's got me a little bit worried because I was not expecting. He's still going to be a good teammate, though, on the sideline, cheering us on. And we'll see what it's going to take for us to win this game, set the edge in the run game. Our tight end setting the edge in the run game. I'm looking at UK Platt. First play, we're going to keep it with KJ Jackson, but he's not as quick. Then we're going to roll out to the left because I guess we can still scramble with it. I was going to try and throw it, but I'm starting to realize North Texas is going to feel a lot easier than some of the schools that we've been playing against recently. He's going to get his first completion out to Braylon Russell. And it's about time we let him get some stuff going on the ground too, even if he's lead. For all we know, we might still be able to convince him to return. And there's a very real chance that this KJ Jackson dude is who we're using next season in the SEC. It also might portal, depending on how he does. It is going to be 3rd and 9 for us, and he cannot throw the ball the same way Taylor Green can, even though Taylor Green had his own accuracy issues. He's already upset. That would have been a first down to have Taylor Green out there. And they're celebrating on us like this. Surely we cannot let ourselves lose to North Texas. Throw me a pick. We're going to be disrespectful against them. They did go 9-3 though, and for all we know, they're on the same level as that Memphis team. That ended up being a hard-fought win for us. We shot through the gap, and he just kicked away. We would have never had an opportunity like that against a bigger school, though. Gives me some hope. Their run blocking, it's not the best. We sent in a blitz. We can't wrap up, though. This kid is going to be a problem. It's Kiefer Sidley. Kid's hard to bring down. We're watching him underneath. And now that they're rolling out, they're going to throw it directly at us. What does Xavier Sorey Jr. do, though? He just fails at catching basically any chance at an interception. Pursuit's not looking good. And I just realized why USA's in the end zone. I got confused for a second, but this is the Armed Forces Bowl. We stopped the run well there, but they're going to go back to it, and we just didn't have the numbers. So it is on KJ Jackson to come out and start delivering some better plays. To be fair, though, nobody was open there, so it's not like he had someone he should have thrown that football to. He didn't. And they already have us on a 3rd and 10, trying to force a quick 3 and out, but he's going to take matters into his own hands. This is a Taylor Green clone, but a lefty, and so much worse. He does not have a strong enough arm to make this throw either, but that would have been a touchdown to Taylor. I'm really hoping that we can just gash them for a big run at some point. Just not feeling very confident right now. It's feeling like we might actually lose this ball game. It's only a first quarter reaction, but I am going to be panicking during the transfer portal period. How we finish out the offseason will be so crucial to how season 2 goes. We're trying to set ourselves up for the next video, but we might be making things a lot worse. I don't know why, but I just thought this kid was going to come out and throw the ball half decently. That is actually caught. And we're coming down with it with Jaylen Brown. Ever since they made some updates to this game, I know you could still make aggressive catches. I feel like they've just become so rare, so that was nice to see. That was a really bad read from KJ, though. It doesn't give me too much confidence for him. At least we're about to get ourselves into this end zone. It's still early in this game, too. It's why you can never overreact too soon. But that's a perfectly placed pass. And this kid reminds me of Jalen Darden, number 1. I hope that name can ring a bell for you. Feels like a pretty crazy call. We are back to just having to throw the ball, though, and KJ Jackson's getting caught. This is really bad. We needed our defense to step up and help them out, and they just didn't do their job. We just cannot give up another big touchdown like that. We're putting so much pressure on the freshman, and we're just going to have to put that into the hands of someone else. Ideally, Brady Russell, but his rushes haven't gone for that many yards yet in this game. So I'll keep trying it, but if it's not there, we might as well keep it and not get caught. There has been something fun about rolling out to the left, though. I've actually been enjoying it more than I typically would. Complete below double up. I think it just works really well for some of the plays in this playbook, though he's going to miss another slam. There's been so many open receivers that we just aren't hitting, but we got a one-on-one, and we can't pull off the trunk. That was the perfect opportunity for it, too. That's why you have Braylon Russell. I wanted him to lay that dude down. Just didn't work out that way, though. We are going to be able to scramble for a good bit. KJ gets in, and I like it. I like it a lot, actually. He's starting to get a little bit more comfortable out there in his own scheme. I even called a timeout hoping that we could get a stop on this 3rd and 13 and get him another chance to move the ball down the field, which it looks like we will. I just wanted to give him a 1-minute drill with no timeouts, and this is a sky-high punt. But if we can just outrun all these kids, oh, this is going to be another touchdown. To the Jet Award winner, Jordan Anthony, he's gone. He's gone. I don't know why they would try and test him. I think in kicking it that high, they assumed that players could get there fast enough, but it made it far too easy. All of a sudden, it seemed like we're actually going to pull this up. With the way it started, I was just preparing myself for the worst. But that's a great snag. North Texas is still in a position where they could tie things up to end this first half, which would completely change things. Is it weak to click off? I've just noticed that whenever I click off, we have a much better chance of actually pulling off the tackle. Oh, they're testing bridges. It worked. It worked. That is exactly why we would normally swap there. Now we have put KJ Jackson in a position where he could get us into field goal. But I'm just really upset with the fact that we just gave that up. Is this a good throw? It is. Okay, we're in our kicker's range. We just have to find a way to stop this clock and not have the entire thing run out. I think we're going to be able to just go out of bounds with Washington. Mike makes the smart play for us, but what if we just tried to get into the end zone to end this half and took that extra risk? KJ is amazing. I changed my full opinion about him from first quarter to the end of this half. If we can just work on KJ Jackson's accuracy, he has a lot more potential than I was seeing at first. I know it's North Texas. I know this is not SEC competition, but they're a 9-3 team. They're not that bad. I plan on really working in the portal as well to get some fast running backs. In fact, I'm going to be looking directly for the kid from Missouri.
This strap boots.
It's okay. I'll just grab the back of the stakes. Bag of the stakes. I didn't afford that money, guys.
The lowest prices of any national grocery store. It's an all discount.
Want to take the next step with Entivio? Then it's time to talk to your healthcare provider. With Entivio, you may be able to pay as little as $5 per dose. Plus, our team can help connect you with additional support programs.
Notes to the financial statements?
There's a flag in the cash flow statement.
Already did it. You're the one they're counting on. You need agentic AI that helps you go further.
One away. Cleans up to 50 feet.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the grid, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the Vipercore Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Let's get yours.
Comfort that performs.
Just because we saw how good this season he had. You know what? That's something I should check out as well. Just look at the national stats and see what players are at risk of transferring. If that's something that I'm able to view, there's no way that they just converted it there. Pain, pain, pain. That is all that Arkansas and Arkansas fans know. We will eventually bring the glory back to this program now. It's coming. Third down. Oh, that's got to be guarded by at least one of us. The worst part about this entire drive is North Texas has stayed in hurry-up mode for the last 2 minutes. Everybody that's currently out there on the field is completely exhausted. But maybe this can be when we finally get them off of the field. You gotta catch it. What's crazy is he leads our team in interceptions, but he could have had twice as many at least. I've also found something that looks like a little bit of a speed boost every so often with these kick returns. I didn't get it there, but Jordan Anthony might get his second return of the day. This kid is a cheat code. I'm gonna try to recruit this kid back in the portal. His returns didn't work as well throughout the season when we're playing higher overall teams. But when we're playing smaller schools where everybody on our return teams are higher overall, they're better at blocking. That's when he makes a difference. Just like that as well, we're starting to actually close this one out with some scraps. I can glaze Larry Worth III one final time before he ends up graduating, and KJ Jackson actually hit a slam this time. I don't know what's up with Omega Blake and Cam Shanks just dropping everything now. Omega Blake, our best receiver, actually had 8 drops this season, so that's even more than Shanks ended up having. And if that ball was placed a little bit better, it would have been easier for Jalen Brown to bring in. Currently, it's only a 14-point game, so this one's still not over. Tavion had to pick one of those two to guard. There was only so much that we could do there. We're bringing in a heavy blitz on this next play, and we dropped another. You know, Quintavious Scandrick might be better than whatever we get out of the portal, but he has been so frustrating. How did we not snag that football? I mean, we were in the right position, right time. We're all over. I just want to end this season with a bowl win and not give up more touchdowns for North Texas. Just off of the fact that they stay in hurry-up mode this much, by the way, I will never put them on the schedule. I don't care if it's not realistic. If they're scheduled to play the Razorbacks in real life, it's getting full. I'm going to make the schedule for this rebuild as entertaining as I can every season. That's why we played Oklahoma State instead of an FCS school. The SEC is also going from 8 conference games to 9 conference games next year. So in seasons 2 and any season after that, we're going to have to play 9 conference games in the SEC. That's going to be a challenge. We'll get another pick. Tavion Wallace actually got that one. It's his first career interception. What a play for him. There's definitely a few young pieces on this team to be excited about as we keep on going forward. We're not going to have to fully rebuild through just the transfer portal. We're in a little bit of trouble here, though. And that's a fumble. I've seen some broken stuff on this game. This might be the most broken thing I've ever seen. How did he end up throwing it that way? It's going to make it 3rd and 28 for us. I thought we were just going to smoothly close this one out, which we still would end up doing. North Texas would never score a game, but that was just really weird. When it comes to KJ Jackson's stats, I feel like they don't tell the whole story. We really hope this team overcome it. And look at that. In our first season with Arkansas, we've already picked up 3 pieces of hardware for the trophy room. Our Bull Trophy, the Jet Award, and then the Battle Line Trophy against Missouri. Out of curiosity on if we could see deal breakers or not, I started looking around the rest of the country at some of these running backs, seeing if there's anybody in the portal we'd like to get. Love to see Dante for Kentucky do this well with 23 touchdowns. Don't know what's probably going to stay there. We're just not able to see any deal breakers, so we're not going to be able to determine who's actually going to enter the portal. And I'm very scared to see how many guys from our team. At least Jim Morrow wants to be our defensive coordinator, but we did get the offensive coordinator that we wanted, which is actually fine because Tony Elliott from Virginia became available, and I'd love to get him in with his spread offense and some strategist boosts. We were somehow his only offer, so he signed with us, and not only is there a little bit of benefit on the recruiter side as well. It'll help us scout offensive players quicker. But this strategist stuff is key because you're going to see that now running backs, wide receivers, tight ends, and offensive linemen now have a lower deal breaker threshold. Plus, visits are going to have a bigger impact for all these types of prospects. For our defense, Jim Moore's actually not that useful. His architect boots aren't that upgraded yet. He is stuck on the special team side of things that I don't want. So I think he's heavily in the tactician side more and scheme guru. But Sam Pittman himself, this is where we get some massive boost if we can just acquire some skill points. I would love to get stuff like quarterback whisperer, where freshman and sophomore quarterbacks progress faster. That could make a massive difference. He's just already a level 41, so it's hard to acquire any skill points. Matt Campbell ended up going over to Nebraska. It was because Matt Rule was fired who decided he'll just go to California, and then Lance Leopold left Kansas to go to Wisconsin. Just some interesting coaching carousel moves. Texas Tech won the national championship over Georgia. I guess paying for a good roster paid off. But let's just go ahead and get this tough period over with. There is so many players transferring. Braylon Russell, extremely low to come back. I don't think we're going to be able to convince anybody. It really hurts to see someone like freshman Kevin Oates that's a 76 lead, but it's normal development, so you can't complain too much. Trevor Jackson and Grayson Wilson also want to go. I guess deciding that we're just going to use KJ Jackson in the bowl game really upset both of them. They realize they don't have his bright future. With our final persuasion, we're going to try and get Jordan Anthony to come back, but it's failed just like every other persuasion we attempted. So anyone that entered the portal, they are gone. Then we have to say goodbye to a whole list of plenty of seniors. Basically, our entire starting lineup, whether it's on the offensive line, we got Fernando Carmona to prep for the draft, of course. We got guys like Orlando Blake that could still get picked up by teams. Mike Washington Jr., he's going to be gone. Scandrick also leaving. Taylor Green, of course, we knew it was coming. Cameron Ball, another impact player. Caleb Wood. I mean, you're seeing so many names. Dix Jr., Steven, he popped up a bunch. Larry Work III. This is just going to stink. After all those departures, I'm really not sure what all we ended up having left. Orlando Blake did get drafted too. But if you just ignore seniors whenever we're looking at the team roster, you'll see stuff like KJ Jackson is the only quarterback in our room besides the guy that we've recruited out of high school. Then at running back, Cam Settles, the only guy that's currently here. Like, there's so much work we have to do. Currently next year on the receiving front, Jalen Brown's going to be back, but outside of that, all these other faces you're not going to be familiar with. At least Jacob Platt we're going to be familiar with at tight end. And I'm just starting to realize that being able to fill all those team needs is going to be pretty hard to do with only 16 slots open for transfers that we can recruit. Somehow there weren't that many players that were actually interested in coming to our school originally, but there's players in the open status we're going to pursue anyway. If you look up at the top of our transfer options though, Ricky Hunt Jr., he's going to be a junior running back. I would love to get him. Problem is he's from Oklahoma City, so he'll probably end up going to the Cowboys. Then at quarterback, we can choose between Michael Hawkins Jr. and Kenny Minchie. If we just get one of them, we'll be set. If for whatever reason neither of those work out, we're also going to add Malachi Nelson to our board and just pursue him at QB. As a former 5-star recruit, he should still be pretty viable. He's transferred over from UTEP. He's already transferred so many times. I'm just going to keep on scouting and seeing what other options we can use for our final 4 transfer spots. It's actually going to be 5 because one of the running backs on the board had like 82 speed. What I've done is I've put Brady Hart, another quarterback. I just want to make sure that we have multiple quarterback options. I've put a receiver in Jeremy Hamilton. He's a speedster, and then some defensive backs too. We won't really know what players we stand a chance on until we advance a week. And as you can see when we look at these 4 stars, there's a lot of competition because these are good quarterbacks. Like they're probably going to go to other SEC schools. We're probably not going to get Ricky Hunt Jr. So we had a bigger game on Oklahoma State, which is nice. So that's why I'm glad we've taken first place on Malachi Nelson. We took first place on Brady Hart. We don't need all these quarterbacks. We might have to move around on board depending on who signs with us. Well, we wanted these options, and we're about to guess some hard sells. If they're incorrect, then we're just going to have to redo our board in another week. We have to pull out some guesses, though, which is the most stressful part about all of this, because I think what's going to happen is we're just going to fall out of the battle if we're incorrect for either one of these. And sure enough, that's how it played out with Michael Hawkins Jr. We fell to 4th place, and even on Kenny Minchie, unfortunately, he's from Tennessee, so he's not going to choose us, despite getting it correct. We did get Ricky Hunt Jr. correct, though, which means we've jumped up to 1st place, and we're going to beat out Oklahoma State. Then there's 94 speed receiver Jeremy Hamilton, the Indiana is going to get because we completely whiffed on his hard sell. I just kept searching for more talent though, and signing Ricky Hunt Jr. as we go into the final week of the offseason is big. What really stinks is there's just certain players I'm having to accept that we're not going to get. What I decided is I need to make room for more prospects on here so we can sign as big of a class as possible. I'm actually excited about Marion Peterson as a potential running back in the future. He's an elusive bruiser with 90 speed. With only so many roster spots I can give to recruits, I hope he ends up being worth it. We are about to see guys like Isaac Smith, a 4-star transfer. They did choose our school. Malachi Nelson as well. And there's a good chance as I go through player progression to end this first season, to end this video, to prepare us for season number 2. A lot of the players that you see on this list are going to end up being starters for us, even over some of the guys that we've recruited out of high school. What it all comes down to is the depth trade, and Malachi Nelson comes in with elite development. I think he's going to be our starter for the next couple seasons. Strong safety Isaac Smith, the 4-star, has star depth, though Ricky Hunt Jr. has normal development, which is very disappointing for him. Either way, my goal with Arkansas was to sign better than a top 30 class, since that's what they normally average, and we got inside the top 20, which is great. If you compare us to the rest of the SEC, though, that barely puts us inside the top 10, which just shows it's going to be very hard over these years to be better than our competition. I'm somehow going to have to recruit even better. I'm very excited for player progression, for Malachi Nelson, for Brady Hart as well. This is another transfer that came in as a freshman with the deal breaker on prime time. So if we don't start him, if he doesn't have high potential, and we put Malachi Nelson out there instead, we will lose it. I just wanted to give us as many options as possible, and I'm not the biggest fan. 88 Pro Power to Speed 76. What I'm going to have to accept, though, is Malachi Nelson is capped out to a certain overall, so he might not be our best player, and he's going to want to transfer due to his deal breaker unless we won a ton of games. I will say we could definitely use more bodies at running back and at receiver. We're going to have to find better players next year in those positions. I was able to snag a couple other athletes that could be moved there, so that will help to our depth a little bit. But they don't have very high potential. Tim Ball, the 5-star corner, by the way, coming in as a 79 overall. Then it looks like Isaac Smith's going to be an 88 overall strong safety, so he could be our best player on our defense. We'll see after player progression. Free safety options, not looking as good. All around, if we could just get this team better than it was last season, I think I'll be happy. And the first player I focused in on was Malachi Nelson. His accuracies are up quite a bit, but 67 throw under pressure, that is 7 worse than Taylor Green had this past season. He can even get his speed up to 89 before running out of slope. And I think if you compare him to KJ Jackson, after I focused only on upgrading his accuracies, you would see that Malachi Nelson is just a better player at the moment. Brady Hart might be a little bit of a different story, though, because all of his accuracies are looking pretty good. They're better than Malachi Nelson's, and he's a similar overall with a slightly weaker arm and no speed. So it's going to be tough, but right now Malachi Nelson has a little edge. I'm just also trying to think long-term, and as a freshman, Brady Hart could be around for 4 more years. Then we have Marion Peterson at running back. He came in with 90 speed. I upgraded just his elusiveness, and it actually got him to a higher overall than Ricky Hunt Jr., the 4-star transfer. So he's looking like the starter for us there. Jalen Brown is very disappointing because his catching is already at a pretty high level, and we can only upgrade specifically catching. So I got his quickness up to 97. Route running is maxed out. Abilities, there's not too much we can do. So I worked on a lot of his after the catch stats as well, but I feel like one of these guys is probably going to end up passing him up as our #1 receiver. I guess not, though. A lot of them are this elusive route runner archetype, which I just can't stand whenever it comes to progressing players because they can't get as good a receiver as you want them to. Jake Platt, though, took him from a 79 up to an 86, and I really worked on his route running because that was frustrating me this past season. We also made his catching a lot better. I think that's going to make a big difference on him. Safety, Isaac Smith, our best defensive player, had like no coverage stats, so I focused on that for him, which got him up to a 91 overall this season. And I'm like 99% sure he's going to stay our best defensive player, but someone Bridges has gotten up to an 89 overall when we maxed out his man coverage, and next up will be his zone. Tavion Wallace is going to get a lot better coverage stats because we noticed that he was giving up a lot in zone coverage last year. I increased his run stopping a little bit too. Even IQ can make a big difference. By the time I'm finished with all this player progression, I think it's safe to say this team is better than the one we had last year. I think it's got a little bit more depth, but it's not that much better than the team we had last season. And what I have to prepare for in season 2 is a lot of guys on this team could end up transferring out. Even Bridges doesn't like our current brand exposure grade, so it doesn't make sense that we made him this good. But that's just the way things are. With our new freshman kicker and punter, by the way, it does mean this guy John Starzik is going to be encouraged to transfer. We no longer need his services. And I haven't forgotten we're going to bump up the conference games to 9 to match what the SEC's doing in real life. Before I start filming season 2, there's definitely some decisions I'm going to have to make about this team. With some of our tactician boost, Malachi Nelson is up to an 87 overall quarterback. We'll have to find out whether or not he is the starter. And I'm just really happy to start doing another series. The YouTube algorithm doesn't always love it as much, so if you all could hit a like on this and just keep on pushing it out, I'd really appreciate it. But I will see you all in the next one when we get started with hopefully Malachi Nelson.
Gatorade Zero Powders, the #1 proven electrolyte blend with zero sugar. Is it in you?
You can get this fixed now and pay later. You can get this fixed now and pay later. And this. Get it fixed now and pay later in 4 interest-free payments at SafeLight.com.
Safe like repair, safe like replace.
That'd be really frustrating. To be fair though, it's not that big of a gap. Like if it was jumping 3-4 divisions, that's where I'd see a real issue. They box that. I'm not gonna lie, he might have some good defense against us. On 3rd and 4, we're just gonna pick this one up. I can't sit here and say I love the way that we've come out playing, though if he's gonna bring over somebody like that, it'll be so easy to run football. We had to play against Le'Veon Moss. It's about time that I get to use him. I think we're gonna have a touchdown here. Concepcion's a great receiver from NC State, transfers in to make a play. It might be Kevin Concepcion though, like you're conceiving something. Kevin Conceiving? No, it's not that one. I don't know how to say that. You might notice that is a very common trend on this channel. At one point, I cared. I'd look up players' names. I'd listen to YouTube videos on how to say it. I would try to nail it as best as I could. Eventually, though, I just decided I don't care if people end up laughing at me for my pronunciation. Give me that pick. Give me that pick. Great start to the semifinals. Great start to the semifinals. Now we're going to see if he's sitting in cover 3 or cover 1. I had a feeling, oh no, oh no. I thought that was going to get there a lot faster. I really do not want to talk about that one. At least we're all over this halfback strike. I truly feel that just based off of the way that this one's gone so far, we should be fine. Who told this tight end he could run that fast? I want to be very clear. If Dante Moore did not throw that one off of his back foot, that would have been a touchdown. Instead, no one's getting that. On 4th and 5, I really hope that he isn't able to pick this up. We're swatting. We're swatting. Don't intercept that. That's the whole purpose of swatting the football, so we don't intercept it. I would have loved the prime field positioning. I guess we're just going to have to start from midfield. I mean, it looks like he's not learned his lesson about press coverage. He's going to try and get back to it right there. Seriously? Well, I guess a 5-yard throw is just too difficult for Marcel Reed to make now. At least he was able to complete this one. I think this guy's defense is pretty respectable. He keeps on teasing us, testing us to the outside. I was so going to run the ball, I audibled to a pass, and then he fixed his press coverage, so we're going to have to go back to running it here. I should definitely be using some more RPOs than I have been so far. I just feel like we came out strong with him and he locked it down. We'll see what type of coverage he gives us on 3rd and 4. I'm expecting to just take this quick out route, though if it's not there, we're going to go over to Kevin Concepcion, and he is going to fight to the 2. I was trying my best to run out all the time in this first half. But unfortunately, it looks like he is going to get another chance to score. However, he's not using his timeout, so he's let us run it down to about 30 seconds left. Where we're going direct snap, we're going up the middle, and we're in the end zone with Marcel Reed. Don't get me wrong, if this guy's got some good dots in his arsenal, then he should be able to score on us before the end of this first half. But we have a chance at a pick, and we don't get it. I saw some stuff open there that I didn't necessarily love. That could have been a disaster. For both of us too, like if I was able to use her that properly, then we would have been able to absolutely cook. Maybe even get a pick 6 out of it. Instead, we're trying to get pressure here. There it is. There it is. I would assume he's just trying to get in the field goal range before the end of the first half, but I just don't see any of that happen. His offense has been shut out so far. The real question is going to be, though, can we shut him out in this 3rd quarter as well? I mean, if he's going to come out in 5 wide, I know that he's probably got some serious stuff dialed up against us. He'll probably just hand this one off right here, and I couldn't get in the hole in time, which is going to give up 20 yards. He is racing against the clock, though. We went with some interesting coverage here, and he's going to be able to toast us. That was a great play. All I had to do was not run man-to-man coverage, but I did, and we couldn't get to the outside. I will say, there has not been much success whenever it comes to running the ball in this video. though we should be able to split this cover 3. It's a tight pass. Not every quarterback's able to make that throw. I am glad that we're using a team that has a quarterback that can. Is Le'Veon Moss going to be able to get us like 15? I was not expecting that. I even trucked a kid, but we're stuck on the guy on the ground. He just kept on holding on to our leg there. Great play from him. Unfortunate for us, but it's good. See, it's been such a long time since I've mixed in an RPO. I don't think he's even going to be considering it on this play. Oh, we got him. We got him great. And we might be able to outrun that guy. It will be back on our defense to make sure that they don't come back against us. We are 3 minutes, 32 seconds away from the national championship. What I learned from that last drive was basically do not run any cover 2, don't run man-to-man, and thank you. We'll take it. He'll probably quit after that. You got to feel for him. It's a 3-possession game, whether we score a touchdown or not. It's his first college football playoff run on the game. He had a good season. He went 8-5. He just got unfortunate that he has to face a menu merchant like me. You know, if wear and tear didn't affect quarterbacks that much, I would have to use a lot of those quarterback runs a lot more because they are a ton of fun. Let's see here. I mean, I guess he could still try and come back, but if he's going to make worse reads than me, he can't. Listen, only one Maj. We're experiencing network issues. I can understand if you pulled the cord. Take this advice from me. I do the same thing as you. I stare down one receiver, I throw it no matter what. At some point, we just got to learn how to go through multiple progressions. That was a great game, though. I enjoyed playing you. It is on to the national championship. We have 3 randoms. We're not using Kent State in this one. I can promise you that. Texas would be pretty sweet. I haven't gotten to use them yet. Yeah, it's got to be Texas. We might not have found very many lucky randoms at the beginning of this video, but they have clutched up when we needed it, because if we had to play Ohio State with any team other than Texas or like Oregon, Alabama, I feel like we would have been in trouble. Now we can head into this one knowing that the best man is going to win. We both have talented enough rosters. He is 8-6 as a recruit, so this is his first ever online season. This is a very winnable game for us. Does this guy that's about to return the kick, though, have 2 F's in his last name? Would you still pronounce that as French, or would it be like for French? That might be a dumb question. I just haven't seen it before. And what are these RPOs in this playbook, dude? I'm going to be confused. Please do not throw an interception on this first play. That's all that I ask. We just want to get a quick gain of yards. This Texas playbook's actually crazy. Some of the route combos and stuff I'm seeing in here are going to be a ton of fun, but we got to throw that ball away. It looks like he's going to sit and cover 4 quarters, which is cool. He is welcome to do so. We're just going to run the ball for a first down. They didn't give us a first down for whatever reason, though. I don't know how they didn't give us a first down. Now we know that he is going to run from it for sure. I actually don't like this play call at all, but we should have the slant immediately, and we do. We do. He breaks the tackle. That was almost very lucky. I mean, I would prefer if he'd press here, because then we could go for a huge touchdown over the top. He rushed in with the user. This guy's pretty good. We are going to have to lock in if we're going to want to beat him. Here on second down, I'm just going to go over to our flat. I saw that we were wide open with our running back. It looks like he's sitting in cover 4 quarters. I don't know how to beat that coverage, I'm going to be honest. I have no idea. But we got to get this throw out. It's the mix of man-to-man and zone that will really end up confusing me. If we can just hit this halfback angle route, though, I mean, those linebackers aren't keeping up with Wishner. We'll start up 7-0. Like the other games, I don't really feel great whenever I'm on the offensive side of the ball. It's the defense where I trust myself a lot more. And where do we think this guy's about to go with this play? It's not going to be there with the drag at all. At all. I think he thought I was going to go off of it at some point. Our whole defense got messed up here. But it's a 50-50 ball. It's Jeremiah Smith. What am I supposed to do there? I just expect it's not going to work out for us. He threw that up? No shot. They're even hitting us with a flat. That's cool, though. I haven't seen anything that concerns me too much. I can't believe he threw that ball. Okay, so both of us have thrown for a touchdown so far in this game. I mean, we could not be lucky. But here we go. I got the look that I want. If this is cover 1, we should have Wingo over the top. And it is cover 1. Wingo's got like 96 speed. I'm expecting him to just run under this football. That's unfortunate, but now he's just going to have to play everybody super backed off. So we're going to be able to get out a very quick throw. I don't think he's going to give us a chance to test a deep ball again, though he did. He really thought that moving the man back on another player was going to help him out there. If he's going to sit in man-to-man or cover 4 quarters, which is mostly man-to-man, he's going to have to figure out how to stop Ryan Logan. We have a championship on the line. This is serious football. Come on. I feel like what these quick reads let me know is this guy's actually kind of scared. I don't know if he's going to try and go to a check down here. No way he's trying to do this to us. No, I'm not saying we got the best matchup in the world for that, because I can assure you, we don't. Though, why did he make a play on that ball? I mean, he threw that one straight at us. This time we're going to send two and see if that makes a difference. I feel like it could confuse him. It kind of did. I mean, he doesn't have anything unless he threw that one on the run. The main point of it, though, was I wanted to be able to send a blitz on this next play, because he's most likely going to throw it straight at us. I don't think sending a blitz 2 plays in a row is the smartest of ideas. He was able to click on and make a catch there. Jeremiah Smith is actually broken. We'll see what we can figure out on 2nd and 11. He is a touchdown if he wants it. I think what we're just going to have to do is run some man-to-man coverage and hope that he isn't able to split our zones or anything. All right, let's see. What do we got on 4th down? He's got an open running back. Nothing was open. Don't you love the live comment? He's got an open running back to the next second. Nothing was open. To be fair, he would have had an open running back, but he didn't the second he threw that ball. Now, this might be the worst play call of all time, but we are going to hit him with a halfback draw and not get a first down. I don't have any timeouts, so that's going to really hurt us, though we should be able to get out there. All we have to do is end this first half with a field goal. He's got everybody backed off. I mean, this has to be an absolute laser. We might be able to go with it again as well. We got our tight end on a slant, which we didn't have the last time. I got to throw this one away, right? Or we'll throw it up. Why not? Throw it up. Throw it up. Give me that. Give me that. Touchdown! We are the greatest team. There's the rage quit. That's what you have to do to win a championship. I mean, I would rage quit after that play too, dude. That is insane. I just threw it up. I said, F it. He's down there somewhere. And yes, he was. We're just not going to get our national championship presentation. What a run, though. That is a perfect way to end this video. I can't believe we just caught that ball, but we had the positioning. Let's be honest. We had the positioning. I'll take a 13-2 season where we used a lot of small schools for sure. As we continue to move up in these divisions, if you all like these videos, I'll probably do some more online gameplay, but at the same time, now I got to scratch that itch for another rebuild, because I want to get back to that. What a run, though. Drop a like for another one of these online videos, and I will see you all in the next one.
I'm stuck on Band-Aid brand, cause Band-Aid's stuck on me. Cause they hold on tight no matter what, on fingers, toes, and knees. I'm stuck on Band-Aid brand, cause Band-Aid's stuck on me.
I'm going back in history to what most consider the greatest college game ever, NCAA Football 06 and the first Road to Glory. You could get a girlfriend in this game, play through drills to earn a scholarship, create a sign, use FCS schools, and so much more. I first played this game on the GameCube. It was actually the first console game that I ever played. So today I'm reliving my childhood on NCAA Football 06.
NCAA Football 2006.
We will eventually get around to some of the features that you could do on here, like create a sign. But the main goal of this video is to win the Heisman as a freshman, so we're about to load up the first ever Road to Glory ever. I think there's even a way to get FCS schools into this eventually, but here we go. Welcome to the race for the Heisman. Go from high school through college and to the pros, so we need to perform well in summer camp first to earn scholarship. And of course, the first thing I have to do is just put my name in here. But I don't know what position I'm going to go with yet, and I can't hear any volume at the moment, but Coach is apparently talking to us, so we're going to get a warm-up. I think this is where the drill starts. Okay, so it looks like I could be either a pocket QB, a scrambling QB, running back, receiver, defensive lineman, linebacker, or defensive back. So we have more options on 06 than we're going to have in college football 26. And when I went back to 14 recently, I did a running back. I think I want to do a quarterback whenever 26 comes out. So for now, we're going to do a wide receiver. I'm going to try to make myself a two-way player, though, as well. I want to see if we can also play on defense. These are apparently some of the controls. And let's see what we can do on this first drill. I am wide open, but we didn't get the ball. We still got some points for it, though. The gameplay in this might look a little funky, but I feel like for its time, it was actually pretty solid. I would like to get a target at some point, though. I'm not sure what I need to do to call for the ball. It must not be X. So this time, I'm going to go for triangle, and that's what it took. All right, so we're already learning pretty early on. I don't know what our quarterback is doing, but this is not going to get us very good scholarship offers if we don't start making plays. I'm actually very concerned that this is going to go pretty poorly for us. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just trying this out for the first time, and here we go. 50-50 ball. Give me that. All right, this is it. We're going to fail the drill if we can't do anything here. Though we're able to bring it in, we get a touch, and it looks like we have all these scholarships awarded for us. We have Tennessee, Oklahoma, Ohio State, or we could walk on somewhere. Let's see what this says, though. Basically, we've got a scholarship from these schools. If you don't want to attend them, you can walk on to a program of your choice. When you select a school, you will be placed on their roster as a freshman. You have 4 seasons to build your player and pursue the Heisman Trophy, unless you decide to declare for the draft. So you can do that, declare as a junior. I don't really want to go with either Ohio State or Tennessee. I guess we could settle with Oklahoma. I'm really not sure how to feel about this, but I would like to have a chance at being near the top of the polls, winning a championship as a freshman. That's how I'm going to be in the Heisman run. And so we've already completed step 1. I guess now we just track our progress with the Heisman height meter, and we'll see what this brings us to. Okay, it's a little bit more customization. I'm actually really surprised that they have my small town from Kentucky on here. As you can see, we've gone with number 87. It's right for a wide receiver. And I think we all know that I'm 6'6". I want to keep this run of glory as realistic as possible, so I'm not going to put myself at 240. I'm actually going to put myself at 243. I've just been eating a little bit more food recently. And I gotta say, those might be some of the most ugly gloves I've ever seen in the world, but that's what we're going to have to be rocking with. There's only so much customization you could do back in the day. It's been a long time since I've played this game, so I almost thought for a second that I was going to get this set my own specific stats, but I don't get to. This is just what we're going to be stuck with. And I think this is where things get exciting. I know there's a dorm room on this game because it says your dorm room is ready for you to move in, and it is time for you to get ready for your freshman season. If you can become a legend in your school, you can continue your player's career in Madden 06, or you can stay in the college ranks as a coach in Dynasty mode. That is so neat. Some of the things we're going to be able to do is track our progress for the Heisman, hit the practice field to improve our game faster, perform well in big games, become a legend in the program, and also check our mailbox to read letters from our fans. I really don't know what to expect out of this mode. I just want to play through a full season, and it gave me a reason to come back to NCAA Football 06. As you can see, we are sitting here in our dorm room. We're going to start over. I guess we can scroll through all this stuff. And looking at our playbook, is this something that I'm able to go into and actually change? Or I could begin a drill. Okay, that's interesting. We can also view stats and rankings for your team and your player here. I know I just saw what I saw. This is the girlfriend part. Your girlfriend is uglier, and the better you play, the more attractive she gets. I don't know if there's another spot where you can look at it. I also need to look into who our quarterback was at Oklahoma at the time on this roster. Same with our running back, 97 overall. I have a feeling I'm going to know who this is. And of course I do. I cannot believe it was not processing in my little casual brain up here that Adrian Peterson was at Oklahoma at the time, so we have him alongside us. We also have Sam Bradford as our quarterback. He is the white guy, obviously, so he's the backup. He's an 84 as a freshman. I think this guy was Paul Thompson in real life. I've not heard of him. I was like 4 years old at the time. And more importantly, coming into college, we are the number 3 receiver on the depth chart already, so we should get good playing time. Now, I know it's going to be hard to win the Heisman Trophy. We got like Matt Liner up here, I think. We also have Adrian Peterson, so he's going to take away a lot of shine from us. And then you've got guys like Reggie Bush that are also going to make the Heisman race a tough challenge. But I do like we're starting as the number 14 in the country. That was a lot of information to take in. We have our newsletters. We can follow our team's story in the school newsletter. Is this something that we can read? I remember those magazine covers, especially in Dynasty. Those were always so neat. I might have figured out how to zoom in on the picture of our girlfriend as well. I do think it's kind of a crazy concept that as you perform better, she gets more attractive in this game. I guess we're going to follow that. This would never be in games now. But I feel like back then, sports games and just video games in general, they did whatever. They had a lot of fun stuff. We got fan mail that we can read too. Welcome, James. Congratulations on making the best decision of your life. The next few years are going to be something special. I have no doubt in my mind that you'll leave this place with the Heisman under your arm. See you on Saturday, Mike Dyer. So we got a fan already writing this in. What's going to be interesting is if I perform worse, if I have a game where I just don't get like any receiving yards, do we then get hate mail from the fans? That would be good. There's also a trophy case that I guess will expand the more that we achieve. Right now there's nothing in there. And I can't believe I'm still looking through stuff. We got a closet with our players' personal information. Oh, I was hoping we could like change our clothes or something. Not sure what that would be. I think the final and main thing is our team schedule. So we're going to go over to our team schedule. We're going to see that we have to play teams like TCU. This is back when Oklahoma wasn't in the SEC. But really thinking about it, I don't think TCU was in the Big 12 at the time. I've gone over to our conference. We are right ahead of Texas, our biggest rivals. That's going to be a huge game for us on here. We just got to see who else in here, like Texas A&M. They're an SEC Tennessee now, so is Missouri. We got Nebraska in the Big 12. And I just want to note, this was back before NIL was a thing. As you can see, there are cinder blocks in our room holding up a plant. This dorm would be much nicer in the year 2025. Before we get too far in with all the drills and stuff, I just want to showcase some of the other parts of NCAA Football 06 that I want to talk about. We got stuff inside game features like Creative School that's actually in the game. Creative Player, they should bring that back and create a sign. This is where we could have a lot of fun. The fans are going to hold up this sign after we do something like have a passing touchdown or receiving touchdown. So we need to make this something we want to read. And I think I've decided that we're just going to have to hope a female fan is holding up this sign because this is the first one we're rocking with. I need this one to be noticeable, so I made it pink. We're going to look out for the pink sign. I do think the longer that I start to create some of these signs, I'm kind of seeing why EA hasn't put these in the new game yet, though they still should. And I promise, I did not write this one. This is generically how it was said. Take that and like it. I'm just going to leave the rest of them how they are for now, though we can change that in the future. But there is historic rosters on here. The names are not accurate. And then you can see the plethora of FCS schools that you can just sub into your dynasty. I'm hoping that I can also sub these into Road to Glory, but I'm not sure. How can I forget? There's also stuff like Pendant Collection, which I'm pretty sure could give you some awesome boosts, like being able to kick like a 90-yard field goal at some points. That might have been a different game, I'm not sure. Look at all the stuff that EA used to do back in the day, though. They had their college basketball game, Madden, Arena Football, NBA Live. They even had some cameos, which I clicked into for a second. We'll let them play. That was the team. There was just neat stuff like that. Obviously, you got the mascot game. We even have rivalry games, which aren't just the FBS programs. You could even get matchups with rivalries with FCS ones. With all that being said, though, it is time that I actually play the game mode that I had set out to play. We're going to keep on exploring the game, seeing what we can find, but we're going to begin a drill, our first one in college. The reason they have stuff on the menus like this for impact players was this was the first year that they ever brought these to the game as well. So like NCAA Football 06 was a huge stepping stone from 05. And it seems like we're doing pass skeleton again. This is the drill that I had to run the last time, trying to get scholarship offers. I just have to figure out how to catch. I do think it's very hard to tell who's on what team when we're just wearing some pennies. But you can see our score up there, and then I'm calling for the ball. I need to read these controls. Evidently, I've been pretty dumb. I need to click the button that I'm on. Or maybe not. That didn't work. I just fell over and almost caused a pitch. Just looking through this, I really don't think there was a button where you could call for the ball. So it's going to be interesting to see whenever we actually get it. If I get wide open, I would hope that our quarterback would see it, but he's been going to that guy. We ended up finishing at 11. And after a quick Google search, what I figured out is if you hold down X, that gives you a chance at getting. With that in mind, I decided to restart this drill, though it's not making a difference. And as you can see, my team stinks. Plus, my quarterback doesn't see me. I'm pretty sure I put this on All-American as well. There's a touchdown. So it should be on the second hardest difficulty. I'm just hoping that there's some other drills as a wide receiver. We caught it off with a deflection there, and we almost got out. It's going to be very interesting to see how this entire Road to Glory goes. And I'm going to get better throughout it, that's for sure. Eventually, we'll have a much better practice. I will say it's kind of odd trying to figure out what I'm supposed to be doing, but I think if we just go over to our team schedule, we can actually get into our first game. And let's just hope that we don't lose against TCU. As you can see, we got the announcers in the booth, so this is pretty cool. And then they got us running out to midfield to be a part of the coin toss. I don't actually see myself out there now. Something I did not realize about Road to Glory in its first year back then was there was no player lock, and I'm pretty sure that you just play with the team the whole game. Now there was a clipping penalty, so we're back to our 15. But as you can see, we are in control of goals via quarterback. We're over there on the right side of the field, and we're going to be able to get open and catch it. It's definitely odd. I thought I was going to be playing just my career in Road to Glory, but now we get to use Adrian Peterson. He breaks 2 tackles, and Adrian Peterson, known as Church on this roster, goes all the way to the 10-yard line. I think the weirdest part about all of this, though, is if we're here controlling the offense, fumbling it away into our lineman's hands. Without being able to click on and use myself, is I'm not sure how I'm going to be able to win the Heisman Trophy, and that's a draw. Definitely not a solid start to my college career. And we might as well see what kicking used to be like back in the day. I'm pretty sure we just have to get the power right. Accuracy wasn't great, as it misses. I'm seeing a lot of this cutscene so far. And the stadium pulse, we're able to pump up the crowd. That's pretty cool for 2006. Did they just throw it with their running back? This is so odd. This is inside road to glory, and I'm playing as any guy on the field that I want to click onto. But we force a fumble, we pick it up. Another thing I'm going to try to do is I'm going to see if we can sub ourselves in as a corner. It looks like you can't move a wide receiver over there until we've gotten down to this part. I mean 62, but that'll at least give us a reason to play both sides of the ball. I am 6'6". I can't forget that, so I should catch a lot. What I'm waiting for through some of these highlights, though, is one of our signs to pop up. And look at how fake that crowd looks in the background. I'd say the on-field graphics really aren't too terrible, but the crowd looks rough. No way. There's also a penalty. It's going to be against them. And they're probably just as confused as I am. I'm not quite sure what the penalty could have been, but I want to tell you, I'm trying so hard to force feed the ball to myself to win this Heisman Trophy, but you clearly cannot stare down one receiver. It's going to be a challenge to figure things out in NCAA football 6 throughout this entire season. I think if we get the hit meter like this, and then I make sure we don't even go for full power, just get the accuracy down the middle, it should be. I'm just remembering these Pontiac drive summaries. Those were pretty cool back in the day. And here's another thing. There is no option for me to super sub. I have to play every snap of every game, including some bad kickoffs. Listen, we're going to have some fun with it, though. I have found myself, I'm going out there to make a tackle. They hit us with that play again. And if I can play both ways, both sides of the ball, I should be able to win the Heisman. What was that? How does that dirt taste is the sign that's popping up? I don't remember that feature in the game. I'm not sure why. I guess I could also put myself a kick returner if I really want to go for the Heisman, though fumbling the ball away there was not what I expected. And you know what? It is time to use our height. We have a 6'6" receiver. We're going for the 50-50 ball, and it's going to be intercepted. Okay, this is going to be a long game, a lot longer than I was expecting. This is pre-accelerated clock, so I just wasn't expecting it to move as slow as it does. I missed the tackle. And let's see, are we going to be able to stop the run eventually? There we go. This is a huge 32 for us. I was not in there the whole time. And I thought they would go for it where they actually did off of a fake punt. I was lined up to block the field goal, but they were out there ready to actually punt it to us. We're going to bring in the catch here. They just tackled us. And we currently have 3 receptions for 55 yards. Right here, though, is where we're going all the way to the end zone. Can we get that ball? We can. Don't even start in the comments about other guys being open as well. I fully understand that. I keep on faking it. What I am going for is stat padding, and I'm using controls that I might use back on current games. This has been very disappointing so far. Not exactly the way I was expecting this game to go for us. But I do remember this. During a timeout, which they took, we're able to boost a certain group of players. It does kind of blow my mind that there are still people that play these old games to these days, though just knowing the more stuff's out. I am struggling without my basic features of Super Sim and all of that. There are so many things, though, that I think just make this game feel so much more immersive than what we have now. And really make each game special. There's a lot of pop-ups I really like. We have finally been able to outrun them for a second. You're not going to be able to stop me. There we go. We're going to start putting our name into the Heisman conversation. What a play that was right there. It doesn't make me want to target myself the rest of the game now. I just need to make sure I got a touchdown over 100 yards. And I'm hoping that next week I'll get to show up as an impact player on the field. You can see me hyping the crowd up for this 3rd and 4. They're just going to go for the play action. Never mind, running back at it. Very hard to check. There wasn't an ask or so on defense either, so we're just rocking with prevent. I just select myself. They don't pick it up in the half. And going into the rest of the season, this will be the longest game that we've played. I think I'm going to cut it down to 2-minute quarters. That's going to make it harder to win the Heisman Trophy, but I've already been in this game for almost 30 minutes. And hang on, I want to go back to something. Before most plays, there is some form of stat, whether it's the player that made a play on the last possession, your 3rd down conversion percentage, just something that pops up before every play that gets you immersed into each game. And I think that's something that's lacking in college football 25. Now, there's a lot of failed stuff, a lot of glitchy stuff like this that shows it's an outdated game. But EA's pulled stuff like Stadium Pulse from this title, so I don't see why they couldn't pull other stuff too. If we're going to be able to control everybody too, we might as well also have some fun with Adrian Peterson. Just not too much fun to where the Heisman Trophy could go to him over us. We had a touchdown here, except this pass was so bad and we still catch it. And where is one of the signs that I created? One of these days it will have to pop up. I think after a receiving touchdown, and you know exactly who's getting the eyes whenever we're in the red zone. There it is. It's caught. We've caught 2 touchdowns in our first game. There's still no sign of the sign. And I don't think we're going to end up giving up any points on defense. I mean, we're just playing lights out. If we can hold them here, I'll see you all at the end of this game. We do. And I remember back in the day, always trying to make some crazy plays like this happen. I don't know if it's actually possible to pull off. It clearly is. Here near the end of the game, we're going to go for a 3rd touchdown just to have it. And we do get it. And as you can see, I'm going to be player player of the game. I have almost 200 receiving yards with those touchdowns. Defense has actually been the most boring thing in the entire world. And I wasn't even thinking about potentially going for a fourth touchdown, but it could happen. We are in the Old Spice red zone. This is the report that they'd always pop up if you remember that. We're going to hand it off to Adrian Peterson one time. You know what? Let him get it. And I have now spent a literal hour inside this game, finally getting through it. We're going to those 2 game quarters. It's not like the gameplay wasn't fun. It was just a blowout, and it is very dull. But this has definitely brought back a lot of memories. We're going to shoot for winning that Heisman Trophy, seeing all the features we can discover on this game. I didn't see anything talked about player of the game. We're just going to have to look at our stats through here. There's a composure bar up there that shows ours is pretty low, even though we were one of the only 2 receivers to catch a ball. And there was something so nice about just having simple information like this back on the loading screen. As you can see, our Heisman height meter has raised a little bit, so that's a plus. But I think if we're going to appear in the actual Heisman watch, we're just going to have to wait a few more weeks. Or I just have to advance the week. That would probably help. This is going to lead to us getting some more fan mail, this time from Jeremy Harrison. Coaches must think pretty highly of you if you're going to hand over the reins to a freshman. You're going to have your work cut out for you, Doug. Jeremy, sitting from his couch, is telling me what it's going to be like playing football. I sure hope he's a history himself out there on the field. He's telling me the game moves at a whole different speed at this level. The faster you can make the transition, the better you'll be. At least he's wishing you good luck. And apparently, even though I had an incredible week, it's not going to cause my girlfriend to change. What has changed, though, is the Heisman height meter is completely maxed out. All we did was play for 1 week. Evidently, I just needed to advance a little bit because, as you can see, there we are up at number 3. So we are put on notice across the rest of the country. And we might not have won National Player of the Week, but we did win Big 12 Offensive Player of the Week. We also have a chance to be on the cover of our school newsletter. It looks like they did go with us. Defense comes to play. The Sooners keep TCU off the scoreboard, win the season opener 31-0. And I'm not sure if I get to choose what stats get upgraded in the future or what, but we are still an 82. Unfortunately, even though we are about to start beginning drills again, I'm pretty positive it's just the same drill. And this was the first time that they added in-season recruiting to Dynasty Mode. Before that, it was just an off-season. As you can see, it's the same drill that we have known and loved. So I have a feeling I'm probably not going to play drills much more throughout this video, but I'm just trying to figure out all the things that I can discover in these menus. And our quarterback is blind. I think if we run our actual route, he's more likely to feed us the ball, but we missed it there. And we're just going to have it go down that we were never a practice play. That's not too important. What I'm curious about is the pennant collection. I already referenced this once, but what I figured out is if I hit R1, there's not just team boost, you can also get these game cheats, which is the things I was talking about. It makes sense to earn credits by playing well because then you can get a new one. So protection is what we just got here. And it says this Old Spice Red Zone Performance Pennant improves your player's pass blocking for 1 game. So we can continue to get more and more of these and then use them throughout the year, like if we play the Music City Bowl. This is apparently how you unlock it to use and play now. There's almost 400 that you can get, so you just have to hope that you get lucky. It unlocks mascots that you can use in Mascot Mashup, I'm pretty sure. That's exactly what it does. And then it gives you teams that could have team boost, but what I'm looking for is those game cheats that give you some really exciting things. I hadn't gotten any of them yet until this one. QB dud, I think this could be good. This kind of causes your opponent's passes to be time locked. And I am telling you, as a kid, some of these were super fun. I know there's one with a kicker where you can make a kick from anywhere. This adds points to your score when your player is injured. And we'll see if we end up actually using any of these for Dr. Road to Glory. I think they're pretty cool. Kicker Hex, is this what I've been searching for? This causes the win to be in your favor. We only have enough credits to get one more. Quarterback Rocket. This increases your quarterback's passing range for 1 game, so we might have to bring that out at one point this season. But yeah, there was just a lot of neat stuff in this old game. We only have 11 matchups on our schedule before we hopefully get a bid to the conference championship and the national championship. The Big 12 might not have had a conference championship back then. And all I know is there was no playoff back then, so if we lose 1 game this season, we're probably not winning at all. At least when it comes to facing Tulsa, though, we know that this will probably be one of the weakest teams that we have on our schedule. So that's something I can look forward to. We can focus on improvement. And what I've decided is it might be best if all I did was play offense and then let our defense get us the ball back. I think it's going to make us a lot healthier. We're not going to get many great defensive stats anyway. And I want to put the emphasis on being a receiver since that's exactly why I started this road to glory. But if we're just not going to catch free touchdowns, we might as well go with odd. If I'm being honest, I don't think I was meant to pitch that. This could be a crazy throw though. And we have gotten another sign, but it's still not the one we're looking for. I've yet to see one after throwing for a touchdown, but maybe if we can get this touchdown, We'll get it this time around. And I'm starting to think that you just can't scramble on this game. I gotta stop holding down R2. That's not one. What we need is man-to-man coverage, so we could just hit this corner out here, though I'll take that. And I don't think there's any way to challenge anything on this game. Campus challenge is the penance. Though we might also be able to give away with challenge status. Never mind, that has to do with stats, right? But the cool thing is that looking through the menus, I've been able to discover some stuff, like we can celebrate with cheerleaders or fans. We just have to do that after we get in. And if we slow this down, what you're gonna see is we're able to drag a foot down the second that ball is in our hands, before that foot even hits the ground, but they still didn't roll the touchdown. It's frustrating, but we're gonna run the same play back, see if we're able to get open this time around, and we go. You know, whenever we play better teams, it's probably not going to be worth it to force feed it to run play. But here's the thing, our defense has been so electric, we're going to get it back. They're not going to be able to keep us in games whenever we face bigger programs, but for now they allow us to just test stuff out offensively. I like the odds of catching that football, but here's where the real trick comes in. Can we finish off the drive? No, we can't. I just know we have limited opportunities to score a touchdown with ourselves, but we can't throw it into double coverage. At some point, we just have to get some points up there on the board, and if it comes with another touchdown from a different receiver, that's fine. In fact, what might make more sense in the future is just moving ourselves to wide receiver one. For whatever reason, inside Road to Glory, I can control the entire depth chart, so that's what we're going to have to do. Now, unfortunately, to end the first half, Tulsa did get in field goal range, but we're still going to have a 4-point lead, and we've had more total yards of offense, as you can see from those stats. We might be able to get a chance to just throw this one up to start the half. I mean, we have the size in this one. And that's the build that I have set this guy up for, but what I'd like to look for more of is simpler throws like this. I recognize that if I would have used a different build, then we'd probably be able to go for a lot more yards after the catch. But here's the thing, offensively, I'm not having much success still. We're going for it on a 4th down that we are just going to pick up. And now, it appears I have injured my chest on that play. I didn't even know that could happen in Road to Glory, but apparently it can. So we are going to be out of the game. Adrian Peterson is just making a look silly. And it says on return, so we're just going to hit the sub button and see if I can play. To me, this is the ultimate test right here. How bad do I actually want it? We're not going to get this one, but eventually I'm going to get that look that I'm hoping for. We just need 50-50 balls. It's not going to be single coverage, and it doesn't. It's probably a little concerning that I am going for this on a 4th and 19, but I thought we had a chance. And so far, our Heisman odds are dropping significantly because we only have one receiving touchdown. Plus, Brooks is about to take it to the house. That one receiving touchdown didn't even come from myself, so we really need to start scoring more. What is this? Playing as a defensive line user just isn't working. We need to be able to get Tulsa off of the field, and we might. I think these lower scoring games are going to make every finish a lot more interesting as well. And here we go. I got cover 4 out there on the field. We're going to try and generate some pressure, though I got stuck for a while. But luckily, we held it down, and here's my theory. I thought they were going to run commit. They didn't end up doing it, so they could still stop us and get the ball. On College Football 25, the computer gets too aggressive, and that's an instant touchdown. Here, though, we did the first, and I am far from done. See, if we're going to win that Heisman Trophy, we need receiving touchdowns. We don't have a single one in this game, but they just can't seem to guard us whenever it's a 50-50. Like, if I see man-to-man coverage, I know that we're about to score. I just need some time to throw it straight to Tulsa. Wonderful. Wonderful. They have a chance. I know that when it comes to playing this game, I am not one of the most talented. Just because that was the way it was on 14, it's that way on 25, but I feel lost playing 06. I don't care this was my first football game. Do you know how bad back then I probably was? I didn't have any idea either because I was just a kid. I was just enjoying playing a video game. I mean, I would have never tried an audible or anything on defense. When I do it now, it literally doesn't tell me what plan. But those are the times that we're working with. 17 seconds left on the clock now. Their quarterback just stared at me for a second before he, and we're doing a little bit of a shimmy, celebrating a dropped interception. You know what, though? As long as we close this out, I can't be too upset. I'm trying to become that defensive line user, and I don't know why I'm playing that in Road to Glory, but we finished the game, and we did not finish with a touchdown receiving-wise. Why are we celebrating like this for beating Tulsa? I mean, it's cool that they have that in this game, I guess. But if you compare these stats to last week's, even though the yards are pretty similar, no touchdowns is not good. What I want is my player speed to be boosted. Our ratings are still not changing, though. I have no idea how I'm supposed to improve them yet. I can't even figure it out online. Heisman hype is still maxed out. And the most interesting part about the Heisman watch right now is even though Adrian Peterson, Bonnie Church on this game, didn't end up having any touchdowns last week, he is still above us in I didn't even think he'd still be in the Heisman watch. Thomas Cage wrote to us this week. You must have shown the coaches a glimpse of their future husband whenever you get on the field as soon as you have. Lots of guys have come to pay their dues before they get some serious snaps. Good luck this year. It's going to be fun watching your progression, and everything's been so positive so far. What really intrigues me, though, is are we on the front of the school paper again? Didn't get mentioned by name yet. It is us on there. Defense again and again, though. They keep talking about our defense showing us. What I think we need to do is just go beat a ranked opponent on the road. It's our first road game, first time playing a ranked opponent, and they have yet to lose, so I'm curious if they've played anybody good or they've just had an easy start to the game. It really is so weird that in my lifetime, this went from being considered like the coolest graphics ever to now feeling so outdated, but I used to think this was as realistic as real life. I mean, I got to go out to the Rose Bowl for the cover shoot, so I've been looking around the stadium, even if this was like 20 years ago, trying to see if it looked similar to when I was there. Of course, we just fumbled the punt. No reason for that. But anyway, it's just so hard to see the detail in the stadium. I really should have been fair catching that ball, one of the first lessons my dad probably taught me. And we should have been giving up a touchdown there, but it's okay. UCLA committed a penalty after already making that mistake, so it's 3rd and 16 where they almost got picked. We have seen kickers before not be able to hit from here. They didn't either. But I'm having to feel stadium pulse for the first time. It's pretty loud. Will it matter, though, on whether or not we get separation? The playbooks feel so limited into stuff that I can actually run. I highly doubt we're going to be able to come down with this, but we might have beat them deep. And can we talk about how good of a throw that was? I don't know how there's another ball on the field. Maybe if I catch enough touchdowns in this game, my new girlfriend's going to show up with a Planet Fitness membership or something. We should be able to pick this one off. But they catch it. Genuinely, like, what is happening with this game? I can't believe I wasn't introduced to breaking controllers at a younger age. That was fully justified. I was probably just scared back then my dad was going to spank the life out of me or something. But they just got gifted 3 points by EA. Back then, I didn't even know I could play EA Promotions. It genuinely just used to be like a peaceful experience playing this game. Come on. I'm starting to feel like unless I'm on a go route, I'm just having some really rough moments. And whoever gets open here, we're just going to have to throw it to them. We can't risk getting stopped, but we still can. He should be doing a lot more than just slightly beating on his head. He should be beating him in some other places for not being able to hang on to balls like that. We can't be punting it back to UCLA, giving them a chance to take a lead right before halftime, especially with this one. This just feels like what's going to happen right before they break off, like a 70-yard touchdown run. They're catching that. And what did I say? I can't lose a single game this season or else the year's over. That makes this 3rd and 2 extremely nerve-wracking, but we had so many dudes in there. And I was playing it nice. I was going for like the 10, 15-yard gains. You know what I'm going to try and hit UCLA with now? The 50-50 ball that they can't stop. After a catch like that, I have a feeling we're going to upgrade to a cheerleader girlfriend. But what did I say? We need a lot of touchdown catches if our girlfriend's actually going to upgrade, and there's another. I'd say that's a really good first half for us, but I actually wanted to make it there first, and we have with a 14-3 lead. What this does is it really opens up the door for us to continue to have success on offense. I didn't see the deep safety back there. I thought this was going to be a one-on-one. And Lee Corso has me on another streak on 3rd down, but I think we're just going to look in the direction of our slant or take a set. I really hate how bad my pocket presence currently is on this game. They actually got that throw out to a completion, which is going to get them close. And I thought this game was a wrap, but now it's within 3 points. I think I have figured out a solution for how to scramble those. See, I just sorted it out. All I have to do is hold that back there in the pocket. And what is the point? What is the point if we're just not going to catch the ball? I'm going to immediately get it out, make a huge grab, and then just try to make things more simpler than that. I don't like the fact that I just keep throwing to the same guy. I had the option to take the drag there, but it just wasn't open. I think what we're going to do is we're going to run around. We're going to see how long it takes for us to get open. And then we're just going to miss a free touchdown. I should have run for the first down myself. I don't know if this is going to fall in the bucket, but UCLA has stopped us. We're about to end the 3rd quarter on a really bad note. Unless their defense doesn't cover us once again, what are we doing? No, you don't get to sit there and celebrate. This game should already be over. But fine, I'll just start clicking on to try and make every catch. They can't even. This really is a trip down memory lane. I remember I always used to do dynasties with great teams. I know I should be excited with interception, but I'm still mad that we're in this spot. And we just phased through the red zone. We were inside. All right, attempt like number 3 or 4, though, where I try and feed it to myself. I think this passing summary is so cool. It tells us what side of the field we go to. And I'm going to be honest, it's about time that we just lock in on getting the win, which is why we're running. Did they just fall over to try and give us this touchdown? I didn't want to take it. They really made A.J. Peterson as overpowered and realistic as he was. I mean, this is just ridiculous here. They're literally avoiding him on purpose. But then I try and throw it to a wide open receiver, and they completely forget how to catch. I honestly thought that after that drive, the game would basically just be over, but we were able to get the ball back after an interception, so we have a chance to score. And I am so dialed in on getting myself that one last touchdown that we should be able to get it. For a game that was so close as we started the fourth quarter, we really ran away. And that should be enough to keep us inside the top two. Again, that is all that matters if we want to make it to the BCS National Championship, compete for that. And then for the Heisman Trophy side of things, I feel like we put up numbers that might even jump us up to number one. It seems pretty hard to get over 200 receiving yards in a game, but we got back to the 3 touchdowns. And by the time that we get past our bye week, it's going to be interesting to see where the rest of the country is sitting. One thing I will say, though, is I never realized how long it took to simulate and advance through weeks in the past versus what we have now. And it's been like 5 minutes, man. I just want to play some more football again. Thankfully, we would eventually get there. It says that we're now an impact player up top. Our Heisman height is fully maxed out on the meters still. I'm sure that we got more fan mail that we got to read. And Chris Harmon says, look at you, only your first year and already looking like a seasoned vet. The coaching staff must love having a guy like you on the team. It makes their job so much easier when guys are able to pick up the system as quickly as you have. So I appreciate that from Chris. We get to get hang. And when it comes to the front of the newsletters, we are going to still be the picture during the bye week. The new face on the list, check out the movement for the Heisman Watch, so we're probably still in the running. For week 6, our name is even included. This is the first time they've name dropped us in the title. A star in the making. The Sooners are 3-0, and Bordeaux is a big part of their success. That's nice to see. And if we look at the Heisman Watch, there are some other receivers up here with us, some with more receiving touchdowns than we've had, but I think it's because they've played in more games. And all I care about is staying inside the top 2. There are other undefeated schools in the country that can still compete, so we're going to have to remain undefeated. But I'd say things are looking pretty good so far, and we did even get a new girlfriend. We're not going for blondes. I've gone after blondes basically my whole life. It's about time that we switch it up. And it's going to be interesting to see how we handle our 8 Big 12 conference games. Again, we need to make sure that we win all of them. Next week we play at Texas, which is going to be an uphill battle on stuff. But for now, we're just taking on Kansas State, who is currently undefeated. It says that they're ranked 31st in the nation going into this game. They're close to the top 25. And it's going to be a night game for us, which is exciting. We're starting this one with our stadium pulse maxed out. But are we going to be able to get them off of the field on 3rd and 6? We have that all locked up. See, this is what I like to see to start a game. I think over time our corner out should get behind that zone. And now we're going to go for a little play action, see if they bite down, see if we can get that one-on-one look. But there's just so many times where the pass is not as accurate as you would want it to be. I'm glad it was there. Now, you all might be mad at me. There was a cutscene after he brought that one in, but I accidentally skipped it. And it's looking like there might not be a touchdown to end this drive. What a catch. Even though that ball is literally on the line, it's been listed as a 4th and inches. What was that for a QB sneak? Why did he just pitch the ball? I've never been more confused in my life, but you best believe we're going for a safety. We're bringing everybody down into the box. They're throwing it and panic. And let's see if we can get through that hole, make a play. We came close. We might even be able to block this kick. I really don't understand how we messed up that last drive so bad. We got down to the 2. We had that incredible grab, but you know what? It's okay. We showed that we can get down the field versus Kansas State, and the ball was deflected. What was that tackle? I mean, this was cool. It was great that we caught this pass off the deflection, but that hurts. That just does not feel right to see somebody go down like that. It's something that you never want to see. I might have thrown it straight at him. But here's the thing. We're currently playing our best football right before we face Texas, and then we give that up. It's kind of funny how a road to glory has just turned into a full season in Oklahoma. And I've got to know how to make this cheerleader my girlfriend instead of who we have. Like I said, I've had a long run with blondes, but I think it's time that I switch to the brunettes. But in order to upgrade our girlfriend in this game, we might need to have some more 3-touchdown performances. What a hit. This is going exactly how I was hoping that it would. You know, we might even be able to send it super deep. It didn't seem like that deep safety could get back to it. And now that I've gotten more comfortable in this playbook, I have the exact play drawn up that I want to run where we get our separation, and it goes to church instead. That's ridiculous. He just stole our touchdown reception. He wants to stay in the Heisman race. All around, I'd consider this a pretty solid first half. Kansas State couldn't move the ball at all. And we've continued to play with ourselves at an elite level, which is something not a lot of guys can say Are we going to snag this one, though? No. It turns out there are some downsides whenever you just throw it up all the time. Did he just side that ball? He can't be flexing a turnover like that, man. He already got 150 receiving yards on his head. But I guess it's fine. I've learned that we can normally rely on our defense, and they come up clutch again. There might only be like 100 plays in this playbook, so I feel like I need to be able to keep on mastering them. Of course, we're not going to have any issues getting the first down. But what I really need to find is more ways for us to get the ball to myself without running the same play. I felt like that was pretty solid. I'm very curious to see what the double route does. Of course, we would have been open, but we just didn't have enough time because Campbell got in there and took us down. Then we have this bunch formation, and no matter what, there's going to be at least one safety back there to the spot that I am trying to reach. And I can't believe I've yet to find the 4 verticals in this playbook, but this might be the best that we can do whenever it comes to that. And that safety's still getting over there to play the ball, but we come out on top and we're just going to flip into the end zone. I might have made a mistake though, because I'm pretty sure we just missed the end zone. There's a flag. And I don't even know who this is going to be against. I think it might be against us. Maybe it was a blocking event. I guess that means we wouldn't have gotten credit for the touchdown either way, but we're going to have to find a way to get credit for it. And instead I've thrown in the interception. I think I've pretty much locked in the fact that we are going to be able to get the ball back. And also, our quarterback can't win the Heisman. He's just thrown way too many interceptions. But for whatever reason, I came out and punt block on this. And we still were able to get the stop. With as many receiving yards as we have had this game, it is pretty remarkable that we only have 1 touchdown. And I am still determined to get 1 more, though that's an instant sack. I'm going to have to believe in our best bet being this corner route. We're going to roll out into it. We're going to find ourselves open, and he got a hand on it. What I'm curious about, though, is what if we went for it on 4th down and flipped the side of the field that it was on? Is it going to work that time? It does. I think it should be pretty understood why I'm so excited about this team, because we have them so shook, they just punted it to us on 4th and 4. And I haven't even been running the ball with Adrian Peterson, but next week against Texas we will. I also need to remember how to run the option on this game. I don't remember what the pitch button is, but we'd have a touchdown here if I did. And I don't know how I just discovered this play. It's going to be the final one of the game. We're just going to throw it up. We're going to see if we can get a touchdown. 50-50 ball. I can't stand it. Talk about a good first 4 games in our season, though. I am very impressed with what we've done. And let's just get over to those receiving stats. It's got to be under 283 yards because that's what we passed for. But look at that. I'm very happy with what I'm seeing. It looks like we do still have the same girlfriend, so we're being a loyal man at least for the next week. Going into these Heisman watch, though, are we still on top? We are. It's just going to be really hard for someone to beat us out whenever it comes to stats. There is this guy for San Jose State that's near us in yards, but he doesn't have as many touchdowns. And then Idaho also is a receiver, but not impressive numbers. But I think we're going to be okay. We got Jesse Samuel saying a lot of people questioned throwing a freshman to the Wolves, but you are silencing the critic. Keep it up, and I'm sure that you will have a spot reserved on the freshman All-American squad, and you may even make a Heisman ballot or 2. I'm not trying to just make a ballot. We're going to win it. Still not much faith there, I guess. What happened in the newsletter? What did they put out about us? Oklahoma is confident heading into the rivalry game against Texas. And I can sit here and pretend that I'm confident, but in all honesty, going into the Red River Shootout, I'm pretty nervous. I had no idea if this was going to be on the neutral side or not, but this is not in Austin. It looks like they did used to play on the neutral side as well. Remember, back during this time, I was like, well, so that's just not something I'd be aware of. But there is something I'm aware of, and that's who Texas has at quarterback. It might say Darby on the jersey, but it's number 10. It's Vince Young. He was one of the best quarterbacks in this game. Probably even the best. I just remember of all the players, he was one of the most difficult to stop. And we've already been able to force him to a 3-and-out, which shocks me. This return from Jordan even could go to the house. We don't need to put up Heisman numbers in this game, but we need to have a good start. And we might have a chance to put up Heisman numbers as we have a 50-50 ball that we're catching. We're already making Texas look small. I was not expecting us to open up this well. But we have to be able to keep it up, and they're running the option, which is going to be difficult. I'm not too confident in my ability to stop it, but we filled the hole. And I am surprised how good of a start we're off to this early in the first half. We're going to try to go for a deep pass, which works for me. We're going to run the ball. We're going to do anything to win this game. It truly does not matter what our stats are. I can finally look in the direction of some other receivers. And I feel like we're in a pretty good position at the moment, though we need this corner route to work out for us, and they still got over it. See, I probably shouldn't have forced it over in that direction, but it's okay. We're going to have Russell running across. We get it to him.
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to get your brand in front of your fans? We print banners and signs that help your business stand out. We print postcards and flyers that get people talking. And we print must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and water bottles. Whether you want a few or a few thousand, we print on everything so that customers can go from noticing your brand to falling in love with it. Right now, new customers can get 20% off with code NEW20. Because if you need it, we print it at Vistaprint.com.
And he loses the football. There's no challenging it or anything. This is just the type of stuff we feel. And I feel like the computer's play calling has been extremely poor so far. I mean, how many times are they going to run the same play over and over? It just doesn't make sense. And unfortunately, they were smart enough to run off as much clock as they could since we were out of timeout. So we're going to be getting this ball back with about 4 seconds. If we're given enough time back here, that does give us an opportunity to pull off a Hail Mary, but we're still well short of the end zone. They get the interception. And we should have been going into halftime in a much better spot. I was fully expecting this game to turn into a shootout. It just hasn't been that way so far. I think what we're going to do is we're going to get over to Peterson. They can't tackle him. He's going to get us the first down and goal. And I really like this play, depending on if we go to the corner route or if we just hit our flat. The offense has clearly been a lot better when I'm not just focused in on trying to win the Heisman Trophy with myself, but we have to go for the touchdown. And from here, we just keep on leaning on our defense. It's going to be very interesting to see how Texas responds. We are not going to be able to stop Stones, but they've had some abysmal play calling on third down so far, and they don't get it. I feel so fortunate to be in the current position that we're in. All I had to do was start moving the ball around to more than just one receiver. But I have gotten us to a 3rd and 13 where I'm not sure if it's going to get open there or not. That's not going to be in bounds. It would definitely be interesting to see what would happen if I couldn't play every snap, if I couldn't control the defense. But I really like that I've been able to, because I think that's what's helped so much. We've had the recipe so far to stopping Vince Young. He hasn't even tried to run on us, which is weird. I just feel like I remember that being the most frustrating part about playing against him. They caught that. There's just no way that they're getting that lucky. Over in the flat, we got Webb over here. We're trying to get out, make a tackle on him. And here comes the hurry up. What is Vince Young going to be able to do? That's close to a first. I can't really change the play call. We're just stuck in what we're in. They're going to keep going back to Bear. And I feel like it makes the most sense to just keep dropping guys back, make him make a mistake. I'm really not sure how I'm supposed to get user interceptions on this game, though. I mean, I've been trying. So I'm about to just switch over to user and a defensive line. And what's it going to take to get some pressure on him to where he makes a mistake? See, that's what I thought we were going to have to deal with all game. But fortunately for us, their offense didn't figure things out until the 4th. And now if they want to get the ball back, they're going to have to stop Adrian Peterson. This is just one of those times, though, where I felt like I could get them to bite. I had him for a second. We fumbled it to them, and we just let the Longhorns get back into this game. In my mind, for half a second, it was worth it to go for the receiving touchdown. There's the scramble. I'm really surprised it took him that long to resort to it. And now there's a flag. I'm not sure who this is against. I am really confused what happened. They pinned it on us. Vince Young, you're not scrambling today. I'm there. There's a reason I wanted to set the edge over on this side. They've taken off on 4th down. He's pitching it at the last second, and they have one more timeout. See, this is that miracle stuff that really worries me. I'm ready to stop them. I have a dude right there. They came so close. It doesn't matter who's in the area. They will catch that all day. It doesn't matter how many guys we put on Vince Young. He was eventually going to make plays like this. We're just lucky he didn't come alive until the 4th quarter. I feel very blessed that we're able to be the winner of the Golden Hat. Of course, we got to celebrate dumping that on Coach. I mean, we shouldn't have won that. We had control of the entire game, and then I just blew it in the 4th quarter. I just don't know how much longer I can keep the winning up for. I feel like we're due to lose at some point. We play Texas Tech to end the year. I know Texas A&M's coming up soon, but at least we're staying on top of the Heisman watch list. We're not going to have as many touchdowns as a lot of these guys. I mean, we only have 10 for the season so far, which is a lot. But I'm playing on shoulder quarters. It worries me that the long run our stats aren't going to be good enough. Let's see if we got fan mail about winning our rival. You're proving everyone why you were such a highly talented recruit. I think we all had some expectations for your first year, but I don't think anyone could have imagined the impact you've had. You're truly a Heisman caliber player. I appreciate it, Clarkwell. Now that we're ranked #1 in the country, it's all about continuing to win. And here's the thing, the Big 12 shouldn't have a conference championship game back in 2006. So there will be other schools that play more matchups than us and might be able to be ranked higher than us. Kansas is wearing the darkest blue jerseys I've ever seen. That is not Jayhawk blue, that's for sure. We're just standing tall in the pocket. And we're going to run the same play, but I've swapped packages around, so we are the wheel route, because I just noticed that wheel route got shot so open on the last play. It didn't really there, but that's okay. What we're going to do is we're just going to send it. And I'm going to send it on this play if they don't let me get the throw out. All I want to do is see how we can go far down the field. That shouldn't have been underthrown. That's actually extremely frustrating. Corner blitz is going to get to Goolsby. He cannot escape. And he really does have such a weak arm. I've been wondering if we should just be playing Bradford, but it's okay. I decided it's more important for us to score on this drive and try and force a touchdown to ourselves. I just don't know if Kansas's offense is going to be hard to stop or not. And what I don't want to do is get into a situation where we're chasing points. That was a bad pass. Morgan's getting these balls out as quick as he can. They handed it off on third down. And as far as I'm concerned, Kansas has stunk at football for like the last 20 years. But I think they could have been good around this time. Just because it's been that long since this game was released. They might have been good back then. I don't know what was going on with Kansas football like 20 years ago. Again, I was learning how to walk and stuff. They have gotten us to a third down though where I just hit the wrong button. That's what I'm going to say. I decided after I hiked the ball that I didn't want to just throw up another 50-50. And we actually got pretty lucky that they were holding it. We're in a position where we should get it back before the end of the first half, especially if they throw it to us. But when it comes to catching, everybody seems to have issues on this thing. And I think the Jayhawks are being held to a field goal. We just can't give up anything to the end zone. We get the interception out of this, which is even better. Now I think it's time that we go back to our jump balls just because we made ourselves that tall for a reason. But Kansas does not want to see us winning. Anytime that we don't get the ball out very quickly, they are there, they are in our face, and I found a 4 verticals. I can't believe it took us until midway through the year, but I found a 4 verticals, and we don't catch it. I'm not sure if it's the difficulty or it's just how this game works, but it seems like nobody can catch them. There's a lot of drops happening at all times, and you know what? That is why we're just taking our chance right here. I believe that we can bring that. It's almost like you have to click on to make the play yourself. This is not good. They're going to try and prevent us from getting our first receiving touchdown of the game, but I see man-to-man coverage, and the pass is horrible. Do you know how weird it is to be playing a game where there's like no pass leading or anything? You just have to hope that your guy makes the play. I mean, he did. We got the touchdown that we were looking for. We did everything that we needed to in the first half to put ourselves in a good position, but we still have to close this game out. Kansas is making some stuff happen. And I can only imagine how difficult this video concept would have been if I didn't commit to one best score. So far, Kansas has done almost nothing. They've literally taken almost the entire third quarter just to get to midfield. It's 4th down. And the computer probably doesn't realize that getting this punt off in the final couple seconds of the third quarter drastically changes this game. They would have gone for it if it was the end of the 4th. Jordan getting out of there. And I think we're in a fine spot. Again, if they let a few more seconds run off the clock, they would have 100% gone for it because that was their only way to stay in this game. We've made the catch, and you're probably wondering, why are you still throwing the ball? The reason is pretty simple. I want those Heisman stats, and we could have gotten the touchdown. All I'm doing at this point is going for Megatron-like catches. We're going for the highlight plays. I mean, we should not hit that. And these are the types of things that let Texas get back into it last week. I feel like we don't have to worry about that against Kansas, though. I mean, they just got the luckiest catch in the world right there. And their offense just isn't very explosive. They take a lot of these checkdowns. That's why it's 4th and 8, and we can end the game right here, which we do. But what did I say? We're focused on winning the Heisman Trophy, and if we're going to win the Heisman Trophy, we need better stats. Right now, you can see we're 3rd in our conference for receptions, 2nd for touchdowns in the country, and then 1st in receiving yards. We're about to take a sack right here, though. I don't know what I'm trying to do. I guess I'm just trying to back us up so I can get myself some more passing yards. On 3rd down, it was a cover 2 look that we don't get. And the normal thing to do here would be to punt it back to end this game. Be happy with our 14-0 win, but I'm not. I want better stats, and we're going to catch it. We're going to go all the way into the end zone. Final seconds, game-winning touchdown. Well, not really a game-winning touchdown, but a last-second one. And that is what you call great sportsmanship right there. I'm sure their coach is thrilled about it. We already had some pretty good stats, but to get to 300 receiving yards really helps our Heisman case. And I figured by now we'd honestly get an upgraded girlfriend, because this has been week after week of just dominant performances. Maybe we actually love her, and we're just going to stay with her the rest of our career, though. We'll see as the season continues to go on. I like our odds of winning the Heisman Trophy. I really do. We're literally just putting up insane numbers. What I'm scared about is the fact that there's all these other undefeated teams, and if we lose one game, then we're not going to make the natty. And I like how much success we've had in Big 12 conference play so far, but it's just going to depend who we have to play in the future, whether or not they're good. Teams like Kansas, teams like Baylor, don't really worry me that much, but I know Texas A&M was good at one point. Texas Tech is incredible. Oklahoma State, Nebraska could be good. And apparently this entire time I hadn't even advanced the league. What comes with that is more fan mail to read through. This time we have Reggie Mathis saying, I knew you'd be a tremendous asset on the field, but your work ethic seems to be be very infectious. These guys are all just blazing. The team seems to have an intensity that was lacking before your arrival. You really are becoming a team leader. I'm a freshman. And the trophy crate is still empty. Now, if we go over to our closet, I think this is where we can check in on our overall, see if that's gone up at all this season yet. We're actually an 84, so I'm bumped up from an 82. But unfortunately, our speed still hasn't gotten any quicker. If that goes up, that's when we become a real threat. Baylor's 97th in the country at the moment. We're missing our starting tight end injured. But there is no reason that we should fall to the Bears at home. And what I'm going to look for in this game is our creative sign, because for the signs I created, we still have yet to see. These really are some throwback Baylor jerseys. This is when they didn't look great. At least in the game, we got like 3 different shades of green going on, all at the same time. They're already going to be on a third game. But little do they know, they got an RG3 coming to their program in 5 years. And that's going to lead to some really fun seasons. With this punt return, I keep on trying to see if we can pull one of them off. But all that happens is we get penalties. And I think I've already said something about it, but it bugs me the size of the play. What's crazy is it probably seemed like a ton of plays back in the day. We actually have a touchdown here if the ball isn't underthrown and they can get to us. But that's been a major issue all year. Man-to-man coverage, we didn't really route him up. And I hope I don't end up regretting just underestimating it. And the first quarter, we have them on a third down, and I literally see nobody open. I mean, they're just dumb. And let's see how they do in man-to-man against ourselves. Looks like they kept pretty close. I'm a little bit worried for this next play because I'm pretty sure I could either run with it or I could throw it with Adrian Peterson. We had that in our hands. And what does this offense come to? We don't even look for like a 10-yard pass. We just go for the deep bombs. That isn't myself though, so I don't really want us to catch. Must be nice to have more speed. You can just run by the guy and then we don't have to worry about making an aggressive catch. That ball is also about as close as it could have been to a touchdown. Instead, we'll take it here. Or at least I thought we would. We have the slant, it's open, they could have picked it. You know, at some point, the stats just aren't worth it. We have to take a lead against Baylor. If I'm being honest too, that 7 points might be all that we need to beat Baylor. Their offense has been pretty abysmal. I say that as they almost just picked up first. And they could have gone for a fake here. I was actually expecting it, but instead they had a horrible punt. We're just going to use this opportunity to have a good offensive drive. No, I mean, we've come away with the catch. We're looking fast. I don't know how. We're still on our feet. But look at that. There's our sign. Come to my dorm, Daddy. I cannot believe we just got that out there. It was not a female fan either, so the mission has been failed. But that was obviously a sick play. Even if the physics made no sense at all, they had a terrible first half, and it just keeps on getting worse for them. I really thought that we were going to be heading into the fourth quarter, actually, just because of how badly we were already winning this game by. But this is showing how terrible Baylor really was. The funniest thing would be if they were actually good back during this time, and they're just happening to have a down year during this season. I really don't know what to think, but we could go for the pick six, and I'm not going to get in. I was hoping that we could get ourselves another receiving touchdown. And I must just be getting better at this game, because we were not winning like this against Tulsa. I remember that match. Definitely come a long way so far, and it's only going to get better from here, especially if we can end the third quarter up 35-0. We're going for it. We're going for it. We bring it in. You know, maybe we are fast enough to outrun some of these corners. And I'm just starting to remember how overpowered size really was in these older football games. We fumbled that? What has even happened? There was definitely some fluky stuff going on back then, but we get the interception, so we have it back already. And I just feel like these passes that are shorter don't go where you want them to. Did we just hurtle over a guy after catching it? Like, let's just look at the slow-mo of the physics right here. I don't know what type of pain he went through. And I am genuinely just baffled at how terrible Baylor's been. We're going for the 42-0 win. We might as well see if we can get our biggest win of this video so far. And I feel like back then, EA hadn't been able to figure out how to code the computer to stop click-on catches yet, because they're so OP. All I have to say is this is by far the best game of our career so far. And if we keep going from those 300 receiving yards, the Heisman Trophy is clearly a lot. I mean, we've been in first place for the longest time. The Heisman hype meter has been maxed out basically since my first game, and all we've gotten is positive notes in our mailbox. Plus, whenever the media talks about us, whenever we're mentioned in newsletters, there's a high chance that my name is mentioned up there. Bordeaux, Oklahoma catches the attention of the ball rankings. This is extremely important, not just the coaches poll, but the media poll as well. As you can see, we're in second place here. Michigan could catch us for the Big Ten championship win. And that's why I'm thankful the final 4 games in our schedule are at number 19 Nebraska against rivals Oklahoma State, against Texas A&M, who's pretty good, and then at Texas Tech. There's a lot of rivalries coming up. There's a lot of games that should keep our ranking high. And we have almost as many receiving yards this season as Nebraska's starting quarterback has passing yards. I should also note that Cornhuskers are missing a key cornerback and a key defensive line. So it's going to be interesting to see how that affects this game. On one of our first plays, I see us open down the field, but there's a safety back there, and it doesn't matter because we've come away with the football. Terrible tackle. That looks like it really hurt, but I put us in that spot because I thought we could make the play. We're going to take a quick low jump off and fight our way into the end zone. I mean, we're just running through it like a truck. I mean, seeing that just got me all sorts of fired up. They threw it at me. I didn't get the user pick, but we are starting off hot against Nebraska. I really think I might have just mastered this game on the difficulty I was playing on. I mean, it's now 14-0. So what I might need to do is move it up to Heisman, which is the highest one on here, I think. I enjoy a challenge, as fun as it is to win. It is clear that I've been able to get a little bit more comfortable on the sticks. So if we're going to go for a national championship, I really want to earn it, and there's no way that he's able to get there. We got to make sure we pick up this 3rd and 10. This game might not be over yet. I mean, we heard that, but I'm going to go for it. We might end up giving them some crazy field positioning, and we do. The thing is, though, they still have to move the ball offensively, and on 3rd down, Grant was able to just duck out of that tackle. But just a couple plays later, I think we're going to be able to hold them. We even force a fumble. Couldn't tell where that ball was at, but we got it. What a stop that was right there. Now, of course, we know how we can split the defense. And I'm literally switching up packages versus the computer. I mean, when is this ever going to be fair? They're not going to beat it. It's okay. After this game, it's going to be interesting to see how I do once I raise the difficulty. And I should have just trucked my way through for the touchdown. I don't know why I decided to make it more complicated, but we still get it. Here in the 3rd quarter, we've spent about a minute so far trying to get them off of the field. On 3rd down, it's just bad. Like, by this point, I'm just overconfident. I did not mean to pitch it back to our quarterback there, but it worked out extremely well for us. I mean, we can really just do whatever we want. This throw isn't the most impressive one in the world, I will admit, but it doesn't really matter, because if we're playing the field positioning game, I think we're going to be in a better spot, assuming they don't get that. They have no choice but to go for it, and on 4th and 5, we're locking down. That was only important because I would like to get one more passing touchdown, and I think what I've just had to realize is it might not be worth it to pad more stats. It's keeping me in a game that's been over for a long time, for even longer, though that's a new quarterback out there. Thomas is new. We make the snap. And is this the freshman? Is this Sam Bradford because our starter got injured? That would be something to have to deal with an injury like that at this point in the year. And after an entire half of trying to get that one extra receiving touchdown we got, I'm a little bit more worried about our quarterback, though. He's not on injury report. And I don't know where these in-game boosts are coming from. But Sam Bradford, aka more promise on this roster, is actually a higher overall. He has a stronger arm. He is much more accurate, which is interesting. I will say, it feels great to win another ranked game on the road, but we know the difficulty's about to go up. And so these final few matchups are going to be tough. I thought we were on All-American already. I guess we weren't. It looks like, yeah, that's just off the Heisman. I guess we'll bump it up to here for that. And that's really gotten me questioning in some games, like against Tulsa, how we only won 7-3 on varsity. That's very concerning. Of course, these final few matchups still looking pretty tough. Oklahoma State's the weakest of the 3. And in the current bowl rankings, we are the clear favorite as the #1 team in the country, but there's still those other undefeateds that scare me. It is looking like Michigan lost a game, which does help us. But we'll see what happens in these final few weeks. I'm guessing ending up at this point is just going to be continual plays. Joe Green could be Mean Joe Green. Some people were just born to play this game. I was thrilled when you signed with us, but now that you've shown what you can do, I'm even happier that you are not making those highlights for the other team. If Mean Joe Green went to Oklahoma, and this is a reference, and he sends out a fan mail like this, it would be pretty cool, but he went to North Texas. I should have known that. I was there last year. That was one of the main things that they talked about too, is what it is. It's time for the Bedlam series, back when it was still around. I am a little curious if there are other uniform options for us. There aren't. The alternates are just going to be as boring as the rest of the Oklahoma rocks. And once again, we're facing a team that has a cornerback that's out due to injury. This is definitely a scary game for me, because I don't know how good the computer is about to play against us, how hard it's going to be. And it's going to be interesting to see if the computer's play calling gets any better. I really don't know if it will. On 3rd down, we get the sack. And that right side of the field is pretty open for a return. We're just not passing it. That's one thing I've really felt, is we always seem to be slower than the other team. We shouldn't have caught that ball. And I'm wondering if I have to hit the X button for a speed boost as well. I think I might need to. What a catch. I gotta say, this is a really good start for us. I'm gonna try and get myself the touchdown. We have it. But the kick meter moved a lot quicker, and that's why we shanked it. It's not necessarily ideal, but our offenses look good. And they are coming out in 5 wide against us, which gets them a completion. I'm gonna be honest, I don't mind sending a blitz here. It didn't end up working, but we took the shot. And it seems like they're gonna stay through the air more than throwing it, though when they immediately take off, we can't do anything. It's not like there's a way for me to put a quarterback spy out there on the field. They're just glitching through for the first. And the computer's definitely become a little bit
Check out Hillsong.
What's up, my boy? Oh, yeah, my boy. Yeah, my boy. What's up there, man? I ain't got a matter. He's here. I'm gonna 6 feet. Push speed. Low speed. How you do it? Teach the way. Do it, Nasty. Do it. Do it, Nasty. Oh, my God. What's good? What's up, my boy? Oh, yeah, my boy. Yeah, my boy.
Let's talk Ohio State recruiting.
This is Fathom, one of the biggest streamers on the internet, pulling in hundreds of thousands of viewers every single month. Also owns the biggest GTA server in the world called D10RP. Except behind the roleplay, D10 hides the worst pay-to-win scheme I have ever seen.
Well,
The walk that seemed unimaginable after nearly.
The guys that are coming back that know the offense, that been pretty productive, is one thing that checks that box. But how good the younger guys are really will dictate how good the room is, and I think that.
oh, yes, yeah. Beautiful.
Yo, what's up, everybody? It's your boy Floss.
University of Michigan football team.
I told y'all he's not him. What's going on? What's poppin', everybody?
Already throwing the boards down. This season, I'm going to every single Texas Longhorns football game. From Ohio to Florida to the Red River rivalry. And there's definitely not to forget about that revenge game against Georgia. Y'all gotta say yeah, keep going. I'm gonna bring y'all into every single game that involved as a Texas Longhorns fan. So make sure y'all subscribe right now so y'all don't miss a second of it. If you are familiar with why this particular game is so important, let me catch you this week.
Hello, it's your favorite sports club here. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button to join the fact.
will the U.S. destroyers and strike group face the Venezuelan military and the cartels? We will take a look at different scenarios and strategies from both sides. The U.S. Navy's destroyers, submarines, amphibious ships, marines, and P-8 Poseidon aircraft are positioned near Venezuela with a multifaceted strategy designed to confront both the Venezuelan military and the powerful drug cartels operating within the country. From the U.S. perspective, the operation combines overwhelming surveillance, targeted strikes, rapid amphibious assaults, and maritime interdiction to neutralize threats and apply pressure on the Maduro regime. The destroyers.
College football 26 is here, and the sport has come.
Like, eating on a bus is too complicated.
I got a kisser, bro. Getting the dick's one.
What? Huh? Oh, wait, say it again, say it again. Say it again, say it again. Yeah, that's the, huh? Yeah, I'll come back. That's my name, chat, that's my name. That's my name. All right, now, I don't know which one is mine. This is 3. This is 3 fingers. Who got 3 fingers? Yeah, you got 3 fingers. Oh, this is big. It's gotta be like 4 or 5, 6. 1, 2. This is mine. 1, 2. Wait. 1, 2. Is that 4? No, it's mine. It's mine. Yeah, I know, this is mine. I got, this is no coleslaw. That's yours, gotta be. There you go, for this food. There's more in here. I don't know who. I don't know who those are.
Who else at 6 feet?
Huh?
Who else at 6 feet?
Lady, sit right here. Look. That's the beans? That's Harry's.
Oh, I just like the bread. Let me get a bread. Harry! Look, you had 6 feet, right?
Eat it. Oh no.
I think we missed the 4 piece.
Is that Mr. Lincoln?
very great. I'm like enjoying it a lot. I would be so mad if I didn't have this food later. Like seriously. But just imagine if you can't eat fried chicken, put sauce in there, and take a bite. Oh, thank you, man. This is great. Huh? Oh, this is great. Why the rumbling? A train? What train? There's a lot of people out there.
When I saw you have the fix, I got to dress up too, just to be here with you. Do a little mind reading right now. I'm going to try something quick.
Mind reading?
Something like that, yeah.
You
prepared on that? We're going to try this. Yes, sir. So how about this, Speed? If I just ask you right now, think of a number from like 1 to 100. Can you just get a number in mind?
7.
Don't tell me what it is, depends on mind reading.
Oh.
So just get a 2-digit number in mind right now. Just think of it.
Okay.
Perfect. I can tell you feel good about this number.
Yeah.
How about this? After the count of 3, let's both say this number out loud together.
All right.
I want to see how close we can get.
Okay.
After the count of 3, out loud together. 1, 2, 3.
23.
So, okay, I said Brazil because it felt like one of the things that I love, you do all around the world, man. But I said Brazil, you said
23.
Look. Inside the notes app, let's make sure everyone can see this. Inside the notes app, you see I've got a list at the top here just called countries.
Yeah.
Why don't you help us out? Just take this all the way down. It's got 100 different countries in there. So it's number 23.
Wait, what the fuck?
Brazil. Because you said 23 and I said Brazil. You spelled right in the moment. I kind of knew this is where we were going to go. Does that make sense?
Why are you right here?
I was invited. What do you mean? Is this okay?
Yeah, I'm feel like I'm confused.
Okay. Well, some people are going to say, like, maybe it was my phone that heard you say the number or something. You want to try something, like, simple? Maybe a card trick? Would that be okay?
Yeah. Let's go.
Phone.
But how do you do that?
It's like a little game. That can help us out if you get lost.
What the hell?
How about this? You got your hand here? You hold your hand out like this. I'm going to just ask you to take a card, right? So, Ace of Hearts. Keep it simple. Ace of Hearts, right? If you hold that card right there, if you have it that money, what card do you hold in your hand right now? If you have it that money. Ace of Hearts. Hearts, take a look. So far, so good. Let's make it a little bit harder. Check this out. I got the Ace of Diamonds, right? So if you keep that there, and if I put this on top now, what card am I holding on to? Ace of Hearts. So far, so good. You feel okay about this game so far? Yeah. See, right? You know what we're doing. Here's the thing. If I switch it up like that, now what card's on top? It's not. Feel good? It's a diamond. It's a heart. It's a diamond. It's a heart. When you're ready, take a look. Both cards, same time. Show it to the camera. You with me, Steve? We okay so far?
No, what the fuck? What the hell?
Someone has a phone that we can read real quick?
What the hell?
Not here. Perfect. Okay. This is your phone. Yeah. We've never met before, like today or no. And your phone has Siri on it, right? If I just going, hey Siri, open Google. Here's all I'm gonna do. Steve, I need you to think of something right now. That's hey, cut that shit out! Cut that shit out! Something that you want me to guess. You're just gonna type it in here into Google. Don't show me, don't show anyone else, don't show chat. I want you to believe that like you're just...
So I can't show chat?
Well, I just don't want you to think that I can see it somehow. That's the idea. So show chat if you want, but
How would you see it in chat, Steve?
don't show me. You can't show me. Hey, I'll even like, I'll go behind you if you want to. And then hit search. You gotta have hit search.
Okay, I click search.
Make sure I can't see whatever you're doing.
I locked the phone. Yes.
I should be able to know what you just thought of here.
No.
Focus on the first letter of this word. Just the first letter.
Okay.
Let's take a look. So far, so good. Let's make it a little bit harder. Check this out. I got the ace of diamonds, right? So if you keep that there, and if I put this on top now, what part of my whole part? Ace hearts. So far, so good. You still okay about the same so far? Yeah. You like what you know what we're doing? Here's the thing. If I switch it up like that, now what part's on top? It's not. It's nice. It's hard. It's diamond. It's hard. When you're ready, take a look. Both cards, same time. Show it to the camera. You with me, Steve? We okay so far?
No, what the fuck? What the hell?
Someone have the phone that we can use real quick?
What the hell?
Not here? Perfect. Great. This is your phone. Yeah. We've never met before like today or no. And your phone has Siri on it, right? So if I just go like, hey Siri, open Google. Here's all I'm gonna do. Steve, I need you to think of something right now. That's
Hey, cut that shit out! Cut that shit out!
something that you would want me to guess. You're just gonna type it in here into Google. Don't show me, don't show anyone else, don't show that. I want you to believe that like you're just...
So I can't show chat?
Well, I just don't want you to think that I can see it somehow. That's the idea. So show chat if you want, but
How would you see it in chat, Steve?
don't show me. You can't show me. Hey, I'll even like, I'll go behind you if you want to.
Okay, I click search.
Make sure I can't see whatever you're doing.
I locked the phone. Yes.
I should be able to know what you just thought of here.
No.
Focus on the first letter of this word. Just the first letter.
Okay.
Imagine screaming in your mind, just that first letter, over and over.
Okay.
Like L, L, L.
Wait, what the fuck?
Hang on. This is a long word. Imagine saying the whole word in your mind one more time. Something like, if you see the word, you and me were in this together. If you had to guess right now, what word is it? Random guess. I gotta guess.
Shit. Tired. Yo. What up, chat? What time is it? What time is it?
Whatever was happening,
No wonder. What time is it?
I was not part of it. How did you know your parents were still?
Shit. Hold up.
the long word.
441.
Imagine saying the whole word of your life one more time. You and me were in this together.
It's 542 where I'm at. It's 542 where I'm at. Almost 6 o'clock. It's almost 6 o'clock where I'm at. 6. So I'm an hour ahead of you. Oh my God. How old are you, no wonder? How old are you?
What the fuck? How did you do that? How did you do that? Bro,
What are you doing up and on my stream for? How old are you?
my chatting just stayed.
You said you gotta go to school. How old are you? You can't say your age, man.
This is not stayed.
Shit. You can't say your age.
How did you do that?
Oh, you 18? What school you go to?
Absolutely hell.
What grade you in?
You stop there. That's it.
What grade you in, no wonder.
How did you do that?
Blunt. I never heard of that. You must live in you must live in California or something.
I don't know. I don't know.
Borrowed someone's phone. This was
Alabama. Oh, okay.
Ames, this was your phone, right? Yeah. So I'll tell you what, right now, no, you don't even need the phone. Right now, just think of something that you might think. It could be like
Alabama.
Right now, try and see it clearly, right? You have something in mind? Focus on the first letter. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm about to go back to sleep though.
Don't do it like that. Don't do it like that.
I woke up for a little bit. Get some water. Did you like the stream? Did you like? Did you like up? Like up. Like up for me, baby. Well, like up for me, baby. Put that like in there. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate you, Blunt. I mean, no wonder. Appreciate you.
No. Do one with it.
You put your hands out like this, sir.
Do one with it.
A little bit lower.
Okay.
And then just a little bit further apart like that. Left hand or right hand? That's the right hand. So if you put the right hand down, ball left hand.
Close up. Okay, that's all right.
Draw something on the knife.
That's all good.
Like a symbol.
Let's fucking watch time. Fuck this up.
No. Do the one
How about this?
I really need to watch time. Fuck this up, nigga. Fuck this up, nigga. Watch. You do? Thank you. I appreciate you, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate you, man, for watching the video. That means a lot. I'm tired. Yeah.
He did that. But do the mind reading one. I want to
Get a phone on you? Okay. Abraham Lincoln loved his phone. I love this world. This is so perfect. How about this? Open up your notes app.
Yeah, they be in and out. People come in and out now.
And just type out anything that you might want me to guess. Like the name of somebody's important.
I think they restricted my content. I think they restricted my content though. YouTube. Because I used to get more people than that. For some reason they restricted my content. I think I'm being shadow banned. I'm being shadow banned. I'm being shadow banned.
Maybe they see your contacts. It's like one name out of 40. I don't even know if you actually thought of it. But let's try this. I thought we determined that it was 100. Let's try this. When they got 100, focus on whatever you thought and go to the first letter in your mind. And I'm saying that first letter. Okay. Imagine. Okay, without telling me what this is, can you tell me if it's like a
Got Thor. That's cool. I heard you got Thor. What? You heard I got what?
There was, if you go like 3/4 of the way in, there was a sharp sound telling you
You heard I got what? Thor.
Okay, I don't know how he's doing it now. I don't know how he did it. I don't know how he did that. I don't know how he did that.
You heard I got Thor. What that mean?
I don't know how he did that. I don't know how he did that. I don't know how he did that. I swear to God, I don't know how he did that. I don't know how he did that. I swear it's not good, though. I can promise you that. I swear to God. Oh my dead eyes. I don't know how the hell he's doing that. That's crazy. Are you done, Ian? I'm ready to go. Yeah, hold on. I don't know how the freak he did that. Oh, like he told you to do this? Oh, so he was like, so why are you pissed off right now? And he was like, I'm gonna,
It's all good. You guys, can I just say this? What I do is this. This man is doing is proving to the world that anything is really possible.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, what the hell is going on out here? It's a lot going on out here. Oh. It's a lot going on out here. Yo! Jamal! Hey, Jamal! Man, don't say something to your boy. That's your boy. Yeah, Jamal. Yeah, Jamal. Jamal, that's your man. Jamal, that's your man. That's you. What? Yeah. You don't bring Jamal to play over here. Jamal 2.0. What's up, bro? Bro, y'all ain't just alike, bro. That's my man, bro. Yeah, come on. Nah, you good. Come on, let's do it. I'm pretty sure you know everything you doing with that. Come on, this is my fat nigga, bro. Come on, bro. I'm fat nigga, bro. What's up, bro? No, I ain't fat. You're built. Yeah, I'm lean. Hey, Steve, bro, freshman year, my freshman year, I built 150 kilometers. I'm used to it. I'm bullshit. I straight up. I only make it up as much people, bro. I make music. I do a lot. I'm trying to make it up. Swear to God, I can show you proof. Do what? I made 150 followers just do 1 year, freshman year, bro. I was going around trolling, bro. So what happened? Bro, you're like, man, you guys make your shit out of when I was there every year. So they show your YouTube? Not yet, son. But I was looking for that stuff. Oh, so your group? Yeah, bro. We're gonna redo it, bro. I don't even want to shout out, but I don't do that.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Jamal. Are you gonna allow me? Huh? No, but I know, yeah, I know. You know permission, though.
Oh, 49.
You know permission, though. I know it's my stream.
Hold up. That's
I know.
49.
Go ahead.
Shout out all you bro. Shout that shit out, bro. That's love, bro. Bro, hey, can I give you some on this week?
Yeah, I got you. All right, y'all, we gotta go. You ready? All right. Let's go. I get some chicken broth for me, bro. All right. The guys. Hey, I'm gonna be a female, but come on, hey, come on, come on, I love you, bro. You're a funny girl, bro. All right, y'all ready to dip? Thank you, bro. Thank you so much, bro. Sorry, I never thought about having, bro. Thank you. Why have you? All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's get out of here. It's for the food. This dude came all the way to Miami. He came all the way to Miami. I'm trying to get this shit. I'm trying to get this shit. Give me this to me. He came all the way to DC. This kid's tripping. What the fuck is going on in DMV? What is going on in DC? It's muted. It's not giving his second. So you get? Yeah, I want to put it on. I don't know how to put it on. Got it. What? What, sir? I got that Ronaldo shirt. I got that Ronaldo shirt. That's my merch. That's my merch. That's my merch. I sell my merch. I gotta sell my merch. I gotta sell my merch. I gotta sell my merch. No, what the fuck? No, that's my Ronaldo. Oh yeah, I already got this Ronaldo shirt. I don't have a medical. Yeah. This is what this is. I don't have it here. Oh, thank you. Outside, that is my merch. I'm sorry. You already said it. Was it ours? Was it his? Huh? Yeah. Oh, shit. Eminem, look at me. You alright? I'm just enjoying the show. Eminem, look at just enjoy the show, y'all. Darren, yo, chill, don't call me that. Don't call me Darren. Hey. Hey, don't call me.
All right, no wonder.
Don't say my government.
I'll let you.
Don't say my government, y'all. Hey, you met Ronaldo? You met Ronaldo? You met Ronaldo? Shit, he met Ronaldo. He met Ronaldo. Yeah, that's you. What? You met Ronaldo. The fuck? Ain't no way. Ain't no way you do that. Chat, stop calling me that. Chat, do not call me that.
Did the time start back over? I don't understand.
He got a picture of Ronaldo. Alright, now look, this is it. So, this is the Redskins. Chat, is the Redskins good?
I'll come back. We're gonna have a long stream today. We're gonna have a long stream today, baby. I'll be back. You feel me?
Let me know. Guys, stop calling me Darren, bro.
It's gonna be a long stream. So y'all get ready. Glitter Gang. Like, comment, share, subscribe. Holler back. You know what I'm saying? I'll be back.
Yeah, my government, y'all.